She told us, kids, you can't hide too much from them. No, they not. They way smarter than what we think. So smell it. See, that's the thing about me. From time I remember this, man, my mom smoked weed. From time I remember just coming home from school, just loving that smell. To be honest, like damn, it always make me hungry. It's so weird. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on key. Freedom is a heavy load, a great, strange burden. spirit to undertake. It is not easy, it is not gifted, but a choice made, and the choice made may be hard. The road goes upwards towards the light. The laden traveler never reaches the end. Man approaches the unattainable truth through a succession of arrows. Affliction comes to us, not to make us sad and sorrow, not to make us sorry, but wise. You will be required to do wrong no matter where you go. It is the basic condition of life to be required to violate your own identity. At some point, every creature which lives must do so. It is the ultimate shadow, the defeat of creation. This is the curse of work, the curse that feeds on all life, the universe. The greatest error a thinking person can make is to believe that one particular version of history is absolute fact. History is recorded by a series of observers, but none of whom are impartial. It is change, continual change, inevitable change that is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is. The saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Each generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it, wiser. Man is the unnatural animal, the rebel child of nature, and more does he turn himself against the harsh and fitful hand of duty. But it doesn't matter what you think, so as long as you change something from the way it was before you touched it, to something that's like you can take your hands away. The very concept of truth is fading out of this world. The lies will pass into history. Solitude, isolation, painful things beyond human endurance. For small creatures such as we, the vastness seems bearable only through love.
Very good. It's very good, baby.
Oh, blessed glorious Trinity, longest to philosophy, help to faith, which has wise circles diversely, or celebrities, yellows and tanglings happy, as you distinguish understand, by power and love acknowledge me, give me such self-different instinct, of these let the element to be.
When the truly nuclear test was done, Robert Oppenheimer said, "We have done this before," but he was speaking from an informed perspective. The ancient Hindu text Bhagavad Gita, there is reference to a bolt of iron charged with the light of 1,000 suns. It describes radiation sickness. It describes elephants screaming and dying. It describes the shadows that are left on the ground after the blast goes off. All things that we're now very familiar with in the nuclear age. The same culture that described what appeared to be the use of a modern nuclear weapon also was describing things like anti-gravity craft that flew through the air with no sound called vimanas. These craft could pass right through a mountain, and they also used some sort of particle beam weapons. You have human-looking beings that are larger than the rest of us and have blue skin, like Krishna, and they also have extraordinary abilities. And in addition to that, you have weird reptilian beings called Rakshasas, who are also codenamed snakes. And these beings clearly appear to be of a reptilian nature. This even goes to the point that you still to this day have temples in India in which there are people called Nagas who have a human-like top, but then from the waist down, they literally have a snake's body. All of this stuff takes on a much different investigative hue once we look at the fact that the actual record of what we now know a nuclear bomb looks and acts like is dutifully recorded in these Hindu scriptures. So Oppenheimer was aware that this weapon unleashed fury unlike anything we'd ever seen before. Prior to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the scientists were rock stars. Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Marconi, Tesla. These were the rock stars. These were the people who made our lives so exciting that we went from essentially a primitive situation where in order to have food preserved, we have to have an ice box where literally pieces of ice are covered with sawdust, to now we have electric refrigerators. We have electric lights so we can read at night. We have thoughts being beamed wirelessly by radio, and then eventually even pictures through television. This was so exciting. People could travel, transcontinental railroad, all these things were coming out that had never happened before. Private automobile without the need for horses. And then all of a sudden, the nuclear explosion shows that technology hit a screaming brick wall. We could not trust any longer that our toys would be the instruments of our enlightenment. They could actually be the instruments of our destruction. Loading these nuclear weapons ended up basically acting as beacons to a number of ET races in our general area. The primary energy points that occurs in one of these explosions, the sense of energy that feeds back through the fabric of space-time. All stars, all planets are connected through electromagnetic filaments. Scientists call these connections the cosmic web. It's like a giant spider web all throughout the cosmos. When a nuclear explosion occurs, it sends a feedback through this cosmic web. This is a problem because these extraterrestrials not only communicate through this cosmic web, they actually travel from star to star. Therefore, when we detonated these devices, we sent out a signal saying not only are we at a certain level of advancement, but we're not at a certain level of advancement spiritually. Oppenheimer's key quotes revealed that he did not know what the effect of the detonation of the nuclear bomb would be. When they conducted the Trinity test, they were unaware as to whether or not this explosion would create a chain reaction that could actually destroy the whole Earth. And yet they proceeded forward because they believed that this weapon was the only way they could end World War II, and thus the ends justified the means.
With how potent and how powerful these technologies can be, we can never expect to be able to handle them if we operate them from a low consciousness. When you raise your individual consciousness, when you actually make the effort to become more aware of an individual, that has a mirrored effect to society. It's a law of correspondence, as above, so below. So when you become more conscious of an individual, that makes society itself raise in consciousness. And when each one of us, every single one of us, begins making ourselves more aware, society itself is going to become more aware.
Multiple insiders with credible military and corporate backgrounds have said that extraterrestrial spacecraft have appeared over nuclear missile installations and have completely powered them down.
First, I'd like to briefly describe the incident that I experienced in March 1967. At that time, I was the first lieutenant at the U.S. Air Force Station at Nelson Air Force Base, Montana. I was trained and assigned duties as a missile launch officer for Minuteman 1. We had operational control over 10 Minuteman nuclear missiles. On the evening of March 24, 1967, while my commander was on a scheduled rest break, I received the first of 2 phone calls. The first call was to report unidentified lighted objects flying above the facility.
Well, they were hovering above nuclear silos, and what was happening was they didn't attack the silos. All they did was shut down. Like Captain Robert Salas had like 8 ICBMs. They all got shut down in rapid succession. These systems have triple redundancy backup systems. So, and the guards on the top side were with their weapons drawn, with a glowing red saucer above the silo. And the UFO then moved 60 miles to the other base and shut down their frequencies as well. This has happened more than once. This happened in Brentwater's head as well.
What most people haven't heard came to me from 2 insiders, Bob Dean and Pete Peterson. Both of them independently told me that in the year 1990, all of the nuclear warheads in the U.S. and in the USSR completely melted down, became radioactively inert, and even the missiles themselves would just sputter around and wouldn't even fly a straight trajectory anymore. Right during this same time that all of these nuclear missiles were literally melted down inside the warhead, we also have this amazing formation appear on a dry lake bed in Oregon.
The Idaho National Guard has a huge mystery on its hands, and that is our top story today. During routine photo reconnaissance missions over Oregon, RF-4 jets spotted and took photographs of a huge carving in the desert over 1,000 feet across.
It has everybody talking. I mean, this is just something that, well, the children having to do this. It's incredibly time consuming. A lot of expertise involved, and take a lot of it time, and maybe a lot of money. From point to point is exactly 11.5 degrees. Exactly. And the other ones are exactly 23 degrees apart. Exactly. No variation. No variation.
And there's something else puzzling here, something you do not see. You do not see tire tracks, the kind of tracks that might be made by a tractor or a plow. No tire tracks, and no footprints.
In Oregon, I'm Walden Kirsch for NBC News.
The reality is that this is the same type of thing that's being done with crop circle formations, but on an even more impressive scale. And that mark was a symbolic statement from the ETs. Mandala, remember, is supposed to be a symbol of the cosmic mind, a symbol of the creator, the origin of the universe, the geometric nature of how everything unfolds. So they're giving us a message. They're showing us that they will make sure that we stay on track for this positive future that's been promised to us in over 35 different ancient cultures around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. only an alert and knowledgeable citizen can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
So when I really think about the speech from Dwight David Eisenhower, his farewell speech about the military-industrial complex, it brings up a lot of stuff for me. I was recruited to go off planet in 2006, and it seems to be related to the alternative 3 scenario that relates to creating colonies off planet. And the Mars colony was the planet that was being discussed during that time. And so when we hear about a warning like that, but we don't hear about the actual alternatives or agendas or ET government treaties and some of the things that were taking place, what was he really trying to say? There's so many layers to the military-industrial complex that we're starting to discover now. And I've been definitely researching and digging real deep in order to understand really what he meant. And as many have uncovered and been a whistleblower for, and just my own experience in that Mars recruitment, we discovered a secret space program, this multi-level shadow government with compartmentalism, things that happened after the Second World War, and the infiltration coming in from Project Paperclip to the American government, MK Ultra having so many branches. So it's like, okay, here's a warning about the misplaced power that exists and will persist if we as an American people don't start to become empowered, which is basically what I got from it. I could feel a lot of pride in a lot of my family members about that speech. But I would say that I'm a family member that has, I think, recognized some layers that were not brought to my attention growing up, that I've been able to sort of share with them. And again, there's compartmentalism. The NSA signed something in 1947 that made it legal, like a law, that you couldn't disclose this sort of stuff without massive ramifications. And here we are in this particular window, without oaths being signed by many of us, with more freedom of speech and more of an ability to bring light to all of this. And that's why the speech is really relevant, because it rings true to today. Those warnings are something that we're beginning to finally uncover.
Actually started back in 1955 with the Eisenhower administration that was forced into a treaty, somewhat of a surrender with a Nazi faction that had been operating. One of the witnesses that was Brigadier General Stephen Loveton, who was on Eisenhower's staff, was aware that he lost control of the corporations and that it would not be in the best of hands. And so once this treaty was signed, Nelson Rockefeller restructured the whole CIA MJ-12 operations. So now our legal government is no longer in the loop. They also replaced the complete MJ-12 group that was originally set up by President Truman with Allen Dulles as MJ-1, or head of the MJ-12 operations. Of all people, he was highly instrumental in the Nazi infiltration. What happened was, when this happened, all of the reverse engineering operations that were at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio moved to Area 51 S4, where Eisenhower realized that he had lost control when he attempted to look into it. He was denied access. Your five-star general was really pissed, so he threatened to invade Area 51 with the First Army out of Colorado. And until they allowed two agents to give a report of what's going on. And what they found was that several craft were being reverse engineered that were extraterrestrial and German origin.
One of the ways that the Nazis obtained their advanced technology before World War II was through the use of a channeler called Maria Orsic. Maria Orsic was channeling telepathic messages from extraterrestrials that were offering her plans and schematics to actually create anti-gravity craft. Maria Orsic channeled this information for the Occult Thrill Society in Germany. This information was later used by these German secret societies to build out many of their crafts. Because they were focused more on the qualitative superiority rather than the quantitative, they were more focused on having more advanced technology rather than more tanks and boots on the ground. They were losing the ground war in Europe, but they were obtaining the more advanced technology. And to save that technology, they took it down to Antarctica pre and during World War II.
In the late 1930s, the Nazis had an expeditionary group go down to Antarctica, and they found some very interesting things. They found a region under the ice that was created by geothermal heat from volcanoes, and there would be 3 miles of ice, and a few thousand feet above the ground level would have been melted by the geothermal heat, and the rest of the ice acts as an insulator, causing it sort of like an igloo effect, and the dough would grow from the heat, the geothermal heat, and it would melt and run under the ice without some force lubricating the ice and causing it to move. But underneath these areas, they were finding perfect areas to build submarine bases. So not only did the Nazis build out submarine bases, as they developed more and more of their space program, they developed out a massive spaceport. After these spaceports were developed, and the Nazis have handed it over to basically the Americans began to develop more and more research development bases in Antarctica. In the late 1950s, a treaty was signed that stated that Antarctica was only to be used for peaceful research. We were basically arriving and digging giant holes into the ice in various areas and building out these giant complexes, much like I think it was called Project Iceberg back in the 1960s, where in Greenland, the United States Army Corps of Engineers was building out an ICBM base hidden under the ice, and it was very sophisticated. I'm told that they were very similar in when they were built and how they were built to buildings that were built in this way. Companies that were given access to these rebar bases began to develop NBC testing, they called it nuclear, biological, chemical testing, which in the programs usually translates into working with clones, working with different chemical compounds to affect how people develop psychologically or physiologically. So a lot of very, very dark scientific programs began to be developed down in Antarctica, and we are going on to this very day. One of the biggest things that the fall has not wanted us to know about are the existence of these armed bases, all of the horrible crimes against humanity that are occurring on these armed bases.
On December 9th, 2015, William Tompkins released his epic book, Selected by Extraterrestrials. I became aware of it early in 2016, but it wasn't until he had conducted several interviews that he and I became friends and began speaking regularly. The story of William Tompkins is quite amazing. Here's a man who's 93 years old, and he gets hired right as he begins his military career in the Navy, working in a highly classified program for the United States government at the highest levels, where he was personally responsible for getting information from 23 different American spies who were embedded in the German secret space program, which apparently included bases in Antarctica.
A single Navy operative went into Germany. This is like 1939. He didn't believe this, but there was very strange organizations and different research groups all over, not just Germany, but in the occupied countries too. And strangely enough, Germany was putting in production fantastic vehicles. They didn't have wings on these aircraft. They didn't have empennage or tail. They had landing gears. Some of them were triangular shaped. Some were rectangular shaped. Some were round shaped like a saucer. And so he, being a spy for the Navy, found out all of these fantastic situations that were going on inside of Germany. And this is an important point. Instead of him going to his boss, coming back to the United States, he went directly to the Secretary of the Navy, Forrestal. Forrestal gets tapped on the shoulder. He gets told, don't select a Navy officer to head up these operatives. Why? He's told to select somebody who had never been in Annapolis. Now, almost every Navy officer, whether they're a 1-star or lieutenant commander, they've all been through Annapolis to learn how to be a Navy officer. It turns out Forrestal is told that every book in the libraries, every book in the colleges, every book in the universities, every book on this planet is misinformation. It's misinformation. So, which is initiated by the Draco reptilians as far back as 6,000 years ago.
The reptilians really came into control and started to be able to manipulate what was going on the face of the planet about 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. It is true that they have different masking technologies to be able to be in a room and look like a human, but usually they're in underground bases in various places on the globe, as well as in a huge area in Antarctica. The southeast region has a large number of underground caverns that are kept extremely warm, too warm for humans, by geothermal heat. It's a perfect place for all of these colonies that the reptilians have. They're basically cities, huge cities with millions of them.
So, the Secretary of the Navy selects Riccobono. He's not even an American. He comes over here with his family. He goes to school here. He goes to the second year in high school. He leaves school. He joins the Navy as a third-class seaman. Works his way up in the Navy. Now he's a commander. Okay? That commander is selected by the Secretary of the Navy to head up all of these operatives to go back into Germany and find out what's going on. Because that individual had never had misinformation given to him about every technical field on the planet.
Everything we learn in the establishment-controlled education systems is specifically designed to program our minds away from the truth. Physics is wrong. Medicine is wrong. History is wrong. Everything we are taught in textbooks is mainly wrong. And this is done purposefully so we don't understand how to move our bodies, how to feed our bodies, what really happened in the past, what technology can really do these days. All of these things if we learn them, would help us empower ourselves, would help us actually understand what's really going on with our reality.
Now, if you were to go to San Diego, look over at North Island, you're going to see a tall building like this. There's a small office on the top of that building, which is the secret office for the animal. This is where the operatives come from. So, the admiral's aide comes to my barracks, taps me on the shoulder, and he only says one word: he's here. We drive over to that building, we get up to the top, go into this conference room, a small room. Admiral Riccaboni sits here, I sit here, and one of 3 other bosses that I have are all captains. So now I have 3 captains as bosses, and now a 2-star admiral. He just got another raise. Wow. He just came back from Lockheed. He just came back from Scripps Institute. He just came back from all the aircraft companies. Wow. Now he's got these operatives coming in. So the operative sits on the other side of the... He discloses to us these fantastic things that Germany is doing that make no sense. Now I have 8 girls and 3 PhDs as a group. We put together a package from what the operative brings back. Some of it is photographs. Once in a while, it's a manual, hardly any manual. A couple of manuals were not even in English, German, or any other language. They were extraterrestrial hieroglyphics. You see all of this stuff. You hear it. You understand what the Germans are doing. They didn't just get documents from the extraterrestrials. They got brand spanking new space vehicles. Here's one. Here's another one. They brought these. They take you inside. They show you how to drive it. So they put me in a secret laboratory, which is designing, not flying wings like Northrop does, okay? These are just a fuselage with no wings and no tail. Half airplane, half spaceship. This is what Northrop is designing. Our first spaceship, our U.S. Navy attack class submarines. We put together programs that went all the way out into the galaxy, not just this galaxy.
The military industrial complex, back when they were testing a lot of the technology that they had received from the Nazis after World War II, as well as from the T's. When they were testing, doing proof of concept testing, they had attached this technology to regular submarine, and then they flew it out of our atmosphere. That was the first time that they were really able to fly a vessel out of our atmosphere using electromagnetic technology. The reason that they used the submarine was, of course, because they were self-enclosed. The crews that served on them were used to serving 6 months or more away from home and having all of their supplies with them. And they had the psychology of being able to handle those tight quarters for such a long time. The technology developed to a point where they developed the finances, the financial schemes to begin to build out fleets of these long cigar-shaped craft. Some of them were kilometer long or longer, and they could make them longer by putting in sections. And the sections were modular, just like in modern submarines. They could take apart the fuselage and pull out sections. It could, one of these modules could be set for like 3 or 4 months as a laboratory for a bunch of different scientific programs. And then at its next time in port, the modules are swapped out and then it's a hospital for the ship. the module's swapped out the next time, it's troop transport, or it's just a long haul freighter. So these ships are very modular, and in the beginning they were using power systems that were nuclear. Then they moved to thorium type of electrical generation, and then they moved to some sort of 0-point electrical generation, and that is what they currently use.
This is totally unreal that this happened like in 1942 on this planet. Extraterrestrial coming from who knows where out in the galaxy. Germany gets to be the country that these Draco reptilians pick out to do two types of missions. One, to remove all of the people that Hitler didn't want in his country, and every one of them around the planet. Two, to take every man, woman, and child off this planet and put them in slave factories, men, women, and children, to build and construct all these different types of Draco Navy space battle group ships. This may sound like insanity. This is what happened.
He had concluded from what these insiders were telling him that the Germans had actually made treaties with a highly aggressive and highly negative reptilian humanoid race they've called the Saurians or the Draco. This treaty involved the Nazis actually being given workable technology that is built with our own conventional systems. They use a sort of mercury turbine of the type of mercury called red mercury. And then they are actually able to leave the Earth. They had a settlement on the moon. They had a settlement on Mars. And they were doing this stuff as early as 1939, even before World War II actually started. As you can imagine, everybody was thinking he was crazy, but yet these insiders were reporting literally standing there, in which you have 8-foot tall, even 12 to 14 foot tall reptilian extraterrestrials, terrifying in appearance. They smell bad, actually advising the Germans on how to build this stuff in these various bases, including that in Antarctica.
Operation High Jump was an operation commissioned in 1947 that was led by Admiral Richard Byrd. And on the public level, it was said that this was a scientific exploration. But what happened was that this operation was commissioned with 33 ships, 13 aircraft, and 5,000 men. Now, this was not a scientific exploration with that many men and that many ships. What Operation High Jump actually was commissioned for was to go down to Antarctica and basically root out the Nazi installations that they had built pre and during World War II. The DC flyover was an event that occurred over successive weekends in July of 1952 in Washington, D.C. And what had happened was that there was a mass sighting right over the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. There was many lights in the sky. Now, many people believe that this was a UFO or an extraterrestrial incident, but in fact it was not. It was German saucers, German craft that were flying over the Capitol building and essentially forcing the hand of the Americans to accept many of these Nazi scientists into their control structures. When many of these Nazi scientists came into America after World War II in Operation Paperclip, they infiltrated into basically every power structure in the United States, government, media, medical systems, basically everything. After World War II, James Forrestal went to Germany to tour many of the research facilities the Germans had over in Europe, and John F. Kennedy actually accompanied him on those tours. Some believe that Kennedy was actually given information by Forrestal about secret space programs and the UFO phenomenon. And near the end of James Forrestal's career, he was also embroiled in many policy struggles within the United States government. He wanted to disclose the UFO phenomenon and the technologies associated with it. It was said that he committed suicide by jumping out of a high-rise hospital that he was staying in at the time of his death. But of course, many people are also believing that he was actually pushed out of the window and in fact assassinated to prevent him from working to disclose these technologies and UFO projects.
They had a really troubled Eisenhower that passed over the torch over to Kennedy, before leaving his famous speech of, beware of misplaced powers in the industrial military complex, and only alert knowledgeable citizenry can protect our future liberties and freedoms. Kennedy, with his background in Office of Naval Intelligence, documents show that he was aware all the way back in 1942 of operations happening. Kennedy had Alan Dulles as the CIA director. Finding the nefarious activities that Alan Dulles was doing, he eventually fired Dulles and replaced with John McCone. Because Kennedy was trying to look into these activities, Alan Dulles set up an assassination directive that was revealed in what was called the Burn Memo, one of James Jesus Angleton's memos that they were attempting to try to destroy all. One intelligence operative was able to pull it, basically saying that Lancer, or the code word for JFK, has been looking into our activities. This group must not allow. This group was working with the group that was with the Treaty of 1955. So when Kennedy put forth the top secret document to the CIA directors looking into the MJ-12 and CIA operations with the extraterrestrial, he was silenced with assassination 10 days later. Years went by. By the way, the Warren Commission, which, Kennedy's famous speech of infiltrated monolithic conspiracy and beware of the dangers of secrecy and secret societies, ironically, the Warren Commission, who said, we have a lone gunman that did this, was all made up of 33rd degree Freemasons. Afterward, the CIA put out a memorandum to its operatives to use the term conspiracy theorists for anybody questioning it. And it's used today as a common ploy to discredit people who are questioning the situation.
The closest we ever came to having technologies and the existence of non-terrestrials go public was actually in 1962-63. I'm told through alliance sources that President Kennedy was indeed going to make some announcements, and also make announcements that he was going to take drastic steps against some of the secret societies that run the world. Therefore, they worked through the CIA to have him eliminated. When he was eliminated in a very public way, the cabal came into power in a very public way. They had been controlling means very overtly to that point. And since then, they have overtly controlled the destiny of its means.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society. So secret we can't talk. What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go on. Number 322.
Yale University is 300 years old this year. Were you to visit its campus, you would see that it still has exotic clubhouses, which look like tombs where Yale's legendary secret societies meet.
The videotape provides a grainy glimpse into what appear to be the initiation rituals of a secret society that's been around since 1832. Members have gone on to be leaders of Wall Street and the White House, the Senate and the Supreme Court. What they captured, they say, was initiates, known as neophytes, being forced to kiss a skull, then members performing a mock killing. Still, Rosenbaum says the tape is a valuable artifact, an extremely rare view into the secret society that groomed the American ruling class for generations. Dan Harris, ABC News, New York.
We see the remains of humans with elongated skulls all over the world. When you look at Egypt, there are countless depictions of the pharaohs having these weirdly elongated skulls. This includes Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their daughter Meritaten. In the case of Meritaten, there are multiple granite busts that you can see that were carved of her, in which she clearly has no hair and has this freakishly elongated skull. Remember, this is a culture that was apparently building pyramids at the time that these sculptures were made. The people with the elongated skulls had apparently been keeping their lineage secret and hidden from the Egyptian priesthood. But then remember that Egypt became weak and it was conquered by Rome. What happened when the Romans got in there is that they made a secret agreement with these people in the Egyptian priesthood who still had the elongated skulls. They created a safe haven for them in the Vatican City. The Library of Alexandria was burned down, but only with a false flag where they burned tax documents and stuff. They took all the good stuff that included books from before they came to Earth and relocated that to the Vatican Library. Then you go across to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Once again, you have a pyramid building culture in Mesoamerica with people depicted in their inscriptions who have elongated skulls. Unlike the case of Egypt, in Mesoamerica, we now have the added benefit that there are multiple elongated skulls that have been dug up and were not censored, but are actually on display in museums in places like Bolivia. We have the researcher Brian Forster, who is bringing out new examples of elongated skulls, and they are being genetically tested, they're being analyzed, and they have clear physiological differences from the skulls that the rest of us have. These people have very large brains. Discover Magazine in the year 2009 came out with an article called What Happened to the Hominids Who Were Smarter Than Us? And it describes how in the early 20th century, elongated skulls were found in Boskop, South Africa, thus earning them the name Boskop skulls. They were given ceremonial burials. Apparently these people were revered in their society. But the article claims that the brain volume is almost twice what ours would be, and thus the average person in their society would have an IQ of 150, and some of them could have an IQ that goes up to 300. These weird elongated skulls were also found in the dig in Siberia in a town called Omsk, and the men who dug them up were so afraid that many of them actually started crying and left their jobs and refused to come back. We furthermore see in the case of the Mongolian conquerors that there were reports of them having weird elongated skulls. And most recently, even in Europe, we have found tombs of the nobility, the wealthy people who preserve their bloodlines, such as in France. And they also have this bizarre elongated skull feature. It wasn't until insiders started talking to me that I thought about the fact that in the Vatican, you see people wearing these mitre hats, and those hats would very nicely conceal an elongated skull. These people with elongated skulls would look like us in their faces, and the hat would conceal the only thing that would make them appear to be different. My research also turned up data on an Italian noble family from the 14th century known as the D'Este clan. The D'Este clan had very close ties to the Vatican. What's so bizarre is when you look at a painting of Prince Leonello D'Este and someone who is either his sister or his wife, scholars don't really know, they usually call her Princess D'Este. They both have freakishly elongated skulls in this painting. The story gets even more interesting when you trace the descendants of the D'Este clan, the lineage that they left behind. For what you find is that King George I, who began ruling in 1714, was a direct bloodline descendant of these people who obviously had the elongated skulls in the 1400s. Then you find out that a variety of earlier British consorts, meaning nobility, also were direct descendants of the D'Este clan. Then it gets even more outrageous when you discover that the royal families of Norway, Sweden, Spain, and Denmark are all descendants of the same elongated skull D'Este clan. Let's not forget that only recently we found royal tombs in France and other countries in Europe in which the nobility again had these elongated skulls. And if you think this only has to do with divine right of kings and European nobility, you would be wrong. In 1988, an article in the New York Times traced fully 13 out of all of the 40 U.S. presidents at the time as having a direct bloodline connection to European nobility. In 2012, a 12-year-old girl named Brigitte d'Avignon actually did a much more complex genealogical study of the U.S. presidents using the power of the internet and computers.
On the School Watch tonight, the story of a 7th grader from Salinas who claims to have made a major discovery about President Obama. She and her grandfather said that President Obama is related to all but one U.S. president.
And she found that 42 out of 43 U.S. presidents all had a common ancestor in King John I from England. And this is not just any old king. This is the guy who actually chartered the Magna Carta, which became the defining element that turned into the British Constitution.
D'Avignon says she spent countless hours on the internet over the summer researching the lineage of our presidents, a project that started with her trying to trace her own family tree.
But I'm the first historian to do all the testing.
So that's almost all of the U.S. presidents that we've ever had. The bottom line is these people are tracking their lineage, they're tracking their bloodline, and they're making sure that their own people get steered into the positions of the highest power and influence worldwide, including the United States of America.
Within secret societies, there can be both good and bad people, white hats and black hats. So many of these secret societies are, of course, involved in very dark practices. But there are also secret societies out there that are harboring knowledge and information and technology to keep it out of the hands of the deep state or the black hats, or the people that would do detriment to these technologies.
Some of the, I guess, very well names I won't mention, but are on the front rows of most watching this video, are highly involved not only in some slave trade aspects, but are also involved in dealing with non-terrestrials and dealing with organized crime down here on Earth and how it's related to this world.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time. Director Deutsch, I will refer you to 3 specific agency operations known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s. to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. For the record, my name is Mike Rupert, or UPPERT. I did bring this information out 18 years ago, and I got shot at and forced out of LAPD because of it. I've been on the record for 18 years nonstop, and I'll be happy to give you, Congressman, anything that I have.
A lot of these elites are running a lot of financial scams, drug programs to raise money for these secret programs that they have going on. And they take full advantage of this access.
They probably don't age anymore. And you know, 1%er, you don't know who they are. You don't even know what they look like. You don't even know their name. They could go down and be at a 7-Eleven, you wouldn't even know it. So they could not age and you wouldn't know it. Never get sick. Offspring would be born. They'd be super smart, super strong. Quality of life improved in every direction. And I'm sure the 1%ers are enjoying it. While the rest of us are dying from disease, malformities and such that they walk around. Body view. That's just medical area. Then think about the other thing. Transportation. Vehicles that travel around. Home, security, all that stuff. Just, like somebody in modern suburbia looking at a man in a cage. Where's the man in the cage?
What very often occurs is that an elite will get to a very old ripe age, or they will die, or they will die in some sort of accident. Publicly, privately, they are taken, and depending on their level, they can either age regress or they have their consciousness basically downloaded into a clone that is exactly what they are. They then disappear from the public eye forever and go into these programs or go into retirement. This is something that pops up a lot of elites, and everyone that is sort of deeply knows that the elite have access to many of them like their career.
What the deep state or the cabal or the new world order is a small group of very powerful but very psychopathic individuals that have acquired a lot of money, a lot of technology, and a lot of information over the course of centuries.
Definitely politicians. The older ones. One that are cheer people back to power. 1%ers. Chairman of the boards. That's one thing. You never know their names, don't know their faces, and they control all the power.
The more you get involved in these societies, the deeper and deeper you go, the more compromised you become. You start to learn more and more of the secret teachings. You have to work really hard for the knowledge. It can take years of time. You keep accessing higher and higher levels of rank, and they keep dropping these little seeds in as you go on. Seeds that start to blossom in your mind and make you think differently. Ultimately, if you go far enough down this road, you will be invited to participate in things like pedophilia and human sacrifice. And if you don't do it, it's the offer you can't refuse. They may actually even kill you. Once you partake in these activities, whether you like them or not, they now have leverage they can use against you. If you ever dare to speak out against this group, they have photographs, they have films, they have the footage that can absolutely ruin your life.
Deze mensen, de meeste daarvan, hadden een Luciferiaanse geloof. En dan kan iedereen zeggen, ja, geloof bestaat niet, God bestaat niet, alles bestaat niet. Nou, voor die mensen was het de waarheid en de werkelijkheid. Hun diende dus iets onstoffelijks. Hun diende wat zij noemden Lucifer. En ik kwam dus ook in die kring. Alleen ik lachte erom, want het waren voor mij gewoon klanten. Dus ik kwam in wat ze noemen Satanskerken. Nou zeggen, dit heb ik nu al satanisme. Ja, oké. Ik kwam dus in Satanskerken, maar ik kwam zeg maar op route even langs, even buurten. En daar was dan op dat moment een heilige mis. Een heilige soort mis. En dat was met blote vrouwen en wat drank en dit en dat. En ik vond het alleen maar leuk. Ik hechtte weinig of geen geloof aan hun geloof, of ik was er eigenlijk niet eens van overtuigd dat het überhaupt allemaal bestond.
Het was meer een schouwspel.
Ja, ik zag gewoon de donkerte en de slechtheid, de diepte daarvan zit in de mens zelf. Ik koppelde het nog niet zo. Maar ook die kringen verkeerde ik dus in, omdat ja, als gast zeg maar. Omdat ik vond het allemaal wel leuk. Al die blote vrouwen en al die dingetjes die daar speelden. Het was het vrije leven. Maar er kwam een moment, toen werd ik dus uitgenodigd, en daarom vertel ik het ook, om mee te gaan doen aan offers in het buitenland. Dat was het breekpunt. Kinderen. Dat werd zich gevraagd. Ja, ik kon het niet.
The reason that these elite dark occult societies sacrifice and traffic children, first and foremost, is the energy associated with it. So when a human is in the state of fear and trauma, they release a energy, and this energy can be picked up by essentially negative extraterrestrial beings, negative archonic influences, and they feed off of it. They literally feed off the energetic release of fear and trauma. When these dark groups use children, because a child is not mentally programmed yet as an adult is, they are much more innocent, they're much more connected into their higher selves, or into their divine, if you will. The trauma that they release is much more potent than using adults. During these ritualistic practices that the elite participate in, one of the compounds that is released in the children's body during torture, during trauma, is a compound called adrenochrome. It's released out of the adrenal gland during highly traumatized incidents, and this adrenochrome acts as essentially a drug. These secret societies that make up the deep state are nothing new. This actually spans back thousands and thousands of years, and they have always occulted this information for themselves. But we need to understand what occulted actually means. Occulted just simply means hidden in Latin. It doesn't necessarily mean good or bad, it just means hidden. So these secret society groups have hidden or occulted this information for thousands and thousands of years. They've kept it to themselves, and they haven't shared it with anybody outside of their inner circles.
The secret societies are really more of a front organization that they use to recruit people, and they will gradually over time find out exactly how ruthless and bloodthirsty you are. It is only as you go farther and farther into this, you become embedded with your brothers in a brotherhood, you become more and more involved, you get deeper and deeper in, and then they start hitting you with the really heavy stuff. Until we face as a society that these things are actually happening, and that there is a centralized control group that is responsible for this, we will be doomed for these people to continue to exert their control over us. If we don't learn how to respect each other, then we're never going to make any progress. We need to learn from the Me Too movement and understand that there is corruption, there is rape, there is pedophilia, there is child trafficking, there is human sacrifice, there is cannibalism. And all of these things are happening because there is a hidden elite that actually uses these behaviors as part of their religious sacrament. It actually doesn't matter whether you believe that these people exist or not. The bottom line is that they are actually advertising themselves constantly. They do it in movies. There's a whole set of symbols that you can look for in movies that show their influence. They do it in video games. They do it in television shows. They do it in music videos like crazy. They do it in awards ceremonies. And it's always in your face. Now is the time for us to get our heads out of the sand and understand that even if these things do seem unthinkable to us, there are people today who are actively practicing this. The evidence is voluminous, and really what it boils down to is that people don't want to look at the evidence because it is so upsetting.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Solar Warden went active 1980, 1981. It was funded in large part by SDI. That money was funneled off in many different ways. Solar Warden was developed to do exactly what its name says, to increase our solar system. Yes, we were now able, we had the technology to prevent interloper ET races coming into our solar system, grabbing our people, now stop them. So, Solar Warden was developed and began to do its job of cleansing the solar system. At the same time, we have a planetary conglomerate, which is made up of all of these military industrial complex corporations. We have all of these other programs that are developing technology at the same time are developing much more advanced technologies. So advanced, in fact, that there are ET races that come here to trade for our technology.
Corey Good is the one insider I found whose testimony ties all of these different threads together. I've heard Corey have knowledge of something that each of the different other insiders I've spoken to had said to me in the past. Nobody else had ever done that before. And that was fascinating because I had not put this information online. The information was proprietary. It was things that I'd heard over the course of conversations that could have gone on for many, many dozens of hours over time, spreading across about 20 years worth of my own past history.
I think they chose children for these MyLab programs in several different ways. They definitely use standardized testing to identify whether they have a skill, a talent that they needed. Then they would check out their family life. They referred children from broken homes or from homes that were not harmonious because the children were used to being smacked around, were used to stressful environments, and the parents were not always as attentive. Therefore, the children were able to handle a lot more stress, and the parents may not notice certain behavior. Well, I guess you could say a typical day, if there is a typical day in the life of a MyLab, would be your parents dropping you off at school just like any other day. And except that day, pulled aside and told you're going to go on a field trip. You're in a special education class, or accelerated learning class, or special. You're being taken off campus to go look at dinosaurs. Well, you are taken, put in a van. Usually a person is driving that is military looking, sometimes in uniform. They would then drive us for a little over an hour to Carswell Air Force Base. We parked inside this van, and we walked to the back, and there was an elevator. And the elevator went down quite a ways, and when we came out, we were underground in Cold War era type. That would then lead us to another set of elevators that would take us down where we would get underground trains that would take us 500 miles per hour anywhere on the street. when we were sent to one of these locations, one of the shuttles, we would then go through, sometimes because of travel time, we would only get 45 minutes of training in, sometimes 2 or 3 hours of training in. Then we would go back, be debriefed, and they would give us a chemical, a shot, and they would sit us in a chair in front of a movie screen and basically hypnotize us and give us a screen memory of going to a museum looking at dinosaurs. They would then put us in the same van, drive us back to school, let us out, and as our parents picked us up, we would tell them all about looking at dinosaurs.
MK Ultra was a program done by the CIA in the 1950s and 60s, and within MK Ultra, they experimented with trauma-based mind control through the use of electroshock therapy, through the use of mind-altering drugs, through the use of even hypnotic regression and many other techniques to figure out how to control and program human beings.
There was programming at bases. They use military bases because they won't have any interference when they have someone on a military base. And a lot of my programs took place on a military base. I would like to talk about the fact that there are rituals done at the military base, and also in that rituals are not a cover. The people that do the mind control are involved, and rituals are very much part of how they do things. For example, naval intelligence members, or people that are in naval intelligence, are usually very involved in ordo-temple oriented. And that doesn't mean that everyone in naval intelligence is involved in it. But naval intelligence is responsible for a lot of overseeing of ritual activity in this country. And they are responsible for a lot of what's going on. There are other organizations, other agencies involved, and intelligence is very involved.
We were taken to some kind of facility out on the Nevada desert, and for a long time I thought it was Area 51. But there was also another underground facility at Tonopah, so either Area 51 or the Tonopah facility was taken to a medical dispensary type of place, and was sat down in a waiting room with lights off. Everything they did seemed to be to cover memory, to make sure that if anybody did remember anything, being in a room with the lights off, you wouldn't be able to see the people clearly, things like that. I was given fatigues to wear that night, with no rank insignia, no name tags, no identifying marks of any kind. Was forbidden to speak to the other people that I was out there with, beyond what was necessary to run the test. So the situation they put us in was very isolating and very frightening, terrifying actually. And so we got to this facility, we sat down in this waiting room with the lights off, and I still see it really clearly. I could draw a picture. And one by one, we had to go off to the side in this little room. Finally, they called my name, and I went into the little room. It was a small room. There was a security guard in there, and desert camo fatigues, wearing a sidearm. He was standing at parade rest. And I was told to lay down on this stainless steel examining table that looked old, like it was maybe from the 40s or 50s. And I lay down on there fully clothed. I didn't have to take anything off. And I waited for a long time with that security guard watching me. And finally some guy in a white lab coat came in, the same door I had gone in, to the room in. And he said, "Stay calm," 3 times in this really deadpan monotone voice. And he walked past the security guard, up the right side of the table, got up to the right side of my head, and then He had a hypodermic needle hidden in the sleeve of his lab coat, and he injected me in the side of the neck right here. And whatever the chemical was went straight to my brain. And, so I'm kind of in shock from whatever this injection was doing to me, because it went straight to the brain, and I was like, in shock. Suddenly there's two guys on either side of that table pulling me up by the arms and dragging me off the table and down through this doorway where there was a long flight of stairs going down. For some reason, I remember it as one long flight going down, not switchbacks like a lot of store cases are. It was just straight down. They half carried me, half dragged me down those stairs. And at the bottom of the stairs, there was like this little room that had a one-way mirror in it. And I went through the effects of that injection in that room. And I felt like, I've described it so many ways down through the years. It was kind of like feeling like your body's turning to soda pop fizz or beer foam. It's just like, when your leg goes to sleep and it comes back and there's all the pins and needles and tingling and everything else like that. It was like that was happening to my whole body. But super duper intense pins and needles. And I just curled up on the floor and just screamed because it was just doing this number on me, And I felt like I was coming apart somehow. I don't know why or how I thought that, but that's how my body felt. It felt like it was just going to come apart and run down a drain in the floor. And I had a feeling that because of that mirrored thing on the wall, I think it was a one-way mirror, and they were looking at me through the mirror to watch me go through the effects of this. And I racked my brain to try to come up with some idea of what this injection was and what it was for. And the only thing I've been able to come up with is maybe they were trying to create a chemical version of Ascension.
One of the technologies that I was exposed to while in my lab programs were the chemical cocktails they would use on us. They would use them to enhance us in many different ways. And some of the ways that we would be enhanced would be if we discovered we had an intuitive empath. There was a cocktail that they would give us that would enhance many fold stronger. They would also give cocktails to people that would be in hormones in them that would make them stronger and faster and think. A major part of the program was that when you started, they were not quite sure where they would send you. A lot of the kids that were in these programs, they would end up in different syndicates, creating birds looking for the ball. A small percentage, very small, end up going into some secret space program.
Certain children who had certain DNA, and I was connected with that. And what they did was, when we were like 5 and 6 years old, they took us there, and they trained us, and we did, we learned and we trained and we did all sorts of operations when we were there. Now, when I was 5 years old, my parents moved to Los Angeles at the time, out of the blue, and I was living on Sepulveda Boulevard. And the most junk rooms for children were on at 999 Sepulveda Boulevard. And I didn't know, so I had these memories before I knew that this particular information about this Mars jump was on Sepulveda Boulevard. It was a lot of training, so say from 5 years old to 25 years old was spent there, and I know some of the people now who are back here, but what they did then at the end of the Mars, at the end of that thing, is they used age regression technology, brought us back to 5 years old, and then placed us exactly back to where we were.
The reason so few went into the secret space program was that most of the participants, almost all of the participants, are pulled from various military branches. They bring people in to the military, send them through training, testing, find out where their skills and if they have the fortitude for this type of mission. And then they're invited in or drafted in, and they'll serve a 20-year term. And this is referred to as a 20-year. And after that 20 years, they're actually age regressed back in time. So the technology that was handed to us by non-terrestrials, and then there's buttoned up in time, goes back in their life, and then finish out the rest of the military term, and then return to civilian life. I have no memory of serving in the space program. The whole point of regressing people back in time after serving the 20 and back, and why people remember, has to do with the deal that was made with an extraterrestrial that gave us that technology. There's a lot of them that are engaged in a time and space battle with reptilian. This battle's gone on many thousands of years.
When delving into this research, some people formulate ideas that there's only good extraterrestrials here or there's only bad extraterrestrials here. But we need to understand that the law of polarity is universal. There's both good or benevolent extraterrestrials here to help us, and there's negative extraterrestrials here to essentially feed off of us and traumatize us into a state of fear. These negative extraterrestrial species involve some gray species. They also involve many reptilian species and many non-physical archonic entities that can also remotely influence and utilize much of that fear energy and traumatized energy that we release.
Towards the end of my training, it started to become pretty clear that I had done very well in the intuitive empath training. I'd done very well in the rest of the general training that I was given. And I was starting to be introduced to non-terrestrial beings. So it became very obvious that I was going to be interacting with non-terrestrials, and I assumed it to be an awful environment. Little did I know that I was going to be drafted in this program when I was 16 years old. And it was during my Christmas break between the age of 16 and 17 years old, between 17 and 15. I was taken from my room. I was then taken to Hartsville Air Force Base. I was then transported to the Moon, where I sat and signed a bunch of papers that were non-disclosures, were just a big stack of papers signing my life. And I wasn't even 17 years old. The Lunar Operations Event is a movie. It was built out originally by the Germans in the late 1930s, early 1940s. While they were building this complex, they had utilized an ancient alien building that was not too terribly far away. They had found a bunch of these buildings on the way, and they found one of the buildings that they were able to patch up with some of the concrete they made from the regolith. They then were able to pressurize it and use it as a base of operations while they built out the lunar operation. After a number of years, and after Operation Paperclip, it served its purpose and integrated the Nazis into the military-industrial complex. The LOC was handed over to the Americans. When approaching the moon from Earth in an electromagnetic craft, you will find the moon will be at a distance, and then it will grow very quickly in front of you. And then the next thing you know, you are above the surface. You will then fly in the electromagnetic craft at breakneck speeds so that you don't feel the motion. You find yourself hovering maybe 90 feet, 300 feet above the surface of the moon. Incredible speeds until you reach a crater. And then you find yourself orbiting the crater. The person piloting the craft radios in, requests for permission to land. All of a sudden, the little bees kind of occurs, and then space. It's an operation. And as you fly down and over, there is a control tower where they control the airplane. As you fly around this base to make your final approach, you see a secondary crater. And as you fly down into that crater, it's fairly deep, and you end up popping out into the lava tube section, where you immediately see a giant building built into the middle of the lava tube that blocks the entrance, built kind of like the shape of a bow. And it looks like the outside of a battleship. Then fly in and land in the bay, and you're now at the lunar operation community.
Well, some of the testimony that's come to me over the last year in particular has been nothing short of startling in terms of the degree to which the space program, the secret space program, is expanded. I've talked to people who have said that there is and has been an ongoing extrasolar planetary colonization program that's been going on for decades and decades. I mean, to the point where one of the people who had actually gone, that this was the claim he made, that he was on a warp-capable spacecraft that went from here to the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy in 20 minutes. And that when they got there, they located at least 8 Earth-like planets in some of the star systems along the edge of the galaxy. And 8 of those planets had human life on them. They were Earth-sized planets, of course, well, sun-like stars similar to our sun, at approximately the same distances. They wound up using some kind of radio telemetry sensors to determine which ones were broadcasting in conventional radio and television signals. They found 2 planets like that, 2 of which were speaking English. And the minute I heard this, I thought, this is completely baloney, or this system, this whole program has been going on for a lot longer than a decade or 3. But he described seeing cities and roads and cars and people in conventional clothing speaking English. And there's only one way that that's possible other than a parallel universe type of scenario, and that is that the program's been going on much longer.
Right after about the 6-year mark, and age 20 and back, I found out some very disturbing details that no one on the ship knew about. And, well, almost. I was approached by a petty officer, someone who I honestly had a crush on, and she used that to her advantage. She needed me and an engineer to help her get into her room, restricted and look into some files. She wanted to know what was in these files. She had that. Well, we helped her get in, and I was standing watch. She and the engineer opened up one of the pods, and they were cryogenic chambers, and they were full of people that had basically been treated like they were While I saw this a little bit from a distance, some gas was escaping from this pod. It overcame the petty officer and the engineer, and they collapsed. And as I was turning to run through the door I was watching, I collapsed. After I came to in the sick bay, they had explained that the 2 others had died in the accident, and that I was being held for debriefing. I was then debriefed, told not to repeat the information to anyone else if I wasn't invaluable to the path. My fate would have been much different. So they sent me back to my regular duties and told me that from time to time I was going to be pulled over to work on a different deck on a different project. And this project was basically a galactic slave trade. It turned out that for many decades, while we were developing the technology to try to fight some of the negative routines, there were extraterrestrials coming into our solar system, coming to our planet, swoop down and kidnap them and leave them. And they take them and trade them off into some sort of acquisition triplets. After a while, the benevolent powers that be decided, you know what, this is a commodity. If we start calling our own people and trading them off to these extraterrestrials, their trinkets, their technology, their biologicals, that's what happened. They would trade human beings for biological samples, much like what Emery Smith would end up receiving in his lab and doing different experiments on. And they would also get technology. And they would trade the humans off. The humans would go off to use in any number of ways. Humans are very coveted. People aren't only leaving to be food for reptilians. It's a small percentage. Most of them are being used for skills. Humans are very well known for our engineering, our creativity, our ability to bring things from our mind and create them and engineer them. And strangely enough, they're coveted and used in that fashion. So the Cabal group has been basically utilizing human beings as a resource. So these little groups of people from all of these different programs started to join and work very quietly and secretly to not only find out the full truth of what was going on, but find a way to the SSP Alliance is a very small fraction of this overall secret space program or secret space programs under one of the So the only technology that they have is what they brought with them. It is a red tech group that is doing their best to bring full disclosure to humanity. They don't want a slow, protracted disclosure. They want all of these technologies to all of humanity. It's not any one group, any one country, to everything. And that is what the Secret Space Program has been working on.
The collective story that these insiders have shared with me is much bigger than where the UFO community had been going up until then, and thus it has utterly revolutionized the whole discussion of what everyone is now talking about. Whether they agree with it or not, everyone has had to deal with the concept of the secret space program.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
On September 10th, 2001, the day before 9/11, then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld testified in front of congressmen about $2.3 trillion missing from the Pentagon. In 2015, an Inspector General report came out detailing that number grew $2.3 trillion to $6.5 trillion missing from the Pentagon. This money is going into unacknowledged projects both above our heads and below ground, into underground military bases and secret space programs with technology far beyond what many of us can even realize.
Our black budget, for instance, garners $1.023 trillion every 2 years. It's over $500 billion a year. Right now, there are 131 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site. It used to be, it would take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. Area 51 is only one base, one of the 131 bases. Of these 131 bases, I call Area 51 a mega base. It's got more than one base. It's Tonopah Test Range, Area 51, S2, S4, Groom Lake, and a host of others. Now, these mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now, we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases solely.
China has built 50 different ghost cities that collectively are built to hold an estimated 64 billion inhabitants. Apartment buildings, roads, all of the infrastructure, all the plumbing, all the electrical, everything you need for a city, and there's nobody there. 50 cities, 64 million people. And remember, China's gross domestic product is $11.2 trillion. They're not even spending a majority of their gross domestic product on these ghost cities, and yet they have the money to do it. It's only cost them a few $1 trillion. So once you start thinking about it that way, you start to see how much money $1,000 billion really is. $1 billion is a lot. If you're a billionaire, you can do anything you want. $1,000 billion is a sum of money that just gets dropped out there with this word trillion, but we're not really thinking about how it literally can build an entire civilization. The articles on China's ghost cities refer to it as China's multi-billion-dollar debt, not a debt in the trillions. In fact, in 2016, one estimate that I saw showed that the total estimated debt that China has gone into to build these ghost cities is only $2.5 trillion. Now that's 50 different cities that hold 64 million people, just because they think that as they continue to have a population boom, they need to have a place where these people can eventually go. But literally nobody is there right now. So imagine what that means when you start tossing around a figure of the too big to fail banks needing a bailout that, according to Senator Ron Paul, was $29 trillion. You're talking about over 10 times the amount of money that China needed to build 50 different ghost cities that can hold millions and millions and millions of people. So then the question is, where did all this money go? The total amount of money in the world in the 2008 year of the collapse, the gross world product, or GWP, was only $60 trillion. So the theft of $29 trillion from the printed out of hot air US dollar is half of the wealth of the entire world. Try to wrap your head around this, because what I'm telling you is, from all the insiders I've been speaking to for the last 20 years, they are building civilizations. It's just not above ground where we see it on the surface of the planet. There is vast amounts of underground drilling. There are huge caverns, 20, 30 miles wide, that they've built out into gorgeous, elaborate cities, and they're building entire civilizations on planets and moons in our solar system. This is where the money is going.
I have a copy of the Inspector General Act here in front of me. It says, among other things, that it's your responsibility to conduct and supervise audits and investigations relating to the programs and operations of your agency. So I'm asking you if your agency has, in fact, according to Bloomberg, extended $9 trillion in credit, which, by the way, works out to $30,000 for every single man, woman, and child in this country. I'd like to know, if you're not responsible for investigating that, who is?
At this point, we're conducting a learning facility project at a fairly high level. We've not gotten to a specific level of detail to really be in a position to respond to your question.
Have you conducted any investigation or auditing on the lawsuits that the Federal Reserve has experienced on its lending since last September?
We're still in the process of conducting that review until we actually go out and gather the information. I'm not in a position to respond to specific questions.
So are you telling me that nobody at the Federal Reserve is keeping track on a regular basis of the losses that it incurs in what is now a $2 trillion portfolio?
Until we actually look at the program and have the information, we are not in a position to say whether they're losses or to respond in any other way to them.
Mr. Chairman, my time is up, but I have to tell you honestly, I am shocked to find out that nobody at the Federal Reserve, including the Inspector General, is keeping track of this.
What's amazing is that right now we're seeing the very first audit of the Pentagon ever. And this audit could very well begin to expose the trillions and trillions, upwards of even 21 trillion, if not more, money than that, begin to be exposed. And we might even find out very soon where all this money actually went.
Let's go back now to the LIBOR scandal that happened in the wake of the 2008 economic collapse. LIBOR is an acronym that stands for London Interbank Offer Rate. And what we're finding is that these too big to fail banks are only appearing to be in competition with each other. The LIBOR scandal revealed that these guys are calling each other on the phone, colluding about how to rig their own interest rates so that one appears to be winning, one appears to be losing, but they're actually like branch offices of a single larger corporation. All of the apparent competition, oh, these guys' stock is going down, oh, it's a bloodbath. No. They're doing all this together. They're competing only on paper when in fact it's collusion. This is financial organized crime on such a massive scale. How can you arrest all the banks? They're too big to fail. This gets into a law that was passed in the United States in 1970 called the RICO Act, which stands for Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations. And that act was built to be able to take down massively organized crime. None of this really makes sense until you get back into the idea of the Federal Reserve System. Now, up until the Federal Reserve was founded in 1913, the United States essentially was in control of its own currency. This same banking cartel that we've been talking about worked behind the scenes to create a series of fake economic crises in the late 1800s and early 1900s, which caused regular Americans to have their savings wiped out. This became such a crisis that people were desperately calling for reform. And then the government comes along and says, look, we're bribed, corrupt politicians. We don't really know what we're doing. They have spokespeople saying these kinds of things in the media. Let's bring in the investors. Let's bring in the British bankers, the people who really know how to make money. They've been doing it for a long time. They're not just going to hold an office for a few years and go disappear. They are the guys who really understand how to run a financial system. So what did we do? We handed over the issuance of American currency to a private corporation of private bankers. When you see Federal Reserve note on the US dollar, that means it's printed by the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, since they came into power just over a century ago, has eroded the purchasing power of the US dollar by 99%. So what was really going on there? Do you think that these investors built up the equity of the United States, made us more profitable? It's exactly the opposite. We have been living in a prolonged economic depression. They just don't call it that because the metrics that we use to measure the economy are coming from a rigged system, just like we saw with LIBOR. Don't bother to look at the Dow Jones. Don't bother to look at the NASDAQ. That has nothing to do with the reality of everyone else and how hard it has become to earn a living. The complete wiping out of the middle class. You have rich and you have poor. And even among the rich, you then have super rich people where a concentrated small cluster of individuals have so much wealth that it could feed entire nations, entire peoples. So this is something that is an economic inequality that must be addressed. And the only way that we're ever really going to learn this is by a collective, massive understanding.
I say the elite powers and control, which is really the same as these central banking dynasties that are basically sitting over the nations. They are a form of global government, except that they are not government at all. They're just dominants. They are dominants. They are the ones that issue the orders to all the nations. As we saw clearly in 1947, after Roswell, we saw these elite powers and control issue these orders to all the nations that anything real that comes up in regards to alien visitors or UFOs must immediately be covered up at all costs, no matter what. And that was the first. That was how that wall, the embargo of truth, that Berlin Wall went up originally in 1947, and that's an example of that inaction over the nations. And that's the reason why disclosure and the images that conjures up in our minds is not a real thing, really, because the nations, whether you're talking about the United States or any place else, they don't have the actual agenda of aliens to reveal. They're not on the inside of that. They really aren't. The nations just follow orders. That's all they do. And that's what they're doing now, and that's what they're always doing. And when you see them all doing something strange or something that seems out of the ordinary, it's because they're following the orders.
We stand at the birth of a new millennium, ready to unlock the mysteries of space, to free the earth from the miseries of disease, and to harness the energies, industries, and technologies of tomorrow. A new national pride will stir our souls, lift our sights, and heal our divisions. It's time to remember that old wisdom our soldiers will never forget, that whether we are black or brown or white, we all bleed the same red blood of patriots.
After the inauguration, the president signed a number of secret memorandums stating that he wanted the release of advanced technology, that and a lot of his technology was involved in the space program. He was very aware. We know that President Trump is aware of advanced technologies because his uncle was the one who went in and cleared out the safe of Tesla after his death. So we were fairly sure that President Trump grew up bouncing on his uncle's knee, hearing stories of free energy. Aside from the secret space program alliance, we have a different alliance. It is made up of all of these countries that have been fighting against this cabal for 15 years or so. It is also made up of various military groups that have broken away from the cabal, such as elements of the United States military intelligence groups have broken away and have been participating with a lot of other breakaway groups in trying to overthrow the cabal that took over the United States back in the 1960s or 1963. This alliance, Earth Alliance, began to get more and more organized. And they got organized to a point to where some of them approached some generals and told them that they wanted to do a coup in the United States. These generals decided they would make one last ditch attempt to get rid of the cabal leader. And that's when they approached Trump, allegedly, to run for president and allow him to legally get the country back. The alliance is an international group. It is a confederacy. There are lots of different factions, some of which agree, some of which do not agree. Now, the only thing that they all have in common is they want to see this satanic, pedophile, elitist cabal come down in flames. They do not want trying to kill off most of the planet, trying to control all of this immensely high technology. The alliance also consists of a surprising majority now of personnel in the U.S. military and in the U.S. intelligence community. So we're going to have to deal with the fact, sooner or later, probably sooner, that not everybody in the government is bad. This is part of the psyop that was put out through movies and through media to get us to completely distrust all levels of society, all of the institutions, so that no one will ever be able to oppose these people. You're not going to do this by a bunch of keyboard warriors on the internet. They're not going to actually take the solid action that needs to be taken. What you do need to see is what we now are counting up in August 2018 as 45,000 sealed indictments. Now, this is on the official U.S. government court record. You can go to the pacer.gov website, which lists all of the lawsuits and all the indictments filed in all of the different districts in America, and just count up the sealed indictments. The official count, the undisputed count, is 45,000, and the normal number for any given year is approximately 1,000. Now, this is a very, very big story that people are really not seeing exactly how awesome this is. Let's talk about what do you have to do to get a sealed indictment. Okay, a sealed indictment is the result of a secret grand jury proceeding. And what is a secret grand jury? A secret grand jury requires a panel of 12 to 23 U.S. citizens who are then given information and testimony from a prosecutor. The prosecutor is prosecuting a particular individual who is not invited to the proceedings, has no idea this is going on. And in legal terms, that's called ex parte. So he or she is testified against by the prosecutor, and then the jury has to decide if there is sufficient cause to prosecute this person with a crime, in which case they file a sealed indictment. The indictment stays off the record. You don't get to know the person's name until they unseal it, at which point the person is immediately arrested. And then they get to have the regular trial by jury with a judge. But you have to understand that the prosecutor is either a federal U.S. attorney, a county district attorney, or a state attorney general. These are big, big league players. This is not some attorney that you hire in Podunk, okay? These are major players creating major indictments. And the reason why they do it this way is that they're prosecuting organized crime. Typically, that's what it is. They're prosecuting a larger ring where they can't indict one person at a time. They have to get all their ducks in a row. They have to line it all up so that when they unseal the indictments, everybody gets arrested at once, and there's no ability for them to tip each other off that something happened so that the rats can flee off of the sinking ship. They all get nailed at once.
The phenomenon known as Q, or QAnon, came onto the scene at the very end of October 2017. And what essentially occurred is that a group that called themselves Q began posting on anonymous online image boards called 4chan and 8chan. And what they were posting was a lot of questions, a lot of suggestions, a lot of very interesting and intriguing data sets that essentially laid out a real-time takedown of the deep state by alliance and white hat groups behind the scenes.
As the QAnon briefings recently stated, these indictments are going to be like Watergate times 1,000. We've never seen anything like this in the history of the world. Some of the most recent QAnon briefings, which our insiders have told us is coming from the Alliance, have said that there are many, many figures in the controlled mainstream media who are in these indictments as well. So Harvey Weinstein is just the beginning. And isn't it interesting that when Harvey Weinstein was finally arrested, in his hand he had the biography of Elia Kazan, who was a guy in early Hollywood history who was brought in during the McCarthy investigations and sang like a songbird and ratted out many other people in Hollywood. And Weinstein has now said he is doing the same thing, and that everybody in Hollywood was doing the same stuff that he was doing. So he was upset about why he got singled out. So once these indictments become sealed, this will be the fulfillment of the mass arrest scenario that I have been leaking on my website since 2009.
The only two indictments that we've had unsealed so far involve the cult group NXIVM. The founder of NXIVM, Keith Raniere, and one of his understudies, the actress Allison Mack. These are the only two unsealed court records so far. And their unsealed indictments actually labeled child sex trafficking on them. And NXIVM has found to to be a hotbed of cult activity, of ritual abuse, and of child sex abuse, even. So if these are the only two records that have been unsealed so far, and they are taking down names of this caliber with charges of this caliber, we can only imagine what the rest of these unsealed indictments are going to show us.
This is nothing new. It didn't start with the QAnon briefings. Has nothing to do with who's president of the United States right now. This is a decades-long effort in the making, and they have tried and tried and tried in various ways to get this to work. They've had consistent failures, and now they're being much more systematic and much more methodical. It's all going to be done legally. All of the indictments are totally bona fide, and it's just that once this finally happens, it will be something we have never seen before in all of American history. A true second American Revolution.
One of the things I learned as an FBI agent is not that I learned to believe in conspiracies more. What I learned to know is when I am caught up in a river of deception and everybody else around me is being taken on the same current and we're all being taken in one direction, and suddenly one guy has to stick his head up and say, this isn't right. This is all wrong. We're all just being fed garbage and we're not being told the truth. Well, how is it that technology in today's age, our technology has moved forward by leaps and bounds in so many areas, yet we're still driving, the entire world is still driving automobiles that function essentially on the same technology that they have for 100 years. 100 years, and we're still using fossil fuels to fill up our gas tanks. How is that possible? That has not moved forward hardly one iota. I mean, they blend the stuff sometimes, but I mean, essentially, technology has been stuck for 100 years. Well, that's because that's one of the economic factors from the globalists that is so dead set against distributing real energy, which is free energy, which we know was discovered during Tesla's time.
So Nikola Tesla is known, of course, for delving into free energy or zero-point energy sciences, but funny enough, near the end of Nikola Tesla's life, he was actually delving into anti-gravity research. And unfortunately, Tesla didn't have enough time nor money towards the end of his life to be able to continue his research into anti-gravity, but he passed along his knowledge to a man named Otis Carr. And funny story about that, Nikola Tesla was staying in a hotel in New York near the end of his career, and during his stay at this hotel, he befriended one of the workers that was there, and that was Otis Carr. And they recorded a relationship, and Nikola Tesla actually felt comfortable enough to begin sharing some of his research with Otis Carr. Now, Otis Carr then went Nikola Tesla's passing to develop his research out a little bit more so, and Otis Carr actually developed what was called the OCT-X1, I believe, and it was actually a flying saucer craft that was piloted with the consciousness of the individual, and he did supposedly actual experiments that were successful in navigating both space and time with this craft. So we could say Otis Carr actually was the first person to begin to develop a civilian-based space program. But he was essentially run out of business and he was not able to continue the work he was doing because the military-industrial complex suppressed his work.
But the same forces that destroyed that, I mean, at that time, supposedly it was Thomas Edison, who was a part of the global system. I mean, he was the original fossil fuels and normal electricity system, and he was supposedly he was just a front man to destroy Tesla and destroy his because the efforts to destroy his patents came from national government, not just Edison and his private conglomerate that had millions of dollars even at that time. And the reason for that is why? Because this effort to repress free energy is coming from the elite powers in control, the ones that sit on top of everybody and tell everybody, we gotta stop this. And what we're seeing today, of course, is that free energy is like a dam that they're sprouting leaks, and it's getting ready to burst forward because it is coming. It's coming really soon because it's been out there for so long. And I think we're getting to the point where it is going to come forward. And it's going to come forward maybe from several sources at the same time because the pressure has built up so much from so many different sources. So I think we are going to get it very soon.
I was asked to give a paper at Vandenberg Air Force Base to the American Institute of Aeronautics Master Minds. And their normal request would have been, tell us how you're trying to get new businesses to invest in technology. And none of us said it was my job to run with the guys with disciplines to try to get new business. But instead, I surprised them by saying, I want to give a talk called The Giant Discoveries of Future Science. And there was a moment of silence. Okay. So I developed this talk. And this talk, what I established was I distinguished the difference between engineering and science. Engineers, people who want to build something that might work, they don't really care how to get there. The scientists who want to know the truth. And I made that distinction, and I gave examples of 10 scientific facts that are essentially established. You know, the Earth developed by natural processes, and there are Maxwell's equations, so the right answer is Einstein, and the MC squared, that was all good. And then I took these 10 greatest achievements by the 10 scientists and asked, what can we tell about these 10? And the interesting thing was that you could tell three things. Number one, not a single one of them was known in the future. Number two, every single one of them had been criticized by their peers as being stupid or charlatans. And number three, the average age was 23 when they made their discovery. So I took that thought and wrote down a list of what I thought were the 12 greatest discoveries of the future that we had to attack. And the first one was how the UFOs work. The second was time travel. Well, not time travel was towards the end, but the processes in the brain and the mind, psychic discoveries, psychokinesis, that sort of thing. And a bunch of those things were on the list. The amazing thing is that today, in 2017, I am satisfied that my list that I said would maybe, and I give a probability of discovering these things 20 years from now, my list was essentially already discovered, every single one, including time travel, at the time that I wrote this paper.
My engine complete. I rebuilt it. I have the entire package setting and outsourced on the servers around the planet. Upon my death, servers dumped everything onto that. And I mean everything. Blueprints, schematic, diagram, list of materials, list of tools, list of suppliers that will help you get the tools. Three-dimensional working model. You'll be able to any normal lab would be able to reconstruct this thing, get the same results I did. And I want that done because that will be validation of technology. But once it's built, it's not going to sit there. They're going to use it. And I suspect in a year's time, once that kind of technology is done, they build it, start using it. Oil is reduced to a lubricant planet-wide, and that's it. That's the first step. And what happens next? I don't want to be around. That's the reason I get to be a media circus, and I just not into that. So I'll just leave it behind, and y'all can play with it.
So how do we hear all of this information and not feel disempowered? How does it not feel hopeless? Well, I look back, and I start to follow this, to reports of legitimate ET contacts that have been made in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. In all of those reports, the ETs asked two things: grow spiritually, expand your consciousness, and demand the release of suppressed technologies from the universe. Those are the two things that we can focus on. If we begin to organize, demand the release of suppressed technologies, they will have no choice. If we focus inwardly on whatever our religion is, becoming the best human being that we can, and expanding our consciousness beyond our comfortable belief systems, when we do those two things, we're going to gain the freedom.
I started realizing that the cabal or the Illuminati or whatever you want to call them, they keep us fighting with each other intentionally because they know that the potential in our unified consciousness, should we ever come together and stop fighting with each other, is extremely powerful. And they have been using that energy against us, like farming and managing our consciousness in such a way that we spin out a version of reality from the thoughts they program into us that makes the Matrix, just like in the Matrix films. And so we have made the Matrix that's our prison. We made it from our consciousness and our thought that's been managed, farmed, programmed, and controlled. And if that's true, then we have the power within ourselves to come together and stop fighting with each other and remake the world. And emotion is key. We're not taught anything about how to deal with our emotions in this world. It's like a big black hole, and we just spurt emotional energy all over the place like an out-of-control garden hose. You know, would we waste money like that in most cases? Would we waste gasoline in our car that way? No. Well, we need to look at our emotional energy the same way, because that's the big key. And we have powerful emotions as human beings, and that means a lot of emotional power. But the only way we can wield it is to come together and find our commonalities and build on those, and stop looking at our ideologies that might divide us and our beliefs that might divide us. We've got to come together. We've got to focus on the fact we're all human beings. We all have hearts and souls and conscience. And we need to look at what brings us together. And then we need to take the emotional energy of that love and connection and make that really, really powerful, and then release it intentionally in waves of consciousness, energy, and power that can remake this world in the Matrix it's based on in ways that we want for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren, for all the animals in the environment. We can remake it just through the power of consciousness. We can get full disclosure just through the power of consciousness. But we can only wield this energy together, and we can only wield it with love for each other and the planet.
We're at the early stages of this movement, and every movement, you know, whether we're talking about the civil rights movement, the abolition movement, women's rights movement, it's always, once it reaches a kind of like a critical mass, then the political changes happen.
So this is a very, very compelling story. I do believe that it's time for all of us to take a stand. We cannot simply step back and allow all these things to happen. Even if we don't fully believe everything the people in this movie and other insiders like them have been saying, it's worthy of our consideration. Can we really afford to be so ignorant as to turn our backs on this information? We don't have the time to sit around and argue about whether this information is true. The planet is dying. We have economic collapse. We have mass starvation. We have the largest mass extinction since the collapse of the dinosaurs. Our ecosphere is collapsing. We see the lack of water, We see ever increasing global temperatures, and no one really is doing anything about it. The entrenched power structure stays the way it is. We're still burning fossil fuels. We're still not getting access to these amazing technologies. If we do get full disclosure, now the dam breaks. Now we're in a totally new reality, which very well could be the golden age that was promised to us in so many different ancient teachings and traditions. I do believe that in our lifetimes we will see the full disclosure of the so-called forbidden technology. We will become a truly galactic civilization, and we will do this with the cooperation of people in the military, people in the intelligence community, people who were working for the cabal and have decided to break away from all that, become insiders, and be the change that we want to see in the world. This film is an embodiment of that global movement. This film is the red pill that wakes you up to what's really going on in the world. They do not have the staff to fight us. The cabal is losing. We are on the winning side of history. We are moving forward step by step, and at some point this is all going to break open. So when we raise consciousness, when we come together as a group, when we create this initiative, when we define what we want, by having that be our state of mind, we are literally transforming this planet into the golden oasis that it was always supposed to be, and the breathtaking future that we have been hearing about from so many ancient traditions. Whether you want to call it ascension, the golden age, whatever it is, I do believe it's possible, and it is up to us to co-create this amazing reality.
Power in defense of freedom is greater than power in behalf of tyranny and oppression, because power, real power, comes from our convictions, which produce uncompromising action. Every daring attempt to make a great change in existing conditions, every lofty vision of new possibilities for the human race, has been labeled utopia. Like it or not, everything is changing. The result will be the most wonderful experience in the history of humanity, or the most horrible enslavement you can imagine. We must draw our strength from the very despair in which we have been forced to live. We were born with potential. We were born with goodness and trust. We were born with ideals and dreams. We were born with greatness. We are the universe in ecstatic motion, and it does not require many words to speak the truth. The ultimate end of all revolutionary social change is to establish the sanctity of human life, the right of every human on the planet to liberty and well-being. Do not allow yourself to get lost in the fear of change. Remember, the wound is the place where the light enters. We are here to laugh at the odds and live our lives so well that truth takers.
Very importantly, I'm hereby directing the Department of Defense and Pentagon to immediately begin the process necessary to establish a Space Force as the sixth branch of the armed forces. That's a big statement.
If you are willing to come forward with information regarding Surprise Technologies, you can do so anonymously through secretspaceprogram.com. We have end-to-end encrypted communication options available on the Tor site that supports dead drops of file types.
The first UFO sighting was recorded in 12,000 BC. Since then, people across the world have claimed to see flying saucers, terrifying abductions, and frightening alien beings. Many believe that these close encounters were all lies. But then, a mysterious book surfaced in the 1980s, the Blue Planet Project. It revealed an alleged sinister government cover-up about alien visitations and a government plan to cooperate with the alien races.
There are projects where human and extraterrestrials are working side by side.
Some people believe that within its pages is the ultimate alien survival guide.
If literally is thought of UFO conspiracy, we should be terrified.
Join us as the Blue Planet Project is unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. The Blue Planet Project outlines 160 different alien races, alien technology, experimentation, and underground installations. All this pointing to a massive government cover-up.
If the Blue Planet Project is real, then that wildly changes our sense of the universe. It will decenter us.
What if the Blue Planet Project is true? What if there is a secret government alien cover-up? Just when did it all begin? July 16th, 1945. 35 miles southeast of Socorro, New Mexico. Shortly before 5:30 a.m. local time, a large explosion sent shockwaves throughout the southwest United States. The blast reaches 2 miles in diameter and flattens 5 square miles of wasteland. The Trinity nuclear test is detonated, and it marks the beginning of the atomic age.
The projects like Trinity and even the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings created such a huge impact not only on our world but to anyone who would be able to see our world from far away. Because these explosions were so massive, it's very clearly seen from space. If you're in any proximity to our planet, you would notice this.
Since the 1940s, when we first started doing nuclear testing, UFOs all of a sudden appeared and were very interested in the types of energy discharges that were taking place.
July 8th, 1947, almost 2 years to the day after the Trinity test, and only about 150 miles from the test site, one of the biggest and most widely known UFO events was about to unfold.
Why did the aliens go to Roswell? Look at what the Roswell Army Air Force Base was. B-29 bombers that dropped nuclear weapons over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was the home base, the first nuclear weapons base.
Could the heat which emanated from the detonation have given alien nations a telltale sign of advanced human activity on Earth?
These aliens didn't come looking for us. We ultimately called out to them by detonating these nuclear weapons. So ultimately, whatever happens to us is kind of our own fault.
The connection between our use of atomic weapons at first contact would not be made until the mysterious Blue Planet Project book surfaced more than 30 years later. The book reveals the truth behind secret experimentation, abductions, and the rise of underground alien cities that had already been carried out, and all of this without the public's knowledge.
The Blue Planet Project is a compilation of notes from somebody who had seen some inner workings of the alien and government infrastructure.
It literally is the holy grail Bible of UFO conspiracy.
Some UFO theorists believe it was written by scientist Jefferson Sousa. Sousa was said to be involved in highly covert, top-secret projects. It is believed that his government clearance allowed him access to all military secrets.
He put everything into this document, detailing over 160 species of aliens that were visiting Earth, detailing why they were mutilating cattle, explaining why they were abducting humans.
But Sousa himself has never been found.
No one's been able to really talk to, find, or verify that Jefferson Sousa even existed. Whether or not he worked for the government or military, there's been no evidence that's ever surfaced.
We hear stories of people who chose to be a whistleblower and come out of some classified project and raise their hand and say, yes, I was working on a UFO, and then they disappear.
You can't talk about it, because if you do, you will die. And that's the whole premise of what one scientist says about the Blue Planet Project. He's a rogue scientist right from this committee.
No one can deny that the stories have a terrifying message, and if proven true, will change the course of mankind's future forever. But as we delve deeper into the document, we uncover a more sinister plot. Coming up next, the Blue Planet Project exposes a supposed government cover-up of epic proportions, an underground base where the unthinkable is carried out, and a shadow government that will do anything to silence those who know the truth. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Do we finally have an answer to the alien question? Are we alone, or are aliens secretly walking among us? 30 years after incidents at Roswell, a mysterious book surfaces, revealing secrets that shock its believers to the very core.
A UFO crashed in Roswell in 1947. We recovered technology, we recovered alien bodies, we recovered a live alien, a living extraterrestrial entity. What do we do with this?
Faced with the alien question and the aftermath of World War II, President Truman signed the National Security Act, effectively shielding the public from the truth. This embargo still exists today. Unsealed Case File, The Shadow Government. The U.S. government has no evidence that any life exists outside our planet, or that an extraterrestrial presence has contacted or engaged any member of the human race. In addition, there is no credible information to suggest that any evidence is being hidden from the public's eye.
We embargo the truth about the existence of aliens, our knowledge of them, our working with them, our reverse engineering alien technology. None of that we would talk about. We would deny.
According to the Blue Planet Project, the U.S. government set out on a journey to create the biggest cover-up in history, while attempting to discover what could be gained from the technology and weaponry of these strange new beings. But it was a job they couldn't do alone.
The Blue Planet Project actually explains that there are a collection of secret societies who've also been looking into this alien topic, potentially masterminding the whole interaction of aliens visiting Earth.
For the first time in history, the Blue Planet Project puts a name to these secret agencies. Project Red Light, the covert military subgroup, created to test and fly recovered UFOs. Blue Team, a group that handled the recovery of downed or crashed alien life forms. And Project Delta, a security team and task force, more commonly known as the Men in Black. But no group is more notorious than the one behind all the others, the infamous Magic Group, also known as MJ-12.
I think the closest to a secret society that's keeping the lid on the UFO cover-up would be the Majestic 12 organization. The MJ-12 was basically formed out of the NSO, National Security Organization, as a means to deal with this interaction with extraterrestrials or interdimensionals that were interacting with us. Their response was to come up with a commission of people to interact with these things and make all the decisions of what happened between alien and human interaction left to 12 people. If that's true, that's scary.
According to the author of the Blue Planet Project, MJ-12 is comprised of scientists, military leaders, and government officials, including luminaries such as former U.S. Defense Secretary James Forrestal. If the document is proven true, this group was able to hide the alien reality from the public and lay the groundwork for a hidden agenda that continues to this day to keep the truth secrets. MJ-12 has been implicated by UFO theorists in everything from covering up Roswell to countless alleged murders, disappearances, and so-called accidents of those considered a threat to national security. Even if those threats are their own members, leading UFO specialists point to former Secretary of Defense James Forrestal. Reports state President Truman himself asked Forrestal to step down when he openly objected to the secrecy about the alien problem. On the morning of May 22nd, 1949, James Forrestal was found dead after plunging mysteriously from the 16th floor of his hospital room. The official report declared only that he had died from a fall. To this day, the government has categorically denied the existence of MJ-12, but recently, 2 documents have surfaced claiming that MJ-12 and their hidden agenda is very real.
I've actually found the evidence that these secret groups do exist and that they are operational and they're doing exactly the job they're designed to do. Keep the UFO secret while investigating UFO technology. I don't need to believe it. The evidence is there. It is evidence sustainable in a court of law.
But the most disturbing piece of information hidden within the document points to an unimaginable possibility.
In the 40s, there were reports where actual coordinated landings of extraterrestrials took place with our U.S. Air Force, and certain treaties were actually formed with various alien races, where they agreed to give us access to technology.
And the reason I really do believe that we have some sort of interaction with these species is during the time of those experiments, our industry skyrocketed, starting in like the 1945, 1947. A lot of people say, yeah, it's because of the war. But we're talking about technologies that hadn't existed before. How did that happen? We have access to these extraterrestrials to help us with our technology, but what are we giving them?
Next, we find out what our government allegedly traded for the secrets to advanced alien technology.
What was that agreement? Whose base really is this?
And likely get a glimpse of who or what is behind it all.
Large bulbous eyes, bald head, they are beings that come and take you in the night.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Are there aliens among us? If so, where do they come from? And what do they want? More than 2 decades ago, a frightening document began circulating within the UFO community, outlining extraterrestrials living covertly on our planet. The book is known as the Blue Planet Project. The document describes more than 150 species of aliens that have visited or are visiting our planet at this time. More chilling is how the document describes the alien races in great detail. Almost as if the author had been on the inside.
The Blue Planet Project talks about over 150 species of aliens visiting Earth. We start with the Greys, the Nordics, and even the Reptiles.
Just like here on Earth, we have different species and also different races in humanity. And we know that many different people who have been abducted describe variations of what we call the Grey. These spindly limbed, small beings, usually 3 to 4 feet in height, large bulbous heads, black almond-shaped eyes. And it seems very interesting that they all seem to look alike.
What happens next depends on the story you listen to, whether or not it be a violent experiment or maybe just a kind of a ride around the planet in a spaceship. Those are the ones that you hear about the most.
Other malevolent species described in the book include the underwater dwelling reptilians and reptoids. The Blue Planet Project describes these beings as perilous creatures, some requiring human blood and fluids to survive. According to the Blue Planet Project, not all species of aliens want human annihilation. There are the Nordics, a tall human-like race who are reportedly peaceful and want only human salvation. And yet, the variety of species described in the book begs the question of how so many extraterrestrials could exist in and around Earth without our knowledge. The Blue Planet Project book tells us not only what it is these strange creatures are hiding, but where. Unsealed case file, the Dulce Base.
Near Dulce, New Mexico, there are reports of a vast underground facility, a secret base with a number of levels that are very, very secret.
If the theorists are right, buried underneath the Hickory Apache Indian Reservation is a hidden city built for extraterrestrials to operate unnoticed by the public, but side by side with our very own government.
I've been there. When I was out there, I got to spend time with the Hickory Apache Nation, and all of them had very strange stories to tell. Unexplained lights and unexplained UFOs in the sky. People who have seen weird creatures running around the forest at night. You have to know that something is going on.
7 levels deep and filled with over 18,000 alien beings, this base is reportedly filled with experiments that range from advanced weaponry to the creation of lizard human hybrids.
The deeper you go, pretty much the more secretive it goes.
And in some of these levels, the research is more geared towards the extraterrestrials' needs rather than the human needs. And we hear projects and things taking place that really are quite disturbing. Potentially a vat of human body parts where these extraterrestrials soak to ingest nutrients through their skin. Levels where they're in vitro fertilization or test tube versions of extraterrestrials literally being grown. Are these things actually possibly taking place on a base here on Earth?
According to the Blue Planet Project, this pact between the U.S. military and the alien races allows for human mind control experiments, alien housing, genetic testing, and cold storage of humanoids.
What it would come down to is it depends on what the actual pact was between our military and this race of extraterrestrials. What was that agreement? Whose base really is this? Did we have a choice in the pact, or were we forced to do it? There's no set story on exactly how this transpired. The only part of the conspiracy that's really out there is that it transpired.
We agreed to let them abduct a certain percentage of our population for medical research, for experiments that they were interested in. Now, what happened was that they broke that treaty and started to abduct many more people than we had originally agreed to.
Tales of experimentation recount stories of pain, torture, and never-ending fear.
These are human abductees we're talking about. And if the Blue Planet Project is right, then this could be anyone, including my family, your family. No one's safe.
But what was the purpose of this experimentation? The Blue Planet Project book provides an unsettling answer.
As the author of the Blue Planet Project tells us, there are various reasons for these abductions. The most important one does seem to be reproduction. We have aliens abducting us and doing all these experiments, including interbreeding with humans. Why would they do that? Why breed a human and an alien together? And the only answer that I can come up with, and that seems very evident in this book, is they're trying to keep their species alive. They're trying to reproduce.
But the real concern may be what will be done with the human race once they find what they need from us. When we come back, if the Blue Planet Project recounts the truth, then what does that mean for the human race? Does the secret alien agenda for mankind involve cooperation or extinction? And what is the government planning that every human on Earth needs to prepare for? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Planeter. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The Blue Planet Project book recounts horrifying tales of human abduction and experimentation, but most terrifying may be the aliens' final solution for mankind once their research is finished.
Think of it from a purely logical point of view. This singularity-born consciousness realizes what's really the infestation on planet Earth. Who would you go after to eliminate? It's human beings.
If the Blue Planet Project is right, we have a huge revolution coming. And we need our government to give us full disclosure.
The Blue Planet Project, a real-life alien survival guide, inviting all the tools to keep you alive. But only if you believe. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. For millennia, it is believed that our cosmic neighbors in the universe have sent messages for us to decode. From mystic structures to massive etchings carved into the surface of our planet, we have struggled to understand the symbols sent to us from other worlds. But now, for the first time in history, an alien message has been received and deciphered.
This information is groundbreaking. This could be the holy grail of ufology.
32 years ago, two men made contact with an unknown craft that communicated a message from a world beyond our own. Tonight, we will reveal its meaning, and the way we look at UFO encounters will change.
Everything that people thought they knew about UFOs for the last 7 years is probably wrong.
Join us as we crack the alien code, and its secrets are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public in decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. No evidence of alien life has been more sought after than a message from another world.
People have seen UFOs. People have even seen extraterrestrials. But to communicate with an alien, that would ultimately be the key to unlocking the secrets of life in the universe.
But one historic incident stands above the rest when it comes to proof of such communication. The year is 1980. In the midst of the Cold War, the entire world is on edge. The possibility of nuclear annihilation sparked by conflict between America and the USSR is at an all-time high.
This is December 1980, period of extraordinary international tension. Ronald Reagan has been elected as president, and Margaret Thatcher is in power in the United Kingdom. This is a period where the Cold War is decidedly frosty, and indeed there's a danger that it might become pretty hot.
In preparation for a counterstrike, U.S. troops are stationed at Bentwaters Royal Air Force Base just outside the forest of Rendlesham in the UK. Around 3 a.m. on the night of December 26th, radar loses track of an unknown object in the woods outside the base. Soldiers on guard duty notice something strange high above the forest.
These men saw unidentified lights in the forest from the gates of Bentwaters. Radar indicated it could potentially be a downed aircraft.
Among the soldiers to witness these lights are Airman First Class John Burroughs and Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston. They quickly form a team and are dispatched to the woods for investigation. What they find after driving into the forest is not a downed aircraft.
As I was getting out of the vehicle, it felt like static electricity in here. Things felt abnormal. Both of us at that point kind of looked at each other and realized that maybe something was actually going on.
Above the trees, the two men see the silhouette of a triangular-shaped craft. lowering to the forest floor.
The air around the object was electrified. It was like dancing on our skin and our clothes. At that point in time, I knew it was an aircraft crash. I knew I had an unknown object in front of me.
Sergeant Peniston immediately reaches for his notebook to record the details of a craft that defies logic. His sketches show an object 9 feet on each side and almost 6 feet tall, with mysterious symbols etched along the side of the craft.
One of the things that sets Rendlesham Forest apart from almost every other UFO case you look at is this wasn't just lights in the sky. This was a landed UFO. John Burroughs and Jim Peniston got extremely close to this object. It had come down in a small clearing in forest, and indeed Jim Peniston claims that he got so close to this thing, he was able to reach out and touch it.
I took my hand and ran them over the bottom stones all the way across. It felt like going from the smoothness of the metal to like feeling sandpaper on each of them.
But then, something happens that will change his life forever.
Out of all the glyphs, there was one that was larger than all the other ones. And so I decided to go ahead and touch that one. When I touched that symbol, I had an explosion of white light where I couldn't see it. I was blinded. I started seeing ones and zeros flashing. They were like inside my mind's eye.
The ones and zeros burn into his memory, leaving an imprint of an alien code.
I think I was just plain terrified. Somehow I was able to go ahead and pull my hand off and stop. The craft started to move a little bit, and it was gone in the blink of an eye.
Next, the two men who witnessed the craft in Rendlesham Forest reveal a shocking secret about what else they experienced that night. And their hunt for the truth reveals chilling real-life recordings of one of the most shocking alien contacts of all time.
It's coming this way. It is definitely coming this way.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. On the night of December 26th, 1980, Sergeant Jim Peniston and Airman First Class John Burroughs experienced a UFO encounter deep in the United Kingdom's Rendlesham Forest. Peniston is shaken by his contact with an alien craft and the vision it leaves behind. But while recounting the experience, a startling revelation is made. John Burroughs maintains a different memory of the events entirely.
I do not remember seeing Jim walk around the craft. I do not remember touching the craft. What I clearly remember was we got close to something, and the next thing I know, it appeared to go up into the sky and it shoot out towards the coast.
But the most unexpected difference, the time on their synchronized watches differs after the incident by almost 45 minutes.
Whatever we encountered affected our memory. And at one point, because of the static electricity or whatever was in the air, it could have affected our memory, or it could have affected what we saw.
When John Burroughs and Jim Peniston returned to base, it transpired that more time had elapsed than they realized. Moreover, there was discrepancy in their wristwatches. Time, it seemed, not only had run on, but had maybe run at different speeds for them. Now, this takes us to some quite extraordinary territory, but when you talk to both John and Jim, and indeed people who looked at this case, some quite extraordinary theories are being bounced around, ideas of time travel.
Could the ship have caused their perception of time, or even time itself, to shift? Their search for an answer leads Burroughs back to the woods and uncovers evidence that must be heard to be believed. Unsealed case file, the Charles Halt recording. The following evening, John Burroughs meets with Deputy Base Commander Charles Halt to re-examine the site of the encounter. They surveyed the area of the alleged sighting and check nearby trees for radiation.
When I first met up with Colonel Hall, one of the things that came up was that he said everything that night that was going on, all the radio traffic was being recorded through the command post.
Rings on the tree have taken samples from on the side facing the suspected landing site where it clicks max up to 4. Interesting. That's where we're taking the sample now. That's the longest point on the tree, yes, sir.
So just clicking if it was detecting something. Had it all the way over on the right side of the meter.
But the course of the investigation changes suddenly when a soldier on Colonel Halt's team notices something especially unusual. A glowing light spotted in the distance.
There it is. Yeah, I see it too. What is it? I don't know, sir. I didn't try to use it. Yeah, it's a strange, small red light. Looks maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out. Let's switch on. The lighting is gone now. It's approximately 120 degrees from the site. Is it back again? Yes, sir.
There's no doubt that it's genuine, and it's quite extraordinary. You can hear the tension and the fear in these men's voices as the UFO approaches them. At one point on the tape, you can hear the UFOs coming closer.
I saw a yellow tinge in it too. Weird. It appears to be maybe moving a little bit this way. It's better than has been. It's coming this way. It is definitely coming this way. This is what we're shooting off. There is no doubt about it. This is weird.
The object exploded into a bright white line and shot back out towards the coast.
Colonel Holt was spoken about this, and he said, was this communication? Was this a warning? What was it?
On January 13th, 1981, Colonel Holt writes a memorandum to the United Kingdom's Ministry of Defense about the incident. In it, he confirms that what Peniston and Burroughs encountered on the previous night was no figment of imagination, but a real phenomenon, experienced by Holt and his team as well.
Two crucial pieces of evidence to support the Rendlesham incident was the Holt memo and the tape recording. Well, what we found out years later was that there was another even more significant piece, and that was the code that Peniston received when he touched the craft. But in this point in time, he was still keeping the code a secret.
I couldn't sleep. I was still having ones and zeros flashing, and after I pulled that notebook back up to look at the original list I started writing all up. And after I completed 16 pages, I felt great. But I wasn't going to report that because it sounds insane. So I just kept it quiet.
In other words, when he touched this, it was a huge jolt, and information somehow transferred to him. Now, he forgot about this. Maybe he just blocked it. Maybe he didn't realize it was important. But it was only 30 plus years afterwards that he perhaps realized he was sitting on something of the utmost significance.
Coming up next, we reveal the meaning behind the code in Peniston's notebook and uncover the shocking identity of the beings who sent it to us. This is Unsealed, Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed, Alien Files. Retired U.S. Air Force Sergeant Jim Peniston has kept a secret from the world. 16 pages of zeros and ones he received in a vision, communicated by an alien craft in the forest of Rendlesham. For 30 years, these pages remained hidden until a chance reunion with his partner, John Burroughs, in 2010.
As we were going through the book, we came to some pages that had zeros and ones on them. I looked at it and I said, these are binary codes.
Binary is important because it's the foundation of digital communication.
In 1974, Carl Sagan and several other scientists broadcast a message at a frequency of 2,380 megahertz at a power of 1,000 kilowatts into deep space.
When the Arecibo message was sent up to the heavens, at that time it was the most powerful message we've ever sent.
The message was sent in a form of digital code that is composed of long strings of zeros and ones, a type of communication known as binary code.
The easiest way to understand binary code is to think of it as like Morse code. Morse code has dots and dashes. Binary has ones and zeros. So you put 8 ones or zeros together and you get a byte of data.
When we decide to send a message to the heavens in hopes to communicate with an alien civilization, binary code was decided by scientists because it really is that universal language that if any intelligent race in the universe were to master science, binary code would be the easiest thing to decipher. So when we sent the Arecibo message to the heavens, we gave details about where we were in the universe, what our human DNA was like, and some other details about who we are as humanity. If Peniston truly received an alien communication and we were able to decode it, I think that message in itself could potentially change humanity.
Unsealed case file, the alien code.
In 2012, I was given 6 pages from Jim Peniston's notebook. They contained binary, and I was asked to see if there was a message contained inside.
Nick Siski was hired to take the first 6 pages of Peniston's 16-page code and determine if in fact they meant anything at all.
So I was skeptical I'd find anything in these binary notebook pages, but I started typing the ones and zeros into my computer, running them through my translator, and I was shocked to find a short message, which read, "Exploration of humanity, what appeared to be latitude and longitude coordinates, continuous for planetary advance." When I saw the message, a chill ran down my spine. I was honestly not expecting to find anything in the binary. And here was what appeared to be a message that would come from aliens if they were trying to communicate with us.
Exploration of humanity for planetary advance. The message could be instruction, or perhaps even a warning. A possibility made only more intriguing by the numbers that appear within the code.
It's the right number of digits, north and west, indicating somewhere on planet Earth.
And when plotted on a map, these coordinates fall on an unlikely location off the coast of Ireland, an island once known as High Brazil.
High Brazil has sometimes been dubbed Celtic Atlantis. It's a sort of lost land, a mythical country, as it were, that some believe was the site of an advanced civilization. According to legends, those who have seen High Brazil reported a land filled with an advanced and wealthy civilization whose architecture consisted of golden towers and majestic domes.
Then suddenly in the late 1800s, the island literally disappeared from the map. But in the pages that follow, continued analysis has uncovered other coordinates from around the globe.
In a binary code, clearly shows grid coordinates around the world. And the grid coordinates are located in Southwest United States, which is Sedona, Central America, South America, Greece, Egypt, and the location of China.
Many have speculated that the message is pointing to these locations as the origin of alien ancestors on planet Earth. But there is more to the story than we've been led to believe.
Many people believe that this binary code could be the smoking gun that blows open not just the Rendlesham Forest mystery, but the whole mystery of the UFO phenomenon itself.
But to fully understand the message, we must answer the question, who sent it to the human race? And perhaps the most shocking revelation of the Rendlesham encounter is that Jim Peniston believes he has the answer.
Why would a race that traveled thousands of light years, like hiding secrets, give us a binary message? Why is it in the bush? Why is the craft got markings like a U.S. aircraft? There's thousands of questions on this. It doesn't point to alien. This is not about UFOs.
Coming up next, Jim Peniston exposes the creatures behind the sighting in Rendlesham Forest with an answer that will shock the world.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files.
Within the 16 pages of binary code recorded by Jim Peniston in Rendlesham Forest, The most important detail may be Aniston's explanation of who gave it to him.
This is not about UFOs. It doesn't point to aliens. What I seen was a craft that was us from the future.
Perhaps the alien code is actually a message from our own species. If Jim Aniston is correct, the true message of the code is an assurance that mankind will survive well into the centuries ahead, and a shocking revelation that the history of UFOs on planet Earth may be a glimpse into our future.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth.
Los Angeles, California, known for Hollywood, Disneyland, and as America's most famous UFO hotspot.
Los Angeles is a major UFO hotspot. The activity here is constant. It seems to be escalating.
From the 1800s to one of the most deadly UFO battles of all time, the Southern California metropolis experiences it all, including lights in the sky and unexplained objects in the ocean. These sightings mystify the city to this day.
Are they truly coming from the heavens above? Or is there something off the coast of California that we have yet to discover?
What do they want? Why are they here? The answers to these questions will change the way we see the City of Angels forever. Join us as the shocking source of LA's alien invasion is unsealed.
A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth.
November 1896. 7 years before the Wright brothers achieved human flight, Los Angeles is a small mining community of 50,000 people. When local newspapers report mysterious sightings in the skies of California, it is the beginning of a phenomenon.
People were scared with what they were reading in the newspapers and even seeing those skies above their heads. Because again, you didn't have anything to compare it to.
They are described as metallic, featureless objects nearly 125 feet long that hover in the night sky. The sightings soon moved down the California coastline to the budding metropolis of Los Angeles.
This happened years before LAX was ever a dream. Human flight had not even taken place yet. Whatever was in the skies above our heads was absolutely unexplainable.
This started a gigantic UFO wave, which involved not only sightings, but UFOs chasing cars down the road, UFOs landing, a number of abduction cases. It's really an extraordinary UFO wave, pretty much unprecedented.
Sightings and accounts of attempted alien abduction are rampant until 1896. But the phenomenon exists to this day. June 14th, 1992. Police switchboards in Los Angeles are flooded with calls describing a very unusual sighting.
Normally when someone sees a UFO, there's maybe one or two UFOs. What's really unique about this situation and Canyon is the number of UFOs that we're seeing. I'm not talking 10 or 20, we're talking literally hundreds.
Encountering multiple UFOs is a very rare occurrence. But what truly makes the sighting unique is how common it is in Los Angeles.
There are regions on this planet that seem seem to be a magnet for UFO sightings. In a short period of time, hundreds, if not sometimes thousands of cases are reported. We call these UFO hotspots.
These hotspots span the globe: Beijing, China; Brussels, Belgium; Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles is a major UFO hotspot. The National UFO Reporting Service in Washington, the Mutual UFO Network, which receives reports on a daily basis. We've had over 5,000 reports for California alone.
But one element makes LA unlike any other hotspot on the globe: a history of encounters occurring from Los Angeles to Long Beach and out to Catalina Island. Together, these locations form an activity-rich area that has become known as the Devil's Triangle of the West.
UFO sightings over Los Angeles have occurred pretty much since the inception of Los Angeles as the city itself. They started in the late 19th century, and they continue all the way to this day.
Now that Los Angeles is huge, sprawling megalopolis, we are having tens of thousands of reports of UFOs coming in. So many that we can't handle it.
But one event in particular made worldwide history: the night we went to war with a UFO. Coming up next, the Battle of Los Angeles has just begun, revealing the most crucial evidence of a UFO conflict in our history.
This is the first time that the U.S. military has opened fire on a UFO. We did not know what this object was.
And possibly exposing the true purpose of this hotspot.
How do UFOs get back and forth from outer space? The answer is they don't. They're right here in LA.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Widespread sightings from the 1800s to the present have earned Los Angeles, California the unique title of a UFO hotspot.
Where are these craft coming from?
But why is this sprawling metropolis, the second largest city in the U.S., victim of an apparent alien invasion? The answer dates back over 50 years. Unsealed case file: The Battle of Los Angeles. February 25th, 1942. Only 3 months after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the city of Los Angeles is on the razor's edge.
We had just entered World War II. Los Angeles was fearing another Pearl Harbor type attack, but in Los Angeles itself, people were afraid they were next.
But on the night of February 25th, their fears become a reality. Suddenly, in the dead of night, 100,000 people are awakened in a startling citywide blackout. Air raid sirens begin to blow, and citizens emerge from their homes to witness something in the skies over Los Angeles. The city appears to be under attack.
Nobody knows what this unidentified object is, and the military steps in and does what it does best. It tries to bring it down.
And the aircraft guns put into action against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area. Searchlights closely followed the object down the coast and kept it centered in their grid.
The military conversion scene, they focused searchlights on it and actually tried to shoot it down.
The soldiers at Fort MacArthur fire more than 1,400 anti-aircraft shells in a barrage that should cripple even the strongest aircraft. But the object appears unscathed.
No matter what the military throws at this object, we can't penetrate whatever is protected. We can't bring it down.
This thing is called the Battle of Los Angeles for a reason. There was shrapnel falling. This was a total blackout. So there was virtual panic. Actually, 5 people died. It was a big, big deal. This was a state of war.
Watchers could hear the concussion of the guns more clearly, and the flash of bursting shells was brighter. Then the ship disappeared for the second time over the ocean.
After 1,400 rounds of fire with this thing, presumably it was undamaged because it just simply flew away out of the sight of the spotlights.
We were continually shooting at this object when it just drifted off back to the ocean over the way that it had arrived.
What invaded Los Angeles that night, and why couldn't we destroy it? Was it a Japanese warplane? Or could it have been a craft from another world?
Even today, people will tell you, it never happened. It was a bunch of panicking. Wrong. Go back to February 1942. Look at the headlines in the LA Times. It was a real object.
Is this photograph from the next morning's Los Angeles Times proof that the craft we went to war with was not of earthly origin?
If you look at this photo, you can clearly see this very large, round, glowing object. You can actually see the rounds of ammunition exploding next to it. It's a remarkable photograph that shows what's clearly an exploding object of some kind. I think the best theory that we have, honestly, is an extraterrestrial craft.
The day after the Battle of Los Angeles, President Franklin D. Roosevelt receives a secret memorandum detailing the event.
It wasn't until years later, actually through the Freedom of Information Act, that we were able to get a copy of this memorandum, which basically proves that this event did in fact take place.
Shortly after Roosevelt reviews the report, a statement is released to the general public, one that tells a different story entirely.
The military can't identify what exactly this object was. But they have to explain it to the public. What do? They simply claim it was a balloon. When you look at how much firepower was thrown at that thing, and nothing touched it, that's not any type of balloon that exists even today. So you can't just simply dismiss this event with the military's explanation because it doesn't make sense.
Countless experts deny that any balloon could withstand such an attack, but the U.S. military sticks to their explanation to this day. But for those who were there that night, the question remains, where did the craft come from, and where did it go? In the decade to come, demands for an explanation would be met with government silence.
In 1947, Truman signed the National Security Act, which essentially concealed events like this and potentially future UFO events from the public's eye.
It wouldn't be until over a decade later that a charismatic young president would take office and demand that the truth be made public. A demand that may have cost him his life. Coming up next, military officials expose an incident taking alien contact in Southern California to the next level, and evidence that the 1942 Battle of Los Angeles may not be our last. A secret so shocking that governments may kill for it.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files.
Since 1896, random sightings of unidentified objects have caused Los Angeles to be known worldwide as a UFO hotspot. LA's most famous encounter took place in 1942, when the city witnessed a military attempt to gun down an unknown craft. But the true identity of who invaded California skies that night has never been revealed.
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
2 decades later, newly elected President John F. Kennedy allegedly writes NASA asking for UFO information to solve the enigma.
10 days later, he was shot and killed, assassinated. This UFO subject was so top secret that even at the presidential level, he had trouble finding out the truth.
Kennedy was a transitional president, potential to really change the course of the 20th century. And what we have learned is that his private agenda was a lot more radical than people know at the time. He had big plans.
Could the need for UFO secrecy have led to the assassination of a president? A year later, we may have received an answer. In 1964, at the height of the Cold War, officer in charge Robert Jacobs heads the photographic squadron at Vandenberg Air Force Base in Lompoc, California.
Robert Jacobs is one of the more important witnesses that have come forward from out of the military agencies, even NASA, with experiences regarding events that seem to clearly indicate an extraterrestrial presence.
According to Jacobs, his mission was to film an Atlas missile test through all 3 stages of flight off the coast of Big Sur, hours north of Los Angeles. The Atlas was an intercontinental ballistic missile, or ICBM, developed and deployed by the U.S. military to deliver a warhead 100 times more powerful than the bomb dropped over Nagasaki. The missile he would film was outfitted with a dummy warhead.
It was his job to actually track this Vandenberg missile that was shot off, and he was filming it. He did his job just as he was ordered to do. The missile failed. It mysteriously failed.
In his story, Lieutenant Jacobs states he returned to Vandenberg with the film to be developed. Immediately following their processing, Jacobs was ordered to report to his superior officer.
He was called into his superior's office, Major Mansky. There were 2 plainclothes people there who wanted to question him about what had occurred. And they showed him actually the film he took of this missile being shot. It's really interesting.
According to Lieutenant Jacobs, at this stage, a saucer-shaped craft entered the frame.
It's maneuvering around this rocket, which is traveling at many thousands of miles an hour. And all of a sudden, it shoots a beam of light into the warhead. The tip of the missile moves around, does another one, moves around, does another one, and the warhead falls off.
The agents in the room take the footage, and Jacobs is told by his ranking officer that he is never to speak of the incident again. Could it be that Robert Jacobs and his team witnessed an alien presence defending their territory off the coast of Southern California? Like the Battle of 1942, this encounter exposes an alien craft seeming to protect the border between California's land and sea. Perhaps our most recent encounter can answer what these craft may be protecting. Unsealed case file, the hidden UFO portal. On November 8th, 2010, an event occurred striking fear in the heart of Los Angeles. An unidentified object came from the ocean and launched over the city, up into the sky.
When the military was asked about it, they had no idea what it was. They couldn't identify it. The Pentagon, which usually gives an explanation for a UFO event, this time didn't have one.
So remember, there's always a discrepancy between what the military tells you it knows and what the military really knows. So all we have to go on is the military said they knew nothing, but witnesses definitely saw a missile coming out of the Pacific.
But the images captured on tape by LA locals reveal a much deeper secret. When the object's source is triangulated, it is shown to have launched right from the center of Los Angeles' Devil's Triangle. Its origin, what many believe is a UFO portal off the coast of Los Angeles.
The fascinating thing is it might mean there's an underwater base in the Pacific Ocean or in Santa Monica Bay or in the Redondo Trench off Southern California. That has tremendous implications because when people say, how do UFOs get back and forth from outer space? The answer is they don't. They're right here in LA.
Is it possible that an extraterrestrial base is located under the water just outside Los Angeles? If so, why has it never been found? Could it be that this UFO portal is the evidence of an alien city just off the coast of California? A city that has only just now been discovered. Coming up next, a recent scientific discovery reveals that extraterrestrials may not just be hiding beneath our waves, but within the Earth itself. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files, Los Angeles. From the sightings of 1895 to the Battle of Los Angeles and present-day encounters, the secret behind this UFO hotspot may be that aliens have been among us the entire time.
Maybe instead of coming from above, they're simply off the coast of California.
In 2010, scientists revealed this thermal image of structures discovered on the ocean floor off the shore of Los Angeles.
It's a photo of strange dome-like structures, and that whole area is the size of a football.
Could this be part of an alien city beneath the sea?
This photo shows exactly what they would need: a structure big enough to house a base or even a city.
Los Angeles has always been known as a paradise of beaches, but in the future, it may be known as the place we discovered aliens right beneath our waves.
This is Unseen Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. The Vatican, epicenter of the Roman Catholic faith, representing 1/6 of the planet's population. It is one of the world's oldest and most powerful institutions, either at the center of faith or controversy. Most recent and shocking that this holy order could be part of one of the biggest cover-ups in UFO history.
The church is getting ready to embrace life outside of planet Earth as part of creation.
According to UFO theorists, Vatican officials have possessed knowledge of alien life for centuries. A claim so explosive and world-changing that generations of popes and cardinals have categorically denied the accusations. But what if the claims are true?
It's believed even to this day that not everything has been revealed.
Tonight, we will reveal what extraterrestrial secrets could lie behind the walls of this religious citadel, including shocking admissions by members of the church and possible proof of alien life that's allegedly been buried for centuries. Join us as the secret history of aliens and the Vatican is unseen. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. April 2nd, 2005. Pope John Paul II, the second longest-serving pope in history, dies. He is praised as being one of the most influential leaders in the 20th century. April 8th, at 6:03 a.m., hours before John Paul's funeral, an unidentified flying object is filmed by a security camera observing St. Peter's Basilica. Could this mysterious object be evidence of a connection between the Vatican and alien life? A connection that theorists and historians believe has existed since the creation of the church. The possibility that this craft came to pay its respects to the Pope and his people is more likely than you think.
Among the most secret of secrets in the Catholic Church is their belief in extraterrestrials.
Turin, Poland, 1543. Nicholas Copernicus marks the beginning of modern astronomy, showing that Earth revolves around the Sun, and not the other way around. 5 years later, Giordano Bruno is born in Naples, southern Italy. Bruno takes the theories of Copernicus further by suggesting that science dictates life on other planets.
Bruno's theory about the cosmos said that the people of Earth were not the only people in our universe. That didn't sit too well with the church.
In 1600, Bruno was found guilty of heresy and burned at the stake. He is the first person in history to be executed by the Catholic Church for beliefs that include the possibility of extraterrestrials. Was Bruno sacrificed to cover up a secret the church has allegedly hidden for the past 1,500 years?
That church believed that we as humans, God made us the center of everything, and we were just kind of the be-all and end-all. But the reality was it was much bigger. There was much more out there.
In fact, possible ties between the Catholic faith and alien forms are nearly as old as the religion itself. Strange-looking craft begin to appear in Christian art as early as the 1400s.
Quite frequently, artists would put symbols in the sky, but in a couple of cases, they kind of look like flying saucers.
One painting, the Madonna with San Giovannino, depicts the Lady Madonna in the foreground and San Giovannino in the background pointing up to the sky, and he sees a craft that is clearly visible in the painting.
In the Middle Ages and through the Renaissance, they would take events from the present and depict them in the paintings. These were real things that people saw in the sky.
In The Miracle of the Snow, you have a painting of Jesus and Mary above, and below it appears to be what could be described as a fleet of UFOs or flying saucers directly below them.
The Baptism of Christ, painted in 1710, shows what looks like a flying saucer beaming down toward Jesus. The Crucifixion features a pair of what look like UFOs. Are the objects captured in these works of art records of religious devotion, or evidence of the Church's connection to spacecraft, and perhaps even creatures from another world?
Now, I'm sorry, that's not a winged angel or a depiction of God. What was that 500 years ago? We don't know.
The discs seen throughout the history of Christian art are an identical match to recordings and reports of modern-day UFOs. Were these artists adding images they had seen or heard about from eyewitnesses? And when UFOs are so clearly seen throughout history, why has the Church denied their presence? Is the Vatican truly hiding knowledge of alien life? And have we only just now discovered it?
It's very likely that some of the religious experiences that have been discussed and written about for centuries were in fact extraterrestrial in nature.
Coming up next, the Vatican investigates one of the largest mass UFO sightings of all time and breaks their silence on the extraterrestrial truth after reports that alien remains were allegedly found buried right under the church. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. From images of spacecraft in Christian art to unidentified objects over the church, the Vatican has long been associated with extraterrestrial phenomena, even though they have executed believers of alien life for heresy. But no connection has been greater than the Vatican's involvement in some of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. Unsealed case file, the sighting at Fatima. 1917, the climax of World War I. Portugal attempts to remain neutral in the global conflict. The country is gripped with fear, and its people are looking for a sign of what's to come.
On October 13th, 1917, in Fatima, Portugal, a mass UFO sighting with more than 70,000 witnesses took place. During the event, the rain stopped. Some witnesses believed that the clouds parted, and what was described as a saucer-shaped craft came down from the heavens above towards Earth.
According to eyewitnesses, 3 children approached the vision and witnessed an apparition of a beautiful woman. The vision reportedly included a glowing globe-shaped vehicle, showering rose petals that disappeared upon hitting the ground. According to the girls, the apparition gave them a cryptic message.
Over the years, they attribute that to being the Virgin Mary, but it's very possible that this could have been something else.
That apparition, that vision, gave a prophecy to those 3 little girls, and it was a vision of the future, a prophecy of the future.
The message has been interpreted as images from a apocalyptic future. It is filled with flaming swords and so-called demons who come in the forms of frightful and unknown animals. Could the Vatican be hiding details that this frightening message is warning of a coming alien invasion?
A lot of the information for Fatima really didn't come out until about the year 2000. It's believed even to this day that not everything has been revealed. If this really was a message from another world, and it was a warning, a lot of people ask, should we know?
Visions, lights in the sky, sightings and messages from strange beings. Reports of possible UFO activity continue to be reported around the world, and according to experts, the Vatican openly investigates them.
In 2011, a group of people on the Ivory Coast of Africa saw a light in the sky. It wasn't just a light in the sky, it was a diamond-shaped light in the sky. And it was so vivid, so compelling, that for that moment, that group was transfixed by the light. And it changed their lives.
Recently, such unidentified sightings have increased around the world. Peru, Brazil, Russia, and China, all UFO hotspots, report mass sightings that seem to come as visions. Unlike any nation, the Catholic Church has no borders. Its 1.2 billion followers are spread worldwide, a global network of eyes and ears looking for the unexplained. Is this what has finally convinced the Vatican to come forward and admit the existence of alien life? Unsealed case file, the Vatican's alien ambassadors. Just outside Rome stands Castel Gandolfo, a satellite Vatican estate that serves as the summer residence of the Pope and headquarters for Vatican astronomers. Two large domes on the roof each house massive telescopes used to study the heavens since the 1930s.
The astrophysicists at Vatican Observatory have been interested in the question of extraterrestrial life for quite a while. Dr. Funes, Vatican Observatory director, confirmed the possibility of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligences.
In a universe so big, huge, I would say, 100 billion of galaxies, with each galaxy with 100 billion of stars. Probably with many of these stars having planets, it could be possible that life could evolve the way we know on Earth.
Was there real solid evidence that something was going on inside the Vatican? Well, there is. You have the Vatican itself declaring that if extraterrestrial life exists, it's part of God's creation.
But the most public evidence came in November of 2009, when the Pontifical Academy of Science, the Vatican Science Department, held a conference of over 30 scientists and religious leaders in Rome. The subject, life on other planets, its possibility, and its ramifications.
They're literally putting up a neon sign saying, "We're down with ETs."
But the biggest bombshell may be what they found underneath the Vatican. Coming up next, a repository of Vatican secrets that's existed for 500 years is opened up, and shocking new images could reveal the ultimate discovery, remains of an alien being. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The Vatican has denied the existence of extraterrestrials since the creation of the Church. But recently, Vatican officials have publicly acknowledged the likelihood of alien life. This dramatic reversal of Vatican policy demands an explanation. What does the Church know, or what have they found that causes them to reverse a 2,000-year-old opinion? The answer to this may be found within the Vatican secret archives.
It's thousands and thousands of volumes, and it's been kept for well over 1,000 years. This is bigger than the National Archives.
And according to alien theorists, it is here that the Vatican keeps reports of all investigated UFO occurrences, far from prying eyes.
The Vatican Secret Archive is approximately 52 miles of shelving, we're told, and over 32,000 archives.
What could possibly be in there?
1977. U.S. President Jimmy Carter is one of the only presidents ever to claim to have seen a UFO. Carter intends to publicly reveal all the information the U.S. government has on alien existence. He asks the Library of Congress to reach out to all possible sources regarding UFO intelligence. But when the library's contacts reach out to the Vatican requesting disclosure of all files with evidence of alien life, the Vatican refuses twice. But the secrets hidden within the Vatican can't stay buried forever. Now, new evidence may prove the Vatican is hiding actual aliens from the public. Unsealed case file: the alien skulls.
Here's a strange story. In 1998, there were excavations being done under the Vatican Library, and one of the workers on the excavation team found strange skulls. They were elongated, extended skulls. They looked like you would think a gray alien skull would look like.
The oversized, slanted eye sockets, the relatively small nose and mouth, the dome-like cranium. The similarities between its structure and the heads of the gray alien, the ET life form most commonly described by witnesses, are obvious. But why are skulls allegedly under the Vatican? If these bones could talk, what stories would they tell?
After the discovery of those strange skulls, Pope John Paul and the Vatican military closed all access to the site. What is the Vatican hiding? And did those skulls make their way into the secret Vatican archives?
The Catholic Church has had 1,500 years in which they could have recovered alien bodies from their investigations into unexplained sightings. Could these skulls be the remnants of aliens who once lived in the Vatican?
The Vatican is built on the ruins of ancient Rome. And underneath the Vatican is what's known as a necropolis. A necropolis is a vast burial ground. So there could be skulls dating back not just 2,000 years from the birth of Christ, but all the way dating back to the beginning of Rome.
Perhaps the conclusion was best put by a nun who stated, whatever those remains represent, there's a reason why the good fathers buried them there, to be forgotten. If the theories are true, then the Vatican has intimate knowledge of the secrets behind aliens on planet Earth. But do they ever plan to release that secrets to the public?
The church is getting ready, no doubt about it, to embrace life outside of planet Earth, off planet Earth, as part of creation.
But if the Vatican is planning to reveal alien life in our near future, what discovery will cause the church to come forward? And how will the Vatican handle these alien beings?
These are ethical issues that we need to be prepared to deal with, and people of government need to think about these things before they happen.
One global event may uncover the truth sooner than we ever imagined possible. Coming up, the event that could force the Vatican to admit everything they know about the truth of alien life in our universe, and reveal the church's role in the future of planet Earth. The next stage of aliens and the Vatican may involve human domination, but will it be at the hands of an extraterrestrial race or the church? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Evidence dating back almost 2,000 years suggests the Vatican may be one of the most informed organizations in the world on the subject of alien life. But is the Vatican preparing to reveal the shocking reality of an alien race in our universe?
We will see, perhaps in our lifetime, the discovery of life on Mars or the presence of past life on Mars. And if so, the Pope will of necessity embrace that life as part of creation.
With the extraterrestrial truth finally made public, could the Church use this opportunity to convert more beings to Catholicism?
They understand that God God created this vast universe, that we're not the only anthill in the middle of the desert. Catholicism is going to be on the forefront for really being that open-minded religion of joy.
If the theories are true, the future of the Vatican may be to lead not only the Catholic Church, but perhaps all of humanity into a world shared with an extraterrestrial society.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth.
The moon. For decades, we dreamt of sending people to its surface, wondering what secrets we may discover. Now, more than 40 years after we touched down, evidence shows we may not know the whole truth about what NASA found on the moon.
Something strange is happening on the moon, and we believe it's not true.
Doctored photos, UFO sightings by astronauts, and allegations of a massive cover-up plague NASA's 5-decade history. What did astronauts find on the moon? And what did they bring back with them? Tonight, we expose the secret side of space missions the world has never seen. Join us as the hidden truth behind NASA and aliens on the moon is unseen.
A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth.
Beginning in 1968, NASA's Apollo space program sent 9 manned missions to the moon. The astronauts on board are the only humans to have ever set foot on an alien world.
I kind of have 2 moons in my head. I look at the moon just like everybody else who's never been there, and there it is. And I always thought it was interesting. But every once in a while, I do think of the second moon, the one that I recall from up close.
Alien theorists have long believed NASA has known of, and perhaps even made life. But the history of putting a man on the moon did not begin with a liftoff. It began with a crash. July 8, 1947, Roswell, New Mexico. Reports of a downed UFO send shockwaves across America. The U.S. Air Force responds immediately. What they discover changes the world forever.
A UFO crashed in Roswell in 1947. We recovered technology, we recovered alien bodies, we recovered a live alien, a living extraterrestrial entity. What do we do with this?
During the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the United States were competing on multiple fronts. Not necessarily fighting a war with bullets, but a war with technology.
And of course, anything extraterrestrial would also mean very exotic technology. It would be of extreme importance to the U.S. Army.
The next 10 years see inventions decades ahead of their time. The hydrogen bomb, solar power, microchips, lasers, and the U.S.'s crowning achievement, NASA's powered spacecraft.
Now it is time to take longer strides. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
When Kennedy put forth the national goal for America to put a man on the moon, the facade was it was to beat the Russians. But it was about a lot more than that. The scientific breakthroughs that we were going to accomplish, getting a man to the moon, was something that far surpassed any politics.
In 1964, the Ranger 7 was the first spacecraft that was able to beam back images of the moon's surface.
The Ranger 7 returned 4,308 photos of an alien world we had never seen up close. the moon.
Now, what's not talked about is some of the actual photographs that weren't shown publicly.
A case can be made that in fact they were able to transmit images back to Earth and that they did show artificial structures on the moon. And so people in the United States at the very least were aware that there were very likely alien bases on the moon.
As humans get closer to setting foot on the moon, strange and unusual events begin to unfold. June 1965. NASA transcripts between astronaut James McDivitt of the Gemini spacecraft may reveal a report of the first UFO sighting in space.
According to the transcript of the Gemini mission, astronaut McDivitt says, "I just saw something else up here with me, but just as I was getting close enough to take a good picture, the sun got in the way and I lost it. It had big arms sticking out of it. It looked like I only had it for just a minute."
After many of the Gemini astronauts started to see things in space, they came up with code words like fire, bogey, even Santa Claus to describe craft they were seeing flying outside of the spaceship.
On December 24th, 1968, the Apollo 8 spacecraft makes the first successful orbit around the moon.
This is something that many people could easily dismiss as just being a reference to the upcoming Christmas Day, but many others have said, well, Santa Claus was in fact one of the code words used, and this was his way of communicating to Captain Admiral that in fact they were seeing a UFO.
Coming out, man first walks on the moon and finds out what's there waiting for him. If UFO historians are correct, America's dominance in the Cold War with the USSR depended on one primary objective: land a man on the moon and make contact with an alien presence before the Soviets could do it first.
If there was extraterrestrial exotic technology on the moon, that would definitely fuel our need to get there first and the fastest so that we can reverse engineer this technology and use it for our own military purposes.
If these theories are true, the fate of America and perhaps mankind was in the hands of Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins, the crew of Apollo 11. Unsealed case file, Dark Side of the Moon Landing. July 16, 1969, Apollo 11 was launched. The entire world was watching. The mission would be the first humans to land on the moon, and as UFO experts believe, be the first to make contact with alien life. A terrifying prospect.
The moon surface seems very inhospitable, forbidding almost. The hostile place, scary place.
What could be hidden from the conversations between Apollo 11 astronauts and Capcom, the Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Rocket tranquility with copy on the ground.
According to UFO theorists, the most significant moment came when the transmission from Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong was suddenly cut off for 2 minutes.
Supposedly, in that audio transmission, there's a missing 2 minutes. What could have been in those missing 2 minutes? Now, there had been some unofficial radio communications that have been circulated saying that basically Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin saw UFOs on the moon.
I think there were other things that lined up for the other side of the equation there. There they are, and they're watching them.
This was something that had been intercepted through amateur ham radio and basically released through unofficial sources. There were a number of NASA officials that claimed that that was a genuine transmission from Neil Armstrong.
Anytime we look at the communication taking place between Capcom and astronauts in space, there are two channels in use. There's the public channel relaying information. There's also the secret channel, or the Department of Defense line, where they can cut off the public feed and communicate securely between the astronauts and Capcom.
NASA has never confirmed that the conversation took place, but even Buzz Aldrin himself has come forward stating that an unknown object was spotted outside Apollo 11. Could Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin be our first human ambassadors to space and have met aliens on the moon?
It seems very possible that NASA already knew from the inception, sending people to the moon, that they had planned on doing some type of communication with other advanced beings.
When Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong first walked on the moon, they planted an American flag and a plaque commemorating the mission. But they also reportedly left behind two items with a message. One was a gold olive branch of peace. The other was a silicon disc. On it were recorded statements of goodwill from 73 world leaders and the names of key U.S. Congress members and NASA. But if NASA never anticipated making contact with alien life, why did they prepare these greetings of peace before they went to the moon?
What it means to anybody who watches with an open mind is A, we're aware of these presence, and we're making a peace offering to ETs.
Did Apollo 11 with their messages of peace forge a bond with an alien race that continues to this day? Or did something happen out there that keeps mankind from returning?
In my personal opinion, there are alien bases on the moon, and they understood that there were a lot of political factors as to why the Apollo missions had to go ahead, but there have been a number of people who work with NASA saying that the aliens up there basically said, well, this is our turf, we don't belong here, and don't come back.
Coming up, future missions expose the truth behind astronauts and UFO contact.
We have an unidentified flying object.
And NASA insiders reveal the secret behind photos we weren't meant to see. You won't believe your eyes. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration landed a man on the moon in 1969, an event that may also have been our first contact with alien life, but is evidence of what NASA found on the moon hiding behind the biggest alleged cover-up in the history of space exploration. Unsealed case file, NASA's alien secrets. NASA shuttle mission STS-73, October 21st, 1995. Astronaut Catherine G. Coleman is working in the Space Lab module of NASA's U.S. Microgravity Lab when she declares something to Capcom.
We have an unidentified flying object.
It's fascinating how astronaut Coleman was not panicked. Why wasn't she panicked? Well, very simply, as we reach out into space, and the space shuttle became commonplace at NASA, there was also commonplace where appearances of alien craft that were shadowing the shuttle.
We have an unidentified flying object.
The recording is investigated by a U.S. congressman. NASA responds that the comment was simply an innocuous remark. They also claim a sighting was impossible, as the Space Lab had no windows. But this diagram from the NASA website shows otherwise.
Catherine Coleman from STS-73 said, we have an unidentified flying object. If you're looking for confirmation, there it is.
I think the last few decades have proven that NASA is definitely covering up something when it comes to the connection between UFOs and our astronauts. But what is it?
This image appears to be a simple photo of the moon's Tycho crater, taken on June 10, 2011. But look closer. By simply adjusting the exposure of actual NASA photographs, an apparent cover-up becomes crystal clear.
what's very interesting about this photograph is that everything seems to be somewhat normal, but then you come to a little spot on the photograph of something that the only way to describe it is being blacked out. It's actually omitted. They cut something out of the photograph that they didn't want you to see.
Behind this photo editing may lie what alien theorists have suspected all along. Proof of structures or alien craft hidden on the moon.
Well, this object that is blacked out in the photos is the size of a football field. And it could be anything, a base of some kind that basically is being occupied by aliens or some entity that NASA doesn't want the public to know.
If we look at some of the reports that actually have taken place where when we've gone to the moon, sent our astronauts there, they report seeing a full-on extraterrestrial base. It's possible that what we photographed on the moon in entirety was never shown to the general public.
Apollo 16, April 21st, 1972. This image shows astronaut John Young saluting the American flag by the lunar roving vehicle. But what it doesn't show becomes more clear by adjusting the exposure.
There's a very famous photo of astronaut John Young saluted over his shoulder, all the way over the distance. There's a hanging light. Is it a UFO? Is it an orb? Is it actual proof of an extraterrestrial presence? On the right of John Young, right of the photo, there are razor marks. The razor marks are the telltale results of somebody trying to scratch out something from the photo. In this particular case, some NASA photo processor was trying to document the photo with a razor to scratch out evidence of the alien presence on the moon.
Dr. Farouk El-Baz was head of astronaut training in the Apollo program for 6 years. While in mission control, he witnessed some of these unusual sightings firsthand.
The one most peculiar sighting was something that we never found out what it was. Thought it should be easy to report. Was the sighting of flashes on the surface of the moon by kinetic aid during the Apollo 16 mission. One of the objectives of that Apollo 16 mission was to see how much can we see and photograph in the part of the moon that is not lit by the sun. First time kinetically began to do this, he said it just saw a flash.
Now, Baz is saying that the Apollo astronauts saw more than we understand, and that we are led to believe that there really were UFOs out there, flashes of light. I think somebody in his position would know more than anybody, and I think we have to pay attention to that.
But the deepest secrets of an alien cover-up may not come from NASA insiders. Recently, one man allegedly broke into the computer files of NASA to uncover what could be the most shocking discoveries yet. His name is Gary McKinnon.
Ryan was a UFO investigator. What found in the NASA classified files was evidence that NASA knew about UFOs.
The files he allegedly uncovered are enough for the U.S. government to attempt extradition from his native England. He currently could face charges leading up to 70 years in prison and $2 million in fines.
If McKinnon could really prove his story, it would be huge for the UFO community because finally that proof and evidence would be there that NASA is part of that cover-up.
Coming up next, we reveal the document that could prove that alien life not only exists on the moon, but that aliens are among us now, right here on planet Earth. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Alleged computer hacker Gary McKinnon claims he has seen proof that may expose the biggest cover-up in NASA's history. A simple list of military officers with an incredible story.
When McKinnon came public about what he found, he talked about a document that he saw on NASA computers called Non-Terrestrial Officer.
If true, this document may not only be evidence of alien life on the moon, but of extraterrestrials working within NASA itself.
No matter which way it goes, it is that NASA not only knew about the ET presence, but that it was dealing with an ET presence on a regular basis.
If NASA has hidden the existence of aliens on the lunar surface, only those who have seen their secret files know the truth. But the next time you look up at the moon, ask yourself, could someone or something be looking back down at you?
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth.
From the bubonic plague in the 14th century to deadly modern-day afflictions, our species has been infected with diseases that don't seem to be of earthly origins. Are they the product of an alien race?
They suddenly appear in a population and they seem to take it over.
Countless experiences dating back thousands of years link the appearance of UFOs with the darkest times in human history. Do these viruses appear naturally on our planet, or are they the result of a secret and sinister alien agenda? Tonight, we find out. Join us as the terrifying secret behind alien plagues is unsealed.
A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth.
June 2012. Residents in southern Brazil and northern Argentina report sightings of an unusual group of globe-shaped UFOs.
A UFO was seen hovering over the ocean in both daytime and nighttime. What was very interesting about this was the object really didn't seem to do anything. It just kind of hovered over the ocean.
3 weeks later, only 1 mile from the location of the sighted craft, Brazilian citizens stumble upon a horrifying scene. More than 500 penguins, dead and scattered along the shoreline.
There have been cases of mass animal deaths throughout planet Earth. But what's very interesting about the penguins washing up the shore was that it was very closely connected to UFO sightings that happened just weeks prior.
They didn't look like they died of starvation. They didn't look like they died of trauma. They didn't look like they died of dehydration. So the question you have to ask is, was there any correlation between the two events?
Every year, strange incidents are reported involving the sudden and unexplained deaths of hundreds, even thousands of animals. Could these stories be connected to alien visitation?
This is what's happened with birds in the United States, and this is what happened with penguins from Brazil and Argentina right after the UFO sighting.
Could the deaths be caused by extraterrestrial craft spreading plagues to our world? And if these alien plagues exist, could they affect the human race?
Many of the diseases that come out of the Dark Ages also have some very mysterious characters attached to these events. Were these actual just earthbound viruses? Or were they possibly some other experiment or biological DNA that arrived here whole and complete as a virus?
But the first evidence of an alien plague date all the way back to the Middle Ages. In England, 1348, the 100 Years' War between France and England engulfed the nation. Suddenly, all across the Mediterranean and European countries, a random disease tore through the population. It becomes known as the bubonic plague.
The bubonic plague was one of the deadliest eras in human history. It's estimated that 100 million people fell victim and later died.
Death is quick, within 2 to 7 days of infection. But in that time, victims experience agonizing pain, including death of skin tissue, earning it the name the Black Death. Prior to death, victims claim to see bronze ships in the sky, glowing gold shields, and strange mists covering the ground.
You have to ask yourself, when people are having these hallucinations, these mass hallucinations of bronze ships in the sky, You have to ask, were they seeing a hallucination or could it have really been a UFO craft?
Many witnesses during the era of the bubonic plague saw multiple comets in the skies over Europe and areas that fell victim to this deadly disease. It is very possible that this disease came on board one of those comets from deep space and never even was born here on Earth.
Shortly before the bubonic plague ever hit certain parts of Europe, townspeople also see black hooded men carrying sickles just outside of town, but they are not tending to the fields. This image may be the origin of what we know as the Grim Reaper, but many alien theorists have wondered, could this be the first recorded history of the Men in Black?
Many believe the bubonic plague was just a dark era of human history that hit us hard with a disease that we couldn't fight. But there's others that believe there's a much more darker explanation, that it's possible that an extraterrestrial race could have brought the disease here to Earth. If the disease was intentionally sent to humans by an alien race, there's one word for that: genocide.
Coming up next, are we under a biological attack from the stars, or simply the victims of an experiment gone wrong? New evidence shows how the next alien plague may reach Earth, but it's already too late. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. For thousands of years, plagues have haunted mankind, exterminating millions of people. It was once thought that these diseases were natural, but could they be the creation of an extraterrestrial race?
What if these were engineered diseases to somehow control the population here on Earth by introducing these as something that would be able to reduce the population very quickly?
Would an intelligent and civilized species travel to their neighbor's world just to secretly murder them with disease? If it sounds too horrible to believe, look back at our own history.
In 1763, soldiers from Fort Pitt gave a rebelling Indian tribe a stack of blankets that had been infected with the smallpox disease. This was an incredibly fatal scenario for the Native Americans because it nearly wiped them all out. So if one civilization wants to destroy another, one of the easiest ways would be just introduce a new disease that they can't combat.
Countless deaths originating from a simple blanket. If aliens are sending plagues to mankind, what forms could they arrive in? Our food supply? The air we breathe? What about our weather? Unsealed case file: The Alien Rain. Kerala, India, June 2001. It's an unusually dry monsoon season when this tropical paradise experiences a sudden and terrifying change of weather. The sky opens up and rain pours down upon the land and people of Kerala. Blood red rain.
The people who lived, that population, had never seen red rain. And obviously they were scared to death. They didn't know what it was. They couldn't figure it out. All they knew was something was going on.
As scientists scramble to explain this crimson storm, an incredible discovery is made.
Modern scientists were collecting pools of red rain, and they analyzed what was it, what was causing the color of the rain. What they found was a protein substance, the residue of a life form, some kind of bacteriological life form in the water that was causing it to turn red.
Scientists also reveal an unexpected conclusion behind its origin. They report that the red particles may have been spread through the atmosphere by a meteorite.
In other words, it was other world, extraterrestrial.
In the case of the red rain, no one fell sick because of what fell off of this meteorite or the red rain that followed. But it does illustrate the possibility of a foreign object falling from space and then infecting our population and us not being able to deal with it. And that's a little concerning.
Satellites have photographed UFOs on planets as close as Mars and as far as Saturn. Could extraterrestrials be sending rocks from these planets as meteorites filled with a viral payload? And what happens when they collide with Earth? September 15th, 2007, the village of Caracas in southern Peru. A huge fireball streaks across the sky and slams into planet Earth. Locals, shocked by the blast, are terrified. The result is a 100-foot wide by 20-foot deep impact crater with a bubbling pool of liquid at the bottom. Local residents quickly report strange and frightening side effects.
When it crashed, it threw up a whole bunch of noxious gas that spread rapidly, and in the immediate time frame of that crash, people living near the site became very, very sick. They were really poisoned by something.
An estimated 600 people are affected by the sickness. Fear spreads throughout the city that an alien virus is becoming a pandemic. But reportedly, investigators cannot determine the specific cause.
I think it's safe to say there's probably a connection between the meteorite and this mysterious illness, because let's face it, the day prior, no meteorite, no illness. The day after, meteorite, now you have a mysterious illness. So chances are, whatever that illness was, it came on that meteorite.
Are these cosmic projectiles actually bioweapons of mass destruction? And if so, could this be a declaration of intergalactic war?
If you're going to wipe out another civilization, generally bombs and guns shouldn't be your first choice, because quite frankly, you're going to put your own people in harm's way. The real way to do it would be with a virus or disease, because let's face it, you can fight and win a war without ever losing a single life.
Coming up next, vicious diseases that refuse to die and mysterious bugs under our skin. We explore the possible alien plagues of today and find out if you could be at risk. When we return, this is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Alien theorists believe there is evidence proving extraterrestrials are not only capable of spreading disease on Earth, but that it's been happening for thousands of years. But is it too late for the human race?
Humans have successfully battled every plague that either Mother Nature or someone or something else has thrown at us. But there could be one day that the next plague that hits us, we can't fight off.
Some of mankind's ancient killers, such as bubonic plague, are historically linked to alien sightings. Did we overcome this great affliction? Or, as UFO encounters have increased in the past 50 years, could it be making a comeback?
Many believe that the bubonic plague threat is over, but there are reported cases even until this day, and the last full-scale outbreak occurred just a couple of decades ago.
This virus, once thought to be gone forever, simply refuses to die. If aliens are fighting humanity with disease, how long until they find the ultimate weapon, one that cannot be stopped?
H1N1, SARS, even poliomyelitis and AIDS have strange origins. They suddenly appear in a population and they seem to take it over.
But could the most alien affliction to ever infect mankind already be among us? Unsealed case file, the Morgellons infestation.
In 2002, there was a woman who had a son who was complaining about sores or bugs in his mouth. And she opened his mouth and there were sores.
The mother reports red, blue, black, and white fibers within the sores. According to the victim, she visited 8 doctors, all of whom were unable to find any signs of earthly deadly disease.
They dismissed Morgellons as an actual disease or a virus harming the human body. Well, there's been multiple cases from around the globe of Morgellons that cannot be explained. The symptoms are real, the victims are real, they have something inside their body that they can't explain, but to them it's real.
The affliction becomes known as Morgellons. Sufferers describe small fibers protruding from their skin, causing piercing pain.
The threads are multicolored, often black, red, blue. They express out of the sores. When you examine the threads at a microscopic level, they almost seem to be engineered.
But worst of all, they experience the feeling that bugs have infested their bodies, crawling on and inside their skin. Since 2002, Morgellons has become a phenomenon, with a recorded 12,000 alleged cases over 8 years. Could it be, as alien theorists believe, that Morgellons has come to the Earth from an alien race?
Imagine feeling things crawling through or under your skin, even out of your body. To you, that's something that has to be alien.
If this disease is a plague for another world, it has never proven to be fatal. But could a modern alien disease have the power to kill?
We really have no idea where these unexplained diseases come from. But all it needs to wipe humanity out for good is for it to progress faster than we can fight it.
According to scientists, a highly contagious disease would travel from one major city to another within a week. From there, it would spread quickly through the country and eventually the world.
I think if extraterrestrials came to Earth with the intention of making some type of disease and letting it loose in our population, there really could be a number of scenarios why. What if these were some type of, again, biological bacteria from extraterrestrials that were just accidentally transmuted around being in contact with them?
Could it be that alien plagues have simply been viruses passed on to victims of alien abduction?
If aliens are visiting the planet Earth, chances are they're going to be biologically based just like humans are. That means viruses and bacteria are going to affect that living life form the exact same way. An alien can bring some type of virus to Earth and transmit it to us with absolutely no problem.
Throughout history, viral outbreaks have been the product of human error, from the mad cow epidemic to the alleged escape of Lyme disease from New York's Plum Island. Could an extraterrestrial virus leak from alien laboratories by accident?
They land on planet Earth and insinuate themselves into the population of the virus they're carrying that can spread to the human beings. And if that kind of virus came from planet Earth, that's exactly how a pandemic would spread.
But many believe there is evidence that extraterrestrial plagues are part of a much more complex plan, one that reveals we are all subjects in human experimentation. Coming up next, the truth behind alien plagues on planet Earth is revealed, exposing an alien plot that will change the very genetics of the human race.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files.
Are the diseases that plague the human race the product of alien intervention? From the bubonic plague to mysterious modern afflictions that crawl under our skin, mankind has never understood why aliens would poison us with disease. Until now.
One theory might be that aliens are trying to hybridize the human species with their own because they're taking over planet Earth.
Are aliens seeking humans who are immune to these plagues in order to breed a biologically superior race?
And that's why so many alien abductees have complained of diseases.
If these theories are true, humanity may become an intergalactic race. That is, if we survive. Our only hope is that we are not one alien plague away from complete annihilation. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Every year, thousands of people around the world report strange and unusual encounters with visitors from another planet. They describe mysterious crafts in the sky and terrifying tales of abduction. Some are fantasy, but the stories you hear tonight just may be true. 10 tales recorded in history have been investigated and will be explained.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
10 experiences so strange that the only answer can be alien. Join us as the top 10 alien encounters of all time are unseen. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Of all the incredible extraterrestrial events reported throughout the world, only 10 are astounding enough to be included in our top alien encounters of all time. We begin our countdown with a trip to a place whose name says it all. Number 10, the Bermuda Triangle.
December 5th, 1945, a team of 5 Avenger torpedo bombers with 14 crewmen were on a training mission over the Atlantic Ocean off Bermuda, in an area called the Bermuda Triangle. Now, this was at the same time that, at the end of World War II, American fighter pilots were seeing these floating balls of light called food fighters.
Toward the end of their exercise, the flight tower at Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station received several calls from the pilots. They are scared and disoriented. The scrambled transmissions become strained, then cut off. The crew of 14 and their 5 planes disappear, never to be found.
So if this was actually a UFO encounter, if the UFO intervened and interfered with the planes, then this would go down as the largest UFO abduction in history.
All that we know for sure is that the planes vanished into thin air, as did other planes over the years.
Although never proven, disappearances of over 750 people passing through the Bermuda Triangle have been reported. If this is the work of alien abductors, the Bermuda Triangle might be one of the biggest extraterrestrial hotspots on planet Earth. Up next, the night we went to war with a UFO. Number 9, the Battle of Los Angeles. On February 24th, 1942, shortly after the United States entered the Second World War, 100,000 people watched as an unknown craft invaded the skies of Los Angeles.
And the aircraft guard pointed to actions against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area. Suspects closely followed the object down the coast and kept it centered in their trail.
1,400 anti-aircraft shells are fired at the object, but it remains in the air, untouched.
From the chaos that this whole event caused, all these artillery shells going off, roughly 5 people were killed in the event. One of the things significant about the story is that it's one of the first times that our own defenses denied the possibility of UFO. They went on record doing so.
The military claims the object is a weather balloon, but offers no explanation for the lack of damage to the craft.
The greatest military force in the world couldn't shoot down a lost weather balloon. I mean, the thing was just hovering there for almost an hour, and they couldn't shoot it down.
We didn't know it at the time, but what people were experiencing on that night was probably one of the first mass UFO sightings in the United States.
The Soul Spaceman. May 23rd, 1964. Cumbria, England. A father takes his daughter to a park overlooking the quiet inlet known as Solway Firth. He snaps a photo of the little girl. But it's when the film is developed that he makes a chilling discovery.
Jim Templeton took a series of 3 photographs of his daughter. On 2 of the photos, nothing unusual was seen. But on the middle picture, what seems to be a strange figure, white clad and wearing some sort of spacesuit and helmet, is visible in the background.
The photo was so puzzling that the Kodak Corporation even offered a cash prize to anyone who could debunk the image. That prize has never been claimed. To this day, the identity of this strange being is unknown. Coming up next, the countdown continues when a UFO collides with Earth. Alien beings take on the police, and later, the #1 encounter that will leave you speechless. This is Unseen Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unseen Alien Files. From lurking alien beings to mass abductions in the Bermuda Triangle, the top 10 alien encounters of all time have the power to amaze and terrify. But the countdown has only just begun. Join us as we continue with the most infamous UFO case of all time. Number 7. The Roswell Incident.
The Roswell incident has become one of the most well-known and biggest UFO cases of all time. But not many people really know the true facts surrounding the case itself.
July 8, 1947. Roswell Army Airfield reports they have recovered a crashed flying disc on a ranch in Roswell, New Mexico. The story immediately hits national airwaves.
July 8, 1947. The Army Air Force has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection.
Days later, the military retracts their statements, claiming what was believed to be a flying saucer is nothing more than a weather balloon.
The story just doesn't hold up. Soldiers came forward and said they were assigned to recover debris from the crashed disc. They recovered the alien bodies, and even a live alien that was recovered. But then, bombshell dropped.
In April of 2011, the FBI Vault finally releases a document from 1950. It reports flying saucers found in the New Mexico desert and the 3-foot bodies recovered from the crash.
This could be the final confirmation we need to know that the Roswell story is real.
Roswell may be the most important UFO crash in American history, but our next alien encounter made a huge impact on the other side of the world. Number 6. The Russian UFO Artifact.
January 29th, 1986, in Dalyavorsk, Russia, hundreds of people witnessed a red streak shoot across the sky and crash into a mountain known as Height 611.
What investigators find at the site of impact is irrefutable proof that something crashed on the hillside and has disappeared.
After the object crashed, all that was left was a 3-meter wide crater and strange dark glass beads. Where did the rest of it go? And what was the nature of these strange glass-like beads?
Chemical analysis reveals the beads contain significant amounts of rare earth elements. But that's not all.
The Russians threw a lot of intelligence onto this problem, and these researchers and scientists claim that it's feeds had strange physical properties. They said that these feeds did not reflect radar. One feed actually disappeared in front of their eyes. Some of these researchers claim that these feeds exhibited anti-gravitational properties.
The origin of these beings remains a mystery. Today, they are being protected by a private facility in Las Vegas, Nevada. Number 5. Close encounter at White Sands. 1964, Socorro, New Mexico. On April 24th, Officer Lonnie Zamora is driving through the desert outside White Sands Missile Range.
Suddenly, he sees a disc streak across the sky and disappear over a ridge.
Going off-road, Zamora comes upon a massive circular craft landed in the desert. He stops 200 yards from it. As he steps out from his vehicle, he notices 2 figures by the ship, dressed all in white.
He saw 2 very short beings outside the craft. When they discovered him that he was watching, it was like he startled them somehow. They turned around and got back into the UFO.
Immediately, the craft races up and charges straight towards Zamora. It flies over his head and away.
It flew pretty close over his head. In fact, he even sketched an insignia that he saw on the bottom of the craft.
Investigators from the U.S. Air Force and the FBI descended on the scene. They find the sand is scorched and fused together. Impressions in the ground are not unlike those left on the moon by spacecraft.
One of the most important facts about this world is the witness himself. He was highly respected. There was really no reason for him to put his job and reputation on the line to talk about this UFO.
If true, the Lonnie Zamora sighting will rank as one of the most reported close encounters in modern UFO history.
The Lonnie Zamora sighting is number 5 in our countdown of top 10 alien encounters. But just wait until you see what's coming up next. From extraterrestrial messages to terrifying abductions and alien beings caught on camera. If you think you know what the number 1 alien encounter of all time is, prepare to be shocked. Don't miss the final 4 when we return. This is Unseen Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on the planet Earth. Welcome back to Unseen Alien Files. We're counting down the top 10 alien encounters of all time. You've seen shocking stories of sightings, cover-ups, and UFO crashes. But you'll never believe what's next and what made the top of our list. Join us as the countdown continues with number 4, the Phoenix Lights. March 13th, 1997. The entire city of Phoenix, Arizona is paralyzed by an incredible sight in the skies above.
And thousands of people were outside on a very beautiful night looking up at the sky for a glimpse of the Hellbot comet. They also put a glimpse of lights, orbs, balls of light in a beam formation over a mile to 2 mile wide.
This was thousands of people in the 6th largest city in the United States at the time, describing this strange object.
The United States military decided to come out and say that the Phoenix Lights were nothing more than aircraft flares launched from military jets outside of Luke Air Force Base. Now here's a problem. I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for all documents pertaining to any aircraft flares launched the evening of March 17th. They told me something very interesting. Luke Air Force Base didn't launch any aircraft flares. Their explanation simply doesn't matter. We can't explain the Phoenix Lights to this day, and the military won't even touch it.
These incredible lights made headlines as one of the largest mass sightings in history. But the witness in our next account became world famous for a much closer encounter when he was abducted and taken on board an alien ship. Number 3, the Travis Walton abduction.
The Travis Walton UFO encounter is one of the most incredible UFO encounters in history.
It was November 5th, 1975.
There was a group of 7 of us. We were working up in the mountains in the woods.
It was nearing dark as Walton and his co-workers headed home through Arizona's dense Apache Citrus forest when they noticed a light in the trees.
When I got up to it, I was looking up at it. The sound suddenly got louder and started to move. And it was making this sort of a rocking motion. Right at that instant, something hit me. The next thing I knew, I was regaining consciousness, but I was in a lot of pain. I saw these forms over me, and when I finally got it into focus, I could see this creature looking at me, and I could hardly move, and my arm felt real heavy, and I was weak.
What the hell are you doing, Walton's friends had left shocked after he disappeared into the forest, but not as shocked as they were when he reappeared days later.
I didn't know how much time had gone by, and I said, "Hey, feel your face." And I felt I had this, week's worth of beer, but I was just totally shocked by this.
What Travis Walton experienced was a close encounter of the fourth kind, actual alien contact and abduction. But the subject of our number 2 alien encounter not only made contact with the home, he also brought back a message. Number 2, the alien code.
On December 26, 1980, security personnel from RAF Bentonville in the UK went out into Rendlesham Forest to investigate a series of lights where radar said an aircraft might have gone there.
Upon entering the forest, Sergeant Jim Peniston and a small team of soldiers encounter a UFO that lands right before their eyes. He approaches the craft and places his hand on the surface. But as he does, Peniston is frozen while a mysterious code is beamed into his mind. A telepathic communication.
Explosion of white light, where I can see a blank lenses flashing.
It wasn't until 30 years later that fellow witness Jim Burrow saw the code and realized what Peniston had received.
As we were going through the book, we came to some pages like zeros and ones on it. I looked at it and I said, "These are binary codes."
The team had the code deciphered, revealing a shocking message. Exploration of humanity, then latitude and longitude coordinates, continuous or planetary advance. This alien message may hold the secret of mankind's future or its past, but our next shocking account will put us face to face with alien beings. Next, it's time to reveal the incredible real-life footage behind our number 1 alien encounter of all time. And you will reveal your eyes. This is Unseen. Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unseen Alien Files. In the top 10 alien encounters of all time, you've seen amazing UFO crashes and terrifying tales of abduction, but nothing has prepared you for our number 1. Number 1, the real Men in Black. On October 14, 2008, a Niagara Falls hotel manager reports sighting a black triangular UFO to local authorities. But that was just the beginning.
On the following day, the manager received frightened phone calls that 2 inhuman men had just walked into the hotel.
Eyewitnesses said that these 2 individuals didn't have eyebrows or eyelashes. They didn't blink. One person said it was like they could read her mind. These are the Men in Black.
Like all of our encounters, this may bring us closer to alien life than we've ever imagined possible. And that's what makes them the top 10 alien encounters of all time. This is Unseen. Exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. footage you are about to see is real. Due to the graphic nature of some images, viewer discretion is advised. For years, we've heard chilling stories of alien abduction. Victims dragged from their beds in the dead of night, tormented and experimented on.
And they take you when you're gone. Nobody knows.
But some abductees believe that their alien captors may have left something behind. Astounding evidence surgically planted within their very flesh. An alien implant. And tonight, we'll meet the doctor who removes them. What you are about to witness is incredible real-life footage of an alien implant surgeon at work. The removal of an extraterrestrial object and a scientific explanation that could reveal the purpose behind alien abduction on planet Earth.
This is something not of this world.
Prepare yourself for what may be the most crucial extraterrestrial secrets ever to be revealed. Join us as the mystery of alien implants is unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Thousand Oaks, California. It is just another day at ANS Research Incorporated. Dr. Roger Lear is preparing to operate on a patient. But this surgery is like nothing you have ever seen. This patient has something strange inside him. Something that neither he nor the doctor believe to be from our planet. The operation is designed to remove an alien implant. And the footage you are about to see is real.
Alien implants are very rare, but they have been reported by a number of abductees. They're usually described to be small size, often metallic. In fact, they usually appear on X-ray as metallic objects. They can be found in any part of the body, arm, leg, and even in the brain, middle of the brain.
Dr. Lear has devoted his life to researching and investigating alien implants.
My name is Dr. Roger Lear, and I'm by profession a podiatric surgeon. I've donated about the last 30 years of my life to removal of objects from alien abductees.
Known worldwide for his work, Dr. Lear believes these objects are planted inside humans by extraterrestrials. And the findings of his operations will speak for themselves. But how did these patients supposedly receive these alien implants? During a close encounter of the fourth kind.
UFO sightings are usually categorized on a scale of close encounters. A close encounter of the first kind is when you have a witness or multiple witnesses seeing a craft in the sky. A close encounter of the second kind is when not only do you have the visual sighting, but you have physical evidence left behind. A close encounter of the third kind is when you not only have the visual sighting, evidence left behind, but you also see occupants either in or around the UFO.
But a close encounter of the fourth kind adds a terrifying element. The witness is abducted by alien beings.
Reports of alien abduction flourished throughout the 20th century. But there's evidence that indicates this has been going on for thousands of years, and still do to this day.
UFO studies estimate that 4% of the world's population, almost 280 million people, have experienced an alien abduction, but perhaps less than half that group are actually aware it occurred. Just because you can't find abduction in your past past doesn't mean it didn't happen.
A lot of things happen inside the human mind when we close our eyes. We have these dreams, we have these nightmares, we have these night terrors. Are they really just in our mind, or is something else going on?
According to some experts, abductions may be occurring when we are at our most vulnerable. But how long has this been happening to the human race?
In the 1800s, frightening dreams were blamed on demonic forces known as mares, and this is the origin of the word nightmare.
But are these beings more than food? Could these visions have been early sightings of alien creatures visiting us in our sleep?
Picture this. You wake up in the middle of the night and you can't move your arms or legs. You hardly can breathe. You feel as if there's a pressure on your chest, like some unknown force is holding you down. And you're scared to death and there's nothing you can do about it.
You're alone. It's quiet, it's dark, and you're vulnerable. And they can do it, and they can come in without you having any knowledge because you're already asleep. You're asleep. They arrive. They immobilize you. You wake up and you're already snared. That's it. And they take you and you're gone.
Since he was a child, Mark Rabbi has reported being visited and experimented upon in the night by alien creatures.
3 entities were in the room. I could see all around the room. I was completely coherent, completely awake, just immobile. With fear, I don't know whether they did something to make me immobile. I don't know. What else I remember is some kind of thing being drilled into my ear, and that was it.
But not all alien abductions take place within the victim's home. Some of the most famous abductees of all time have been taken on board alien ships for horrific experiments and have the scars to prove it. Coming up next, first-hand accounts of extraterrestrial experimentation lead to an incredible event: the surgical removal of a real alien implant. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. For decades, people have reported unexplained alien encounters, taken in the night against their will, torn from their beds, subjected to horrific experimentations. But were they abducted by alien beings?
A typical alien abduction usually occurs at night. The witness is sound asleep in their bed. They have some type of experience. Sometimes it starts with a visual sighting of an alien. Other times they don't even hear, see, or feel themselves being taken.
Videos, such as this one from Pensacola, Florida, claim to show the appearance of an alien figure entering the victim's bedroom moments before abduction.
According to the victim, he believed he was being abducted, so he set up a camera to try to capture evidence of what was happening. If this video is real, then we could be witnessing an alien creeping up on an unsuspecting victim.
Many people claim that these videos of aliens can be faked, and they can. But what you can't argue with is physical evidence. Another thing that can make an abduction account credible or valuable are multiple witnesses. Taking, for example, the Travis Walton case.
Unsealed case file: the Travis Walton abduction. The case of Travis Walton made headlines in 1975. On the night of November 5th, he was driving home with several friends from a logging job in Arizona's Apache Cypress Forest.
There was a group of 7 of us, man. We were working up in the mountains in the woods.
When he notices a strange light in the forest, they stop the car. Walton gets out and approaches it.
Right at that instant, something hit me. Next thing I knew, I saw these forms over me, and when I finally got it in focus, I could see this creature looking at me, and I was weak.
Days later, Walton reappeared, shocked and confused.
I didn't know how much time had gone by, and he said, "Hey, feel your face," and I felt, and I had this, week's growth of beard, and I was just totally shocked. I was, "You've been gone 5 days."
The phenomenon Walton experienced is known in the abductee community as
Missing time.
Now, missing time is, again, a key component to this abduction phenomenon. People have reported that they're driving around, they see something strange, next thing they know, it's 20 minutes later, or it's 2 hours later, or in some cases, days later.
But just because a victim has lost time during abduction doesn't mean the terrifying memories won't come flooding back. Unsealed case file. Memories of an abduction. In this video, certified hypnotherapist Yvonne Smith conducts a hypnotic regression. The man recalling his abduction has recently experienced missing time.
I don't like the feeling. I can't do what I want. I'm being held against my will, but I don't like it.
The mental scars of these alleged abductees have much to tell us about what occurs on board alien craft. But some cases are also marked by more physical evidence.
Oftentimes when an abductee awakes or a few days later after the experience, they'll find scoop marks on their body that weren't there before. They're often very deep, as if somebody gouged out a piece of flesh, but then they're healed as well. So the sudden appearance of these scars and the healing process sort of defy logical medical explanation.
Doctors have studied these scars in hopes of uncovering the purpose behind such mystifying abductions. But could the ultimate clue to understanding alien motives be found deeper within the flesh of their victims?
When dealing with physical evidence in abduction cases, not only do you have the scoop marks and the physical evidence outside the body, you also have another piece of evidence inside the body.
Left within the bodies of some abductees is an unknown object with no explanation of purpose or origin. Could these objects actually be what doctors and investigators have referred to as alien implants?
If alien implants are the key to understanding the abduction experience, then the doctor who's removing those implants is the key to our understanding.
Coming up, results of an actual alien implant surgery, and the alien implant surgeon reveals what he believes is the true purpose behind these extraterrestrial objects. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Alien abductions. They are the driving force behind science fiction novels and Hollywood films. But to many, it's a horrific reality.
There's definitely no shortage of alien abduction stories that have surfaced around the planet. But what we really don't have in most of these cases is physical evidence to go along with it. But in those rare cases that do have it, those are the ones that we really have to focus on and pay attention to.
Now, one California doctor has found the evidence that could explain why aliens are abducting members of the human race. And it's right under our skin. Unsealed case file. The alien implant surgeon. Dr. Roger Lear is currently leading a research effort to decode the alien implant enigma.
Basically, what we found that in approximately 10% of the cases of alien abduction, individuals wind up with objects in their body, which can be seen on an X-ray, a CAT scan, and sometimes an MRI. There's no portal of entry, there's no scar, there's no way for them to have gotten it in there.
Dr. Roger Lear is a pioneer when it comes to alien implant research. This is a man with a scientific background, a medical degree, that sees this abnormality inside the human body, knows that it shouldn't be there, has investigated it for years, and realizes the human race is missing the boat by ignoring this evidence.
Dr. Lear was a skeptic of the alien implant phenomenon until he took a chance on a patient complaining of a foreign object in her foot. An object she claimed to receive during an alien abduction.
I'd been doing surgery for about 25, 30 years. And just to look at it was something quite strange, but we never saw anything that looked like this. It was this perfect T-shaped thing covered with this dark gray coating that you couldn't cut through.
Today, Lear and his team have conducted 15 surgeries with the goal of locating and extracting implants from their patients. To date, they have recovered 16 implants. He believes them all to be alien in origin. These objects have rarely been seen by the public. They display strange physical properties.
Oh, look at that.
So take a measurement of that.
Are these implants actually inserted by captors from another world?
What we're looking at here is an object which has been removed from the human body from an individual who alleges alien abduction and contains material that's not this earth.
The doctor's certainty that the implants are not from this planet are not unfounded. According to Lear, the implants were analyzed by multiple research labs. Among them was Los Alamos National Laboratories, home of the Manhattan Project, and one of only 2 labs in the United States trusted with U.S. nuclear weapons research. And the findings he reports are astounding.
The lab came back with pages and pages and pages of report telling us the only conclusion that they could come to in the report was these were meteorite samples. And I about, fell over. Because there's, one of the world's most famous laboratories, the only finding that they would stand behind was that these were from meteorites.
For a laboratory to say something is extraterrestrial, you have to look at the meaning of that. This is something not of this world. But a scientific lab has confirmed that an object connected to an alien abduction story by somebody who has no rhyme or reason to have a piece of meteorite in their arm has something that a laboratory labels extraterrestrial. To me, that's pretty big.
With multiple labs concluding the objects are extraterrestrial, the only question that remains, what is the ultimate purpose of these implants? It is a question only the doctor himself can answer. When we return.
This knowledge should be the knowledge of every man, woman, and child on the face of this earth. And it's not.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Dr. Roger Lear may have found the meaning of alien abduction in the form of implants surgically removed from alleged abduction victims. But can he explain their purpose?
In several cases we've had, the patient states in so many words that are almost hauntingly exactly the same. They have a newfound feeling of freedom.
Could this sense of freedom be the patient's release from the grip of alien control? And if so, are these implants a way for aliens to invade Earth and the human race without ever setting foot on the planet?
If you could control a population with a physical device, you've already invaded using a microchip.
The human race must choose to confront the threat of alien abduction. But if implants have made it under our skin, the choice may have already been made for us. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. The Third Reich. Some say it was the most evil and heinous regime in history. Under Adolf Hitler, the Nazis slaughtered nearly 17 million people. altering the course of human history. But was the sudden rise of Nazi Germany all because of one psychotic dictator? Or could it have had help from an outside extraterrestrial source?
With aid from extraterrestrials, Hitler could have easily created the ultimate superweapon.
From underground laboratories to experiments in time travel. Did Hitler have alien secrets driving the Nazi war machine? Tonight, we go on the hunt for Nazi UFO technology, and the discoveries will astound you. Join us as the secrets of Nazis and UFOs are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Germany, 1942. The Nazi Party is in the midst of a world war on multiple continents. Hitler publicly seeks what he calls a wonder weapon. He believes it crucial to boost the morale of the German people. Suddenly, the Nazis unveil a device like nothing the world had ever seen. The V-2 rocket.
The V-2 rocket was a highly advanced piece of equipment for Nazi Germany. It allowed them to deliver a weapons payload as far as Great Britain. As technology advanced, it would actually go even farther.
The V-2 was a response to Hitler's demand for Nazi scientists to deliver a next-generation weapon. It was the world's first long-range ballistic rocket, and the first man-made object known to enter space. But some see the V-2 evidence of another possibility, that the Nazi Party used extraterrestrial science to build the Third Reich.
How is it that the Nazis were able to reach space when just 40 years prior, man had just begun to take flight?
The answer may trace back to a surprising source, a mysterious crash believed could have put an alien UFO into the hands of Adolf Hitler. Unsealed case file, the Nazi UFO. In his book, Secret Societies and Their Power in the 20th Century, Jan van Helsing tells of an incredible incident. In 1936, Hitler was in full control of Nazi Germany, and the storm clouds of war were building. On a quiet night, locals in the town of Friedberg were awakened when a strange, saucer-shaped craft dropped from the sky, crashing into the forest. Within hours, Hitler's SS troops reportedly arrived on the scene.
Reports say that the Nazis found something that they'd never seen, a large, disc-shaped vessel, a flying saucer. If the Nazis did actually find a downed flying saucer, it would give them unheard of power.
The Friedberg UFO was reportedly transported back to the epicenter of SS cult activity. The infamous Welsberg Castle. There, the Nazis' top scientific minds reportedly set to work on their most ambitious endeavor: decode the alien ship and use it to develop weapons that could wage war against the world.
The Germans were developing basically rocket sled technology. They were developing advanced armor for their tanks.
But the greatest task reportedly went to Austrian scientist and inventor Victor Schauberger, who worked to unlock the secrets of anti-gravity technology. A task some believe he accomplished in an engine known as the repulsine and its use of vortex energy.
The repulsine created a vortex in front of the craft, actually pulling it forward, which allowed it to have much more agile movements, much like what we see in flying saucers.
What's so fascinating about that technology is real technology. It's almost as if you can say that the concept of creating a vortex above a craft or in front of a craft was given to the Germans by their discovery of what they found in crashed UFOs.
If Nazis had mastered the secrets of alien technology, they would now be capable of weapons and aircraft like nothing mankind had ever seen. Could it only be a matter of time before Allied forces met the results face to face on the battlefield? Coming up next, Hitler's UFO army is exposed. But if you think you've heard of the ultimate wonder weapon, think again. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The Nazi thirst for an advanced wonder weapon led them to search the Earth for the most devastating technology mankind had ever seen. What was their greatest discovery? Not from Earth at all.
And when you have the ideology that there could be an alien race out there above them that could have technology that far surpassed anything that Nazi scientists have achieved at this point, you have to assume that they would be really interested in that alien technology and would do anything to get it.
Some theorists believe a recovered alien craft may have led to a Nazi anti-gravity prototype known as Repulsine. These designs illustrate several Nazi aircraft rumored to be powered by Repulsine technology. Some believe these discs are evidence of German engineering combined with alien intelligence. The most famous of these craft was known as the Honeymoon. It was described as a flying saucer, allegedly measuring 25 meters in diameter and capable of traveling at 17,000 kilometers an hour.
According to reports, these things came in every size imaginable, from massive warships to tiny discs that could be launched from catapults.
But if the Nazis were truly building a fleet of UFOs for world domination, do we have any proof that they actually took to the skies? Just ask the Allied pilots of World War II. Unsealed case file. Nazi Foo Fighters. Beginning in 1942, Allied pilots flying battle missions over Germany began seeing glowing balls of light racing through the skies and boxing in their planes.
During the latter part of World War II, American squadrons encountered these craft, and because the French word for fire, which was feu, the American pilots called them Foo Fighters.
Written testimonies, such as that of RAF pilot B.C. Lumsden, describe an orange light encountered at 7,000 feet, diving around the plane before firing off. Hundreds more of these strange encounters were reported, from simple sightings to incidents described as screaming dogfights with strange balls of light.
And we believe these objects were not just optical illusions or balls of light. We believe they were real objects because a B-29 bomber shot down a Foo Fighter in 1945 over the South Pacific, and the Foo Fighter split into a million pieces.
But if that offender did have alien intelligence, it's possible he sought more than cutting-edge aircraft.
With aid from extraterrestrials, Hitler could have easily created the ultimate superweapon. And we're talking something that's bigger than just guns or aircraft.
In the twilight of World War II, Allied forces were pushing into Germany. German airfields were bombed beyond repair. Hitler was seeking technology to launch aircraft not dependent on runways. But did his solution become the most powerful weapon in history? Unsealed case file. The Nazi Bell. Rumored to be inspired by the UFO Hitler recovered in 1938, Nazi slave labor carved an underground research facility 1,000 kilometers into the Sudan Mountains. According to alien theorists, this facility was designed to house an incredible device known as Die Glocke, or the Bell.
The Glocke was purportedly a bell-shaped device that stood up to 15 feet tall. And And it's been said that 5 of Hitler's top scientists may have died while working on that project. And those sacrifices mean that Hitler thought he was onto something.
And here was the technology that used counter-rotating cylinders of a very heavy metal, liquid metal, called red mercury. And by spinning them, by counter-rotating them at furiously high speeds, it generated an intense field of radioactivity. And that became the power source for these weapons, counter-rotating fields of mercury.
Experts believe one purpose of the Glocken was to power the flytrap, a circular set of arches allegedly designed to vertically launch Nazi saucers.
Reports say that the flytrap was used to launch anti-gravity aircraft. If the Nazis had actually developed anti-gravity aircraft, there's no way the Allies would have been able to keep up.
But other historians argue that the bell may have had a much greater and more frightening purpose. One that could make the Nazi Party the most unstoppable army in the history of time. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The Third Reich. Despite accounts of recovered flying saucers and incredible advances in weaponry, modern historians remain skeptical that there is a connection between Nazis and UFOs.
But there is proof. There's testimonial proof. One of the great German rocket scientists, TRUMAN, went very public and said the Germans were helped by people from other worlds. That's a stunning statement.
The greatest proof of the Nazis' alien secrets may be found within a mysterious device known as the Glocken, or the bell. But could the strangest detail of the bell reveal that it was the ultimate wonder weapon?
Some of the stories about this device describe that they had a mirror on top of it that allegedly allowed one to see images from the past.
Some say the Nazis controlled the bell with ancient Aryan practices to warp space and time. Was Hitler building a time machine?
How would it have traveled in time? By creating vortices, they could shoot themselves through full space-time around.
So operate off the assumption that the Nazi bell was a time machine and Hitler was able to actually create it. If he could just go into this object and go back to any point in time that he would want to, would be unstoppable. He could in essence do whatever he wanted, save Nazi Germany, and really fulfill his world domination desire.
But in 1945, the Third Reich fell.
We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Hitler is said to have ordered the bell's destruction to prevent its alien technology from falling into U.S. hands.
But there's another theory. In December 1965, over 20 years after the Glocken disappeared, a strange bell-shaped craft heavy with radioactivity and glowing blue swept over the American border from Canada, over Michigan, over Ohio, making long S-curves and slowly coming to a controlled crash landing outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Multiple witnesses claim not only to see the crashed object, but reported its appearance to be nearly identical to that of the bell. Reports state that almost instantly, a group of American soldiers wearing no insignia arrived with a flatbed truck to retrieve the object.
People were warned, keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about this.
Could this tale confirm the true purpose of the Glocken?
Did the Glocken disappear in time, landing 20 plus years later in Pennsylvania, and then being taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where for all we know, it sits there today, our own American time machine.
At the end of the war, The world was now seemingly safe from the Nazi threat. But did alien technology give the Nazi Party more longevity than we ever imagined possible? In 1947, the U.S. Army received a letter from Guy Bernardi, a man claiming to be a former Nazi operative.
This letter referenced that not only was Hitler alive, but he was living in a specially designed U-boat. He was experimenting with highly advanced pieces of technology, flying saucers, as he described them, inside this letter, that were set to attack certain points of America, Great Britain, and other key targets on the world.
According to the letter, Hitler's submarine was heading south, past Africa.
Now, why would you be traveling south past Africa? There's nothing south of Africa, except Antarctica.
In 1938, a Nazi expedition to Antarctica created rumors of a secret base beneath the ice in an area claimed by the Germans as New Swabia. What could this base have been where Hitler retreated to develop UFO technology? And is it possible we've already discovered it? Unsealed case file, Operation High Jump. In 1946, Admiral Richard Byrd led 4,700 soldiers, 13 ships, and multiple aircraft on what was to be an 8-month research mission known as Operation High Jump. 2 weeks later, after suffering a large number of losses, they returned.
This was not simply exploration, this was a war maneuver. What happened to that? Admiral Byrd reached the South Pole with his expedition.
Upon return, Byrd was quoted by the press, warning that the U.S. should adopt protection against the possibility of an invasion of the country by hostile planes coming from the polar regions. Were the U.S. forces confronted by a concentrated force of Nazis with advanced alien aircraft and weaponry?
It sounds crazy, but if it's true, then the Nazis could still be living under the ice of the Antarctic to this day.
Coming up, we reveal the ultimate Nazi UFO secret, exact coordinates that could show the location of a secret Antarctic stronghold. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Come back to Unsealed Alien Files. Evidence shows Hitler may have pursued secret alien technology, giving the Third Reich advanced flying machines, and perhaps even the secrets of time travel. But did it allow the Nazi regime to remain alive and well in a secret base deep in Antarctica?
It's hard for anything to survive down there. If they were able to find a way to do it, then how will we ever know they're there?
These global coordinates, released in a recent news article, show what some believe is the legendary base's entrance.
Satellite images clearly show an opening 180 feet wide and 230 feet high. It's the only place you could house a UFO.
Type in the Google Earth coordinates for where Byrd believed the entrance to be. You can actually see the entrance to inner Earth.
If true, Hitler may have fully mastered alien secrets to ensure the Third Reich's dominance, and our war with the Nazi regime may not be over. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. They may live and work in your town. They may be members of your government. They may be living next door, or even teaching your children. But they are not who they appear to be. Are alien visitors living among us?
I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal and they do die.
From an alien race reported under the streets of Los Angeles, to the discovery of a secret lab where humans aren't only conducting the experiments. Humans are the experiments.
Huge body parts, the
accounts are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Cusco, Peru. This jungle city was once capital of the Incan Empire. But it was in the late 1990s that archaeologists digging in these ruins came across an incredible discovery. Skulls, unlike any creature known to man. Their size and shape were almost a perfect match to eyewitness descriptions of alien beings.
Elongated skulls that we found are not only larger in terms of cranial capacity than modern humans, but the eye sockets are much bigger, the jaw is much larger, and also the actual bone material is sometimes 60% heavier than a modern human being.
But could this actually be evidence of alien beings that lived and died on planet Earth?
Now, on the one hand, there's a perfectly conventional explanation for this, that the babies, they're strapped to a backboard in such a way that it actually deformed the skull, so the skull became elongated, and that's what we see. But UFO historians say something different.
In 2011, the remains were taken to a museum where local news reported the head is triangular and tremendous, almost the size of the body, and that Spanish and Russian doctors have confirmed that indeed it is an extraterrestrial.
Now, these alien skulls have been turning up everywhere, not just Peru, Mexico, Egypt, other countries, the developing world. And it seems the more we dig, the more we find.
The explanation may be found within a book published in 1882, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by American politician Ignatius Donnelly.
Now, in this book, it talked about these godlike beings that inhabited this land and perhaps were the original settlement on this planet. The question is, could these gods actually be aliens?
The book explains that before the island sank, its leaders left for Egypt, Mexico, and Peru to become rulers of these countries, and reveals another intriguing detail: illustrations of their unique skulls. Perhaps the most well-known of these ancient leaders was Egyptian ruler King Akhenaten. He was the husband of Nefertiti and father of Tutankhamun. But could he also have been an alien king?
When we look at the skull of the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, we see how it's deformed, how it's elongated. So it's not just larger, there's almost this tubular shape in that. What could that have meant? Was Akhenaten an alien?
These characteristics may have been the product of genetic deformity, but some theorists propose rulers such as Akhenaten were connected to an alien race, a theory many believe applies to the world leaders of today.
There have been reports of aliens interacting with world leaders for centuries, but none so interesting as with one of our own presidents.
Coming up next, find out what the president might know about aliens among us, and later, answers from an unlikely source, speaking directly to alien intelligence. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Are human beings alone on planet Earth? Or is it possible aliens are living among us?
If anyone on this planet knew of extraterrestrials interacting with us, it would have to be our world leaders. And they're not telling us.
Some believe mankind's greatest encounter may have ended in a pact bartering human lives with an extraterrestrial race. A pact allegedly executed by none other than the Dwight D. Eisenhower lands for a winter holiday. During the trip, he mysteriously disappears on the night of February 20th, igniting a firestorm of media speculation. But witnesses who came forward in later decades claim that during this time, Eisenhower visited Edwards Air Force Base, where he met with an alien race.
Purported witnesses to this event claimed that Eisenhower was actually asked there by the extraterrestrials in order to make some sort of deal.
The aliens said to be at this meeting were a race known to ufologists as the Pleiadians, frequently described as taller and larger than regular humans. They are known for their shockingly blonde hair and clear eyes, earning them the nickname Nordics.
And this meeting was very much tied in with an effort by these extraterrestrials to persuade the US government not to go ahead with the development of thermonuclear weapons.
But just 10 days after the alleged meeting took place, the US's Bravo hydrogen bomb was detonated in Bikini Atoll. It appeared no treaty to end atomic weapons was reached.
So another path was chosen, meeting with other groups of extraterrestrials who were not as opposed to the United States developing nuclear weapons.
The second meeting between Eisenhower and extraterrestrials took place at the Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico, where he met with the Greys, and this time, a treaty would be reached.
Their alleged deal, they would provide advanced technology far beyond human capabilities. But in exchange, the Greys would be given the freedom to abduct humans for DNA and experimentation. But most frightening is the supposed location of these experiments, an alleged underground military laboratory known as the Dulce Base.
For over 30 years, top-secret projects have been said to take place under the Archuleta Mesa. This area is where humans and extraterrestrials actually work together on a variety of projects, anything from technology to bioengineering.
The existence of the Dulce Base has been confirmed for decades by documents such as the Blue Planet Project and whistleblowers such as former government geologist Phil Schneider.
I was involved in building a base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory, on the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa. We built an underground facility, better part of 3 cubic miles hollowed out underground.
Reports state that the base is 7 levels deep. The deepest levels are allegedly only used by alien researchers for their experiments on human beings.
And it is literally a chamber of parts. Human body parts are floating in blue liquid vats. Human beings are being literally flown. Human body parts being used, recombined with alien body parts. No human beings alive.
The tales are so horrifying that the area has become known as Nightmare Hall. But while this location may be one of the most frightening places aliens could live on planet Earth, evidence shows we may find a greater alien threat slithering beneath our feet, one that has taken the form of human beings. Coming up next, a war at the Dulce Base claims human lives. Evil alien conspirators masquerade as our leaders, and we reveal an exclusive interview with what could be actual alien intelligence. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Humans were once thought to be the only intelligent life form on planet Earth. But some experts believe that aliens exist among us and may be working alongside the U.S. government in an underground alien facility known as the Dulce Base.
In this Dulce Base, human beings and extraterrestrials are working together to hybridize a new species, part ET, part human. They're working with the U.S. military that's guarding it. They're working with U.S. scientists.
It seemed that the U.S. and extraterrestrials were working together in peace until the Blue Planet Project revealed a 1978 incident known as the Dulce War. It detailed a confrontation that ensued when human soldiers attempted to infiltrate an alien-only research level. Witnesses, including respected government scientist Philip Schneider, have come forward, claiming injuries suffered at the hands of these alien races.
I didn't waste any time or each one because one started shooting. And I killed two of them. Yes, they're mortal and they do die. And the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burnt my fingers right off of me. And it was some form of electrical force because kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt, burned all my toenails off of me. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me. He risked his life. In fact, he died. Shoved me back in the basket, hit the button, and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today. It wasn't real. I'm forever indebted.
Why are these alien beings here? And what do they want from the human race? The answer may be found in one of the oldest reported alien species on planet Earth, the reptilians.
It seems like through all the stories of abduction, the reptilians are probably the last ones you want to come across. The reptilians are usually described as being just that, like a reptile. Usually a lizard-shaped head, very much like a reptile skin. They're not peaceful. They are more very much filled with experimentation, violence, pain.
According to lore, reptilians do not live in the heavens. They do not have ships. They are said to live underneath the ground we walk on, or next to us, in the form of someone we trust and believe to be human. But they are far from legend. Unsealed case file, the Lizard People. 1933, Los Angeles, population 1.3 million, is a quickly growing American city. Engineer G. Warren Schufelt is surveying downtown Los Angeles for gold deposits when he reportedly makes an incredible discovery. A strange labyrinth of tunnels in the shape of a lizard and its inhabitants, the Lizard People.
In 1934, this geologist, this mining engineer, Warren G. Schufelt, discovered there was a hidden city under downtown Los Angeles. Catacombs and caves, tunnels and roads. And he believed that reptilian creatures had lived there.
After drilling more than 250 feet into the city, officials ordered the shafts sealed. It is unknown what, if anything, has been found. But the story of subterranean reptilians lives on.
Even going back to biblical times, the serpent or the reptile is really seen as this evil type creature.
These ancient cultures not only describe the reptilian's sinister appearance and nature, but special powers, unlike any other alien race.
One thing that people talk about the reptilians and their capabilities is that they can shapeshift. So not only do they look like reptilians in their true form, they can actually shapeshift into something that looks like you and I.
If real, who knows what positions of power and influence they've occupied in the past, and what they could occupy now.
Some people go so far as to say that members of the royal family, political leaders, the global elite are these reptilians, and that occasionally these aliens in human form let down their guard, showing some sort of reptilian behavior or appearance.
If true, these beings could lead us to extinction, all from behind an impenetrable human disguise. Is there any hope left for humanity?
The most common portrayals of aliens is that they are here to harm us, here to take us out. However, there are aliens who, in fact, are said to be our ancestors, and that they are here in order to help us and to guide us.
Unsealed case file. The Arcturian message. The Arcturians are considered by many to be the most advanced civilization in the galaxy. They have been known to channel their message through humans who act as mediums.
My name is Suzanne Lee. I am a PhD psychotherapist, and I have been in communication with the Arcturians since about 1994.
Sue Lee claims the ability to bring a message from the Arcturian race through her own body. It is a message about the future of humans and aliens on planet Earth that she will channel before our very eyes.
What I'm about to do right now is to allow the Arcturians to come through.
When we return, this is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Of all the aliens who could be among us on planet Earth, only a race known as the Arcturians are said to share their message through mediums such as Suzanne Lee. What you are about to witness is a never-before-heard message that could be from an alien race.
Greetings. We are the Arcturians. Our ultimate hope is that humans realize that they are us in a human form. We are your ancestors. We are you. And we have come to wake you up from your dream.
If true, aliens may be ancestors of the human race. But whether it is the Greys, the Nordics, the Reptilians, or the Arcturians, one possibility seems hard to deny. Mankind may not be alone on planet Earth. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. This photograph pictures young Elizabeth Templeton posing in an area known as the Solway Firm. She is 6 years old and appears alone. But you are not seeing the entire image.
Some believe that there was an alien figure there, but this is captured on film.
Tonight, we expose what could be the first photograph of an extraterrestrial being, an incredible true story that connects alien encounters around the world, reveals the real Men in Black.
These people might not have even been human.
And uncovers an extraterrestrial battle for the most powerful weapon on planet Earth. This is a tale like nothing you have ever heard. Join us as the mystery of the Solway Earth spaceman is unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Nuclear winter. Plants have been scorched from the earth. Water has turned to acid. Man has perished, the victim of his own devastating weapons. Alien theorists believe this could be the future of planet Earth, a fate that may have been determined decades ago by a mysterious being in a most unlikely location. The city of Carlisle, United Kingdom. This quiet working community rests near the border of England and Scotland.
It is May of 1964, and four young men from Liverpool, only 80 miles south, are taking over the world. On a Saturday afternoon, local firefighter Jim Templeton takes his wife and his daughter Elizabeth on an outing to the park near a quiet inlet known as the Solway Firth. They hike to a clearing, stopping to take a picture. But what he is also about to photograph is believed to be the first evidence of an alien being caught on film.
So as Jim Templeton headed to the marsh, the only thing out of the ordinary he noticed was that the animals, the sheep and the cows that were there, were huddled together and acting frightened. But of what?
The girl poses with a little bouquet, and her father snaps the shot. A week later, he picks up the developed film at the chemist. The result is chilling.
Jim Templeton took a series of 3 photographs of his daughter on a single lens reflex camera. On 2 of the photos, nothing unusual was seen. But on the middle picture, what seems to be a strange figure, white clad and wearing some sort of spacesuit and helmet, is visible in the background.
The image runs in the local paper, creating an international sensation. People around the world identify the figure as a being not from our planet. It becomes known as the Solway Firth Spaceman.
In 1964, a case like this was gold dust. Lots of people had a story, but very few people actually had their story backed up with picture. This really does look like something either from a sci-fi movie or real cutting-edge technology.
But the figure does not appear to be wearing any spacesuit of the era. Could this be the first evidence of an alien being caught on camera?
Skeptics have said that the creature wasn't really a creature, it was a beekeeper in a beekeeping outfit, right? With a mask and protective garments and stuff. But if it's a beekeeper, and Templeton, as he said, reeled off those 3 photos in succession, how could a beekeeper appear in the middle photo, but not in the first 2? It makes no sense.
Nowadays, we're used to the idea that it's easy to fake a photograph with computer programs. Back in 1964, it was a very different story. Indeed, authorities at Kodak, who made the film, were sent this and were asked, is this a fake? They came back and said, no, we see no evidence of any trickery.
In fact, the image is so eerie, so incredible, that Kodak offers a lifetime supply of film to anyone who can debunk or otherwise explain the image. That prize has never been claimed. But if this figure was in fact an alien being, what was he doing on the Firth that day, and what could it mean to our planet? The answer could reveal the true identity of the Solway Firth Spaceman, and it all begins with a visit from the Men in Black. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. In 1964, Englishman Jim Templeton photographed a figure that would forever be known as the Solway Firth Spaceman. It would ignite a firestorm of media speculation about aliens among us, and the next clue to the spaceman's true identity would come in a chilling visit from 2 of the most frightening figures in UFO history. Unsealed Case File, the Men in Black.
Shortly after this incident, Jim Templeton was visited by 2 men. They claimed to be from the authorities, who quizzed him about the whole incident. These 2 individuals were very smartly dressed and all in black. Furthermore, they referred to themselves by numbers. All of this looked very strange.
Templeton would later recall these beings as eerie and sinister. They demand that Templeton drive them to the
decide where the photo was taken.
They took him to the marsh so that he could show them where he took the photos. If they were investigating what could have happened on the marsh to get. When Templeton asked the men for identification, they never showed him. All they said was, Her Majesty's government.
Out on the Solway Firth, the men asked Templeton where he stood and where his daughter sat for the photo. They then ask a surprising and unsettling question. They want to know where he saw the second spaceman. But Templeton never saw a second spaceman. When he insists there was only one, they become strange and hostile.
Why would they have asked him about a second spaceman? Did they know something Templeton did not know? Templeton's suspicions went all the way up to the top of his head. He was bothered by the fact that they said he saw a second spaceman when he didn't, bothered by the fact that they showed him no identification, and bothered by the fact that they seemed to intimidate him and tell him not to talk about this. Templeton refused to give them anything, refused to cooperate with them, and they simply left without doing anything.
The British Ministry of Defense denies ever having investigators on the case, but sightings of these strange men are not limited to the United Kingdom alone. The interrogation Jim Templeton experienced is frighteningly familiar for those who report their alien sightings to the public.
Looking back over the years, a number of UFO sightings have been followed by reports of strange black-clad figures interviewing the witnesses and suggesting very strongly that they don't talk to anyone about what happened. These sinister figures have been dubbed the Men in Black.
But the strange investigators who questioned Templeton on the Solway Firth have been the real Men in Black.
Almost every event in Templeton's experience matches those of other people that have experienced Men in Black throughout the years. They usually travel in groups of 2 or 3. They're dressed in black. Oftentimes they have large eyes. They're very, very aggressive in the way they handle UFO witnesses.
And the similarities do not end there.
Almost every reputable Men in Black sighting over the last 60 years happened within days of a UFO encounter. How did they even know where Templeton lived?
These men often show intimate details about their subjects, as though they've been under surveillance. A fact that supports the theory that these investigators are part of an elite government unit, controlling the public's knowledge of alien secrets.
According to documents like the Blue Planet Project, these Men in Black are a splinter group of the Air Force, known as the Delta Team. This group's sole purpose is to suppress any public information of UFOs recovered by our government.
But no government agency has ever confirmed their existence.
The way Templeton described these men doesn't sound like they're from the government. They were awkward and clumsy. They lacked social graces. Their grammar was a little bit broken. They referred to one another as numbers rather than names. Very strange. But if they're not government, who are they?
Others who have met them face to face also describe strange details that seem decidedly unhuman.
They acted very robotic. They acted almost mechanical. So it leads one to believe, as other people have described these individuals, that these people might not have even have been human. Who are these creatures? Are they extraterrestrials? Are they here to intimidate people, to keep them from talking about UFO sightings? Or are they here to find out what the UFO sightings were? Are they an ET investigation team? Not human, but aliens trying to keep human beings from spreading the truth about UFOs.
What could they have been able to find? And did they discover it? The answer could not only reveal the identity of the Solway Firth spaceman, it might just save every human life on planet Earth. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. In 1964, Jim Templeton photographed a figure perceived around the world as evidence of an alien among us on planet Earth. But who is this mysterious being known as the Solway Firth spaceman?
there was the test facility running trials with the Blue Streak, which was Great Britain's first intercontinental ballistic missile.
The Blue Streak missile was designed by the British to serve as a nuclear deterrent weapon in the Cold War.
The Blue Streak missile program was without doubt a program of extreme significance for the British government.
The crucial first test for this missile is scheduled for May 24, 1964. The launch team has prepared months for this moment. But during the countdown, the unthinkable happens. The launch is halted. The reported cause? Two unknown figures suddenly appearing on the launch pad.
There was ostensibly a video of two white-garbed, quote-unquote, spacemen running across the launch pad of this British missile. Now, what's so strange is that these individuals look just like the Solway Firth spaceman. Templeton himself said that the creatures that were described in the video looked exactly like the creature that was in the photograph.
Men in Black had asked Templeton about a second spaceman that did not appear on camera. Could there be a connection to this pair of figures interfering with the missile launch?
Why were these creatures, assuming they were actually there, interrupting a highly classified missile test launch? What was their objective?
When the missile is finally launched, the test is determined to be a failure. But is this exactly what the alien beings desired? A relationship seemed non-existent until a shocking connection between the two incidents came to light. The Blue Streak rocket, tested in Wimmera, Australia, had been assembled at RAF's magnum base, less than 30 miles from Solway Firth.
So is there a connection between the Solway Firth spaceman and the Blue Streak missile launch? Blue Streak is exactly the sort of thing that back in 1964, any visiting extraterrestrials would have been most interested in.
For decades, there have been countless incidents connecting man-made ballistic weapons with UFO and alien sightings.
Since we first detonated our nuclear weapon in the 1940s, many people and experiencers have believed that whether it be a nuclear weapon or some type of missile that is going to deliver that nuclear weapon, that they're drawn to that.
Less than 3 weeks later, a UFO sighting off the coast of California could explain the connection between these mysterious spacemen and lethal missiles. Unsealed case file, the UFO missile attack. Big Sur, California, June 10th, 1964. Just 17 days after Jim Templeton's photograph was taken, another alien form is caught on camera. This time, it is captured by a U.S. Air Force team filming an Atlas test missile.
The similarities between the American Atlas rocket and the British Blue Streak missile were both intercontinental ballistic missiles. They were launch vehicles for ICBMs. They were both launched, even though they weren't armed at the time, but both had reported interferences with strange phenomena.
Leading the crew is a lieutenant colonel named Robert Jacobs. According to Jacobs, the missile test fails in the final stage. He has the test footage developed for review. As soon as the footage is processed, Jacobs is ordered to report to his superior officer.
And he saw these two strange men in dark suits. And they asked him what he saw. Well, all Jacob saw, of course, was the missile rising off its launch pad and arcing over the horizon. Then they showed him the film.
And all of a sudden, it shoots a beam of light into the warhead at the tip of the missile. Moves around, does another one, moves around, does another one, and the warhead falls off.
According to Jacobs, the footage and the men in dark suits disappear, never to be seen again. Were these men the same men in black who had questioned Jim Templeton only days before? And were they attempting to hide evidence of UFOs attacking our nuclear-capable weapons?
It Basically, that there's an extraterrestrial culture that's surveilling our planet, very concerned about our use of nuclear weapons and telling us point blank, we will not let you use nuclear weapons. We will interfere with your missiles.
The Solway Firth spaceman may have been on our planet to disarm nuclear weapons. But what is their goal? And who is hiding under their helmets? The answer will shock you when we return. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The image of the Solway Firth spaceman reveals strange visitors attempting to disarm our nuclear weaponry. But what creatures would be under the helmets of this mysterious spaceman?
It's the 1960s. The world was on the brink of war. Who would be most interested in keeping humans in the 1960s from destroying themselves? Well, the answer is simple. It's other human beings. Other human beings from the future.
Could the spaceman have been a human sent back from the future to prevent nuclear annihilation?
If we invent time travel in the future, wouldn't we try to fix our mistakes in the past?
If true, we may have been saved from an apocalypse of our own design and owe our very existence to the being known as the Solway Firth spaceman. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Presidents of the United States. Could the influence of these powerful men be connected to an alien race? According to UFO experts, the decisions that shaped our country and globe may have come from out of this world. What have the presidents known that the public did not?
There's always things like that going on. Flying saucers, you've had other things, you know.
From UFOs over our capital to a presidential sit-down with alien beings.
President Harry Truman disclosed to the American people that UFOs were real.
Tonight, we reveal how much influence otherworldly creatures may have had on the presidents of the United States.
There's not an alien force already among us.
Join us as the secrets of presidents and aliens are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. It is winter 1777, the height of the Revolutionary War. General George Washington leads a wounded battalion, leaving a trail of blood in the snow.
During the horrendous winter at Valley Forge of the American Revolution, George Washington, who was getting demoralized at the state of his troops, went into the forest to pray. And in that forest, Washington saw what can only be described as an otherworldly phenomenon.
In 1880, the National Tribune reported an account by one of Washington's men. In it, the soldier reports Washington was approached by a strange being in the woods. According to the story, the being showed Washington a map of America. On it fell drops of water. With each drop of water, a city emerged, a vision of the United States.
as it would appear in the centuries ahead.
The second vision Washington had at Valley Forge was even stranger. Washington said that what he saw in the forest was a floating green orb, out of which jumped little creatures, small people. Washington said they were probably members of a local Indian tribe. But why would they be jumping out of a floating green orb?
Did extraterrestrial creatures visit America's first president? This portrait of Washington features what seems to be a glowing craft hovering above a globe of the Earth. Could alien inspiration have affected not only this founding father, but others as well? Baton Rouge, Louisiana. According to a published account, on April 5th, 1800, President Thomas Jefferson and his aide witnessed something unexplainable fly above their heads and crash into the earth.
So Jefferson's aide said that when they saw this UFO, it was about 70 to 80 feet long and about 200 yards off the surface of Earth.
The object is described to be the size of a house and crimson red.
After it passed over them for about 15 to 20 seconds, they saw it kind of disappear behind a hill, and they heard like a large crash, felt a rumble on the ground, which means whatever this object was, definitely crashed here on Earth.
Upon investigation, Jefferson learns that the surface of Earth was found broken up and badly scorched. Could this sighting, as many alien theorists believe, be the first UFO crash encountered by a president, but not the last?
Washington's description of his two UFO sightings at Valley Forge and Jefferson's description of William Dunbar's sighting of a UFO and a UFO crash over Louisiana in 1800 or 1801 really set the stage for a number of future encounters made, reported by presidents of the United States about UFO encounters.
In the centuries to follow, America flourishes, and thousands of fellow Americans report unexplained craft in the sky. Los Angeles, 1895. The Foo Fighters of World War II. Roswell, 1947. As UFO and alien encounters spread around the United States, Americans grow afraid.
In 1952, there was a huge increase in UFO sightings across the nation. You would call this a UFO wave. From coast to coast, UFOs were pretty much seen everywhere.
It was known as the Year of the UFO. While many dismiss these stories as Cold War paranoia, one key event challenged skeptics, asking why aliens don't just show up on the White House lawn. Because in July of 1952, they almost do. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Since founding the United States of America, presidents have experienced alien encounters and unexplained sightings over the nation's soil. Could there be a significant connection between an alien presence and the leaders of the free world?
If extraterrestrials came to Earth, particularly the United States, and landed here and wanted to communicate with us, they would probably want to communicate with the leader of the United States, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
As a result of these encounters, U.S. presidents may have changed our country, or even the world. But a 1952 sighting struck fear into the public's heart when a nation under President Harry Truman received an alien visit right over the Capitol. Unsealed case file, the White House alien invasion.
In 1952, there was a huge increase in UFO sightings across the nation. You would call this a UFO wave. From coast to coast, UFOs were pretty much seen everywhere. But in 1952, a very historic event took place over the skies of Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C., At 11:40 p.m. on July 19, 1952, an air traffic controller at Washington National Airport reportedly spotted 7 unidentified objects southwest of the city on radar.
According to the air traffic controller who tracked these objects over the Capitol, in erratic fashion, something that no one was familiar with in normal aircraft.
The objects moved into positions above the Capitol, the Pentagon, and the White House.
The sighting above the Capitol in Washington, D.C. caused a lot of panic and fear. Let's face it, the military couldn't explain it, and this was an extreme threat to the President of the United States and our Congress and our politicians there in Washington.
Witnesses calculate the objects to be moving at 100 miles per hour and accelerating to as much as 7,200 miles per hour as they roam freely above Washington. Following the incident, President Harry Truman demands answers to the flying saucer problem.
This wasn't just a UFO appearance over some isolated desert spot. This was a UFO formation over Washington, D.C. And in a very unguarded, unscripted moment before the press, President Harry Truman disclosed to the American people that UFOs were real.
Joint Chief of Staff talk to you about the unidentified flying object? Oh, yes, we discussed it at every conference that we had. There's always things like that going on. Flying saucers, we've had other things, you know.
The Air Force launches a UFO investigation named Project Blue Book. But their research over 17 years concludes UFOs are easily explainable. The program abruptly ends in 1969.
Most of what was in these reports is almost impossible.
Could Project Blue Book have simply been a government cover-up to quell the American public's fear of UFOs?
Many people believe, especially after this, that not only were UFOs real, but the government was trying to cover them up.
In fact, some stories indicate that presidents of the 20th century not only knew about alien life, they may have had the bodies to prove it. Inverness, Florida, February 19th, 1973. President Richard Nixon steps on to the Inverness Golf and Country Club, hole number 18. He is there to meet his friend, actor and comedian Jackie Gleason, to help open a charity golf tournament. But according to a story reported by Air Force Security Officer Larry Warren, the event is allegedly the beginning of a presidential alien encounter.
Gleason's an avid UFO, and he said he pressured Richard Nixon to tell him about UFOs, what did the government know about UFOs, and Nixon, supposedly according to Larry Warren, Gleason keeps pushing President Nixon to show him the UFO, show him an alien body, show him some kind of proof of UFOs. Nixon refuses.
According to Warren's tale, Gleason later reported that Nixon had finally given in and revealed an extraterrestrial secret.
Nixon, close to midnight, showed up at Jackie Gleason's house, driving his own private car. No Secret Service, no security. Tells Gleason to get in. He says, you want to see something? I'll show you something. They drive to Homestead Air Force Base, pass through security. The president shows Gleason these remains of extraterrestrials, aliens, encased in some kind of what Jackie Gleason described to Larry Warren as a Coke dispenser freezer.
The U.S. presidency holds many secrets. We may never know for sure if the tale of Nixon and alien bodies is true. But we may have proof that one president actually met aliens alive. When we return, this is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Since its founding in 1776, presidents leading the United States have become entangled in one of the biggest mysteries of mankind, the UFO enigma.
people truly believe, and this has come out in various surveys and national polls about this, that the government is keeping secrets from the American people about not only the existence of UFOs, but government's involvement with UFOs.
Some presidents claim to have no knowledge of our nation's alien secrets.
If the United States Air Force did recover alien bodies, they didn't tell me about it either, and I want to know.
But many modern presidents have witnessed UFO events that inspired them to share their experiences with the public. None more than the man known to some as the UFO president, Jimmy Carter. Leary, Georgia, 1969. 2 years before Jimmy Carter becomes governor of Georgia and later president of the United States, he is giving a speech at a local school when a guest points out an unusual light in the sky.
And Carter saw this, and it affected him a lot, because not only did he remember the sighting and talk about it years later, he went out of his way to report it to the International UFO Bureau at the time that was investigating this phenomenon.
Carter's official report described it as self-luminous, changing from blue to red and back to white in color. There are an estimated 10 to 12 witnesses to the event. And yet, Carter was not alone. His successor, Ronald Reagan, claimed to see a UFO and took his thoughts of alien invasion all the way to the United Nations. 1974. In the skies over California, future President Governor Ronald Reagan is flying to Bakersfield, California in his Cessna jet when he catches sight of an unusual object outside the window.
When Governor Ronald Reagan was flying into Bakersfield, California, he saw a UFO outside of his Cessna aircraft. His ex-military pilot also saw this and recounted that the object stayed there for quite a few minutes, just hovering outside of the aircraft, and then zipped off into the heavens and completely disappeared.
Reagan admitted he himself was conducting UFO research on his own time. He was a believer. And to the man who would become president, this craft was reportedly real, unidentified, and possibly alien. A lesson he thought the entire world could learn from.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Perhaps the biggest presidential encounter of all is not a UFO sighting, but a meeting between a sitting U.S. president and an extraterrestrial here on Earth. It is an encounter so significant, it could affect the future of every man, woman, and child if we could prove it happened.
Eisenhower was an extremely important figure in our nation's history. He was an extremely powerful, well-respected military strategist. He came out of World War II. He was a hero. Our country revered Eisenhower.
According to alien theorists, President Eisenhower was called upon to meet with alien leaders on more than one occasion. But only one of those events coincides with the appearance of a possible alien craft. The location, Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. The date was October 16, 1957, and the guests, an alien race known as the Grays.
So now we get to the event known as the Holloman Lid, wherein a ship, saucer-shaped ship, lands on the tarmac at Holloman Air Force Base in front of Air Force One, and a meeting is held right there on the tarmac.
Coming up next, one chilling photo could connect aliens and the history of our government for the past 50 years. See it and decide for yourself. When we return, this is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Throughout history, presidents of the United States have determined our fates. But has alien contact with the presidents played a role as well? On October 16th, 1957, President Dwight D. Eisenhower allegedly held meetings with extraterrestrials in hopes of striking a treaty.
So the only bit of evidence that we have about this whole Holloman incident is a picture taken on that day, the alleged day, of a UFO above Holloman Air Force Base. It's a verified photo. So if this photo is real, then possibly a meeting really did take place that day on the tarmac.
We may never know how much influence aliens have had on our founding fathers or current presidents. But if any of these encounters are true, one thing is certain. The leaders of the free world may have help from something that is not of this world. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Ancient Egypt. Could it be that the hieroglyphs left behind by this mysterious culture detail a history of visitors from another planet? And the story of an advanced alien race assisting people on Earth thousands of years ago?
If this is true, this could absolutely change and alter everything we believe about the human race.
From stories of visitation buried within ancient texts to evidence that Egyptian structures did not begin on Earth, tonight we reveal the incredible tale of strange beings behind one of the most advanced civilizations in human existence. Join us as the alien history of the Egyptian gods is unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Evidence throughout the world suggests that a connection may exist between aliens and ancient human civilizations. The celestial calendar, known as Stonehenge. The ancient Indian tales of piloted ships called Vimanas.
What we're discovering is that ancient societies that suddenly blossomed and bloomed out of nowhere learned that information from older, much older cultures. Probably human, but possibly not human.
No civilization in human history may reveal more about our connection to the stars than a race beginning over 5,000 years ago. The people of ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt is almost like a well of our own human past. The more we explore the mysteries of ancient Egypt, the monuments, the pyramids, the Sphinx, the more we realize that there's more to learn about ancient Egypt and its potential relationship to other extraterrestrial races.
Tentira, Egypt. Among the many ruins here, the great Temple of Hathor serves as the central temple of worship for the goddess Hathor, mother, wife, and daughter of Ra, the sun god.
What's fascinating about the Temple of Hathor is that it has this beautiful celestial image on the ceiling. And it proves that the ancient Egyptians were fascinated with astronomy.
But hieroglyphics in the Temple of Hathor also reveal what could be a scientific understanding thousands of years ahead of its time. The most mysterious etchings appear to show a device that wouldn't be invented by modern man for another 3 millennia.
So you have these hieroglyphics that depict this reptile-like creature or creatures giving these gifts to humans. And the gifts really, upon looking at it, are bulbous in nature, they're emitting a light. You can even argue that there's a filament inside. It looks like a light bulb. Some people say that it's a light bulb.
Did ancient Egyptians possess the knowledge of electric light bulbs over 3,000 years before Thomas Edison? And can the records of ancient Egypt reveal the true identity of the strange creatures passing their knowledge to mankind? Unsealed case file, the Thule Papyrus.
One of the most recent accounts of possible interaction between Egyptians and extraterrestrials comes from the Thule Papyrus.
According to reports, the Thule Papyrus was discovered in a Cairo antique shop by Alberto Thule, a director of the Vatican Museum's Egyptian Studies. The message's alleged translation reveals a shocking account of unidentified visitors over the sands of ancient Egypt more than 3,500 years ago. It reads, in the year 22, a strange fiery disk was coming in the sky. After several days had passed, they became more numerous in the sky than ever. They shined in the sky more than the brightness of the sun. Powerful was the position of the fiery discs.
The Thule Papyrus describes fiery discs that were flying through the sky. What do we call these now? We call these UFOs, and it almost looked like an alien fleet of extraterrestrials.
These fiery discs could be the arrival of alien beings depicted in the Temple of Hathor.
If this is true, then we have an actual documented account of UFOs descending upon ancient Egypt. And on top of that, we could have evidence of technology thousands of years ahead of its time. Is it possible that what we thought of as gods were in fact extraterrestrials that the ancient Egyptians indicated? And if so, then why were they here? And what did they want from us?
Coming up next, the answer to these mysteries could reveal the greatest alien secrets in human history and uncover the tomb of an ancient ruler known to some as the Alien King. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Ancient Egyptian records prove an undeniable link between the people of Egypt and mysterious beings that have been interpreted as gods. But were these gods mere folklore? Or could they have been actual creatures visiting our planet and sharing their secrets with mankind?
If the ancient Egyptians had contact with extraterrestrials, maybe all of the hieroglyphs that we see today of their gods are actually their interactions with extraterrestrials.
Abydos, Egypt. Carved into the walls of the famed Temple of Seti are incredible images that some believe could connect ancient man and alien life.
On the walls of these Egyptian temples, there seem to be hieroglyphic depictions of an aircraft. There's a helicopter. Another type of aircraft. It looks like there's a submarine. What can explain that? The inscriptions that were carved into stone 8,000 years ago.
If these are recordings of machines a millennia before their time, could ancient man have been exposed to advanced technology by a superior race?
You have to wonder, were these flying machines in the sky during ancient Egyptian times? Is this something that they built themselves? Or this could be proof that something was in our skies thousands of years ago.
If these carvings are evidence of alien contact with ancient humans, what were they here to accomplish? The answer could be in the tomb of an Egyptian ruler some believe may not have been human at all. Unsealed case file. Akhenaten, the alien king. Pharaoh Amenhotep IV became ruler of Egypt in 1353 BC. But 5 years into his reign, he changed his name to Akhenaten, the living spirit of Aten.
In Egyptian mythology, Aten is described as this solar disk, sometimes depicted with hands and rays coming out of it. And this makes Akhenaten the living embodiment of that sun disk.
Akhenaten ruled for 17 years, changing the traditional religion of the land to only worship Aten. According to the king, Aten, the sun disk, was more powerful than mere gods.
Because Akhenaten was able to come in and change all of the beliefs of Egypt in a matter of just years, that tells me that there's some connection between him and this deity. And if we believe in the idea that Aten was some sort of extraterrestrial being, then perhaps Akhenaten was actually offspring.
Hieroglyphics of Akhenaten reveal him to be anything but normal. His arms and fingers are long and slender. His chin stretches low, and his head strangely elongated.
Certain characteristics of these aliens would be portrayed in the genetic structure of the royal family, and one of those is cranial elongation.
Analysis of Akhenaten's skull has led researchers to imagine a head of inhuman length and eyes of unusual size. This trait was also seen in daughters of the pharaoh, as well as his famous son, King Tutankhamun. But could this family have descended from an extraterrestrial race?
Skeptics believe that Akhenaten's skull shape could be the result of skull binding, tying something around the head to misshape it on purpose. But there's absolutely no evidence that supports that Akhenaten's skull shape has anything to do with skull binding.
Some claim Akhenaten and his descendants suffered from a biological disorder, but alien theorists insist the explanation lies in something far more shocking. Could Akhenaten, in fact, have been the first recorded attempt at alien-human hybridization?
If an alien race were dying, how would they invade another planet to sustain their race, to keep themselves alive through successive generations? One way would be to hybridize with that species to create a new species, a synthesis of that species and their own, and therefore their civilization could be sustained.
If aliens were successful in interbreeding with humans, their genes could still be present in the human race today. But where did they come from? And where did they go? The answer may be within messages left behind at their greatest achievement, the pyramids. Coming up next, the hidden codes of the pyramid reveal incredible evidence of alien architects and expose a shocking secret that could change everything we've ever believed about the origins of man. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Ancient records and the remains of a pharaoh known as the Alien King may prove that the gods of Egypt were more flesh and blood than ever imagined. But could these strange beings have been visitors from another world?
A lot of believers feel that that is evidence that they were visited. That is evidence that they knew more then than we know now about life out there in the universe.
The pyramids. What many would call impossible structures. The pyramids may be man's greatest early feat of engineering, but was the feat accomplished by mankind alone?
You can see examples of this all over the globe, but the most impressive and fascinating
is the Great Pyramid of Giza.
The Great Pyramid of Giza was partially constructed using 130 granite blocks that each weighed between 12 and 70 tons. Each massive piece was nearly impossible to move with sheer manpower alone, and yet each one was transported incredible distances.
These large stones of granite were hauled 500 miles away to build the Great Pyramids of Egypt. They needed to be hoisted over 240 feet into the air by the time they reached their capstone. So how did any race do this and accomplish this, especially when they came 2,000, 3,000 years before the time of Jesus?
According to historians, the Great Pyramid took only 20 years to construct. If true, workers would have had to quarry, craft, and fit a multi-ton block every 2.5 minutes.
That's an amazing feat, even when you're talking about 21st century technology. So how did the ancient Egyptians do it? Really, the only answer to that you could come up with that makes sense today is they had help. They had to have had help. How could the human race do this by themselves?
The degree of accuracy found in the pyramid's construction also indicates a higher intelligence.
The positioning of the pyramid is absolutely precise. It points due north within 5/100ths of a degree. No other structure on Earth has that kind of precision.
Constructed with what the Egyptians referred to as sacred geometry, the pyramids are said to have once been polished to reflect sunlight, enough to be visible from space. But what was the purpose of such a beacon? And could the answer be buried within this sacred geometry?
The equations and the mathematics required to have figured that out were so advanced that only someone looking at the Earth from the sky or from space would have figured out the mathematics of the Great Pyramid.
Analysis indicates that the height of the Great Pyramid, when multiplied by 1 billion, measures the average distance of the Earth from the Sun. The full base circumference of the Great Pyramid is a near-to-scale match for the circumference of the Earth at the equator.
When you take all this into consideration, how did the Egyptians get all this advanced information? It was way beyond the technology of ancient Egypt and way beyond the civilization itself. That's why many ancient alien theorists believe that ancient Egypt was actually in part an ancient extraterrestrial civilization.
If extraterrestrial intelligence influenced these great structures, it implies that alien beings may have felt a kinship with mankind. Otherwise, why did they leave behind the Great Pyramid or the structure that could explain to us where they came from? The Sphinx. At 66 feet high and 240 feet in length, it is the largest monolith statue in the world. And within it is a secret that may prove that the structures of ancient Egypt did not originate from our planet.
The Great Sphinx contains a number of mysteries beyond our understanding, but the greatest of which is right on the surface.
In 1991, geologists from Boston University discovered erosion and weather patterns on the Sphinx that date its construction thousands of years before the existence of the Egyptian civilization.
And that means that the Sphinx would predate the Egyptian culture by thousands of years. If the Egyptians didn't build the Sphinx, then who or what did?
Coming up next, a chilling possibility is revealed by NASA. These great structures may not be from Earth at all, and the photographs that could prove it will shock the world. When we return, this is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth.
Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Scientific evidence could prove that the great monuments of ancient Egypt were collaborations between mankind and visitors from another planet. But from what planet did these visitors originate?
New NASA photographs have revealed what appears to be several pyramids, and even a sphinx buried on the sands of Mars.
Were the original pyramids and sphinx built by an ancient Martian race?
Now that we have rovers on Mars, a lot of these questions will be answered. If we find the remains of ancient civilizations under the surface of Mars, would we have to rewrite human history?
If ancient Egypt was visited and inspired by Martian founders, our exploration of the Red Planet could put us face to face with our ancestors and finally unravel the truth behind ancient Egypt. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. UFO sightings around the world could prove the existence of alien life, but one mystery remains. What is the extraterrestrial plan for Earth and the human race that inhabits it?
If extraterrestrials are here on planet Earth, they can be here to save us or to slaughter us.
Tonight, we count down the top 10 extraterrestrial plots for the future of our planet and species. From acts of human salvation to designs of global conquest, one thing cannot be denied. Each and every one could spell a different fate for the human race.
If the evidence is true, then there's some type of reality to the extraterrestrial presence.
Join us as the top 10 alien plots are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Our first alien plot involves a threat that could be hiding within plain sight of every human on Earth. But some theorists believe it's only a secret if you don't work for NASA. Number 10, Alien Moon Base. In 1964, the Ranger 7 became the first American spacecraft to return photos of a world we had never seen, the moon. But what about the photos we didn't see?
Now, what's not talked about is some of the actual photographs that were shown publicly.
A case can be made that in fact successful that they were able to transmit images back to the moon, back to Earth, and that they did show artificial structures on the moon.
In fact, some believe that aliens were not only discovered on the moon, but are now cooperating with NASA, a claim supported by the alleged discoveries of a man named Gary McKinnon.
Gary McKinnon is a British ufologist who a couple of years ago hacked into secure computers of NASA in the United States from the UK and found some incredible documents that listed something called non-terrestrial officers.
Could this document prove that our government is working with aliens discovered on our moon?
It meant that NASA not only knew about an ET presence, but that it was dealing with an ET presence on a regular basis.
Whether aliens are working with our scientists or the other way around, this alien plot could prove there is more to the moon than the public was led to believe. Number 9, Alien Human Hybrids. The Braves. The very name strikes fear in the heart of any true believer.
During an alien abduction, rays are the most commonly described entity that not only does or conducts the abduction, but also makes the victim undergo medical experiments, sometimes torture.
But alien theorists believe these aliens from the Zeta Reticula galaxy also have a crucial weakness, the inability to reproduce.
How they may sustain their own race is through a procedure called hybridization.
Abductees on board their ships report bizarre reproductive experiments that often end with aliens presenting them with hybrid children to hold.
When skeptics ask, where's the evidence for alien-human hybridization? The answer could be in the misshapen skulls found throughout the world.
If this is an alien plot to hybridize all of mankind, could our future be to live as an intergalactic race? After all, how sure are you that you couldn't be half alien? The next alien plot in our countdown proposes a very different theory that may reveal that alien races are closer than we think. Number 8. Underwater extraterrestrials.
On November 8th, 2010, a mysterious object came out of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California and seemingly streaked towards the sky towards space. No one could identify or could see what this object was, and when the military was questioned about it, they had no idea either.
But the object appeared to have launched from between Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Catalina, an area UFO hunters refer to as the Devil's Triangle of the West, and the location of a possible underwater base.
This image shows large domes the size of 2 football fields, deep under the surface of the ocean, sitting on the ocean floor. If extraterrestrials, if aliens, or intraterrestrials wanted to have an undersea base, this is exactly the kind of base they would have.
Coming up, from extraterrestrial bioweapons to UFO attacks caught on film, our countdown of alien plots has just begun, and it all leads to a number 1 plot like nothing you've ever heard before. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Alien agents infiltrating NASA, a UFO base off the coast of California. Our countdown of the top 10 alien plots of all time has exposed some of the biggest secrets in our universe. But nothing has prepared us for what's next. Number 7. Alien Biowarfare. Since the bubonic plague of the 14th century, mysterious illnesses have devoured our species. But could this biowarfare be an extraterrestrial plot?
If an alien race really did want to deliver some type of biological agent or a virus to the planet Earth and introduce it to humans, they could easily do it. All they would have to do is find some type of delivery method, and they wouldn't even have to visit the planet itself.
But is sending a viral warhead from the stars actually possible?
As crazy as that sounds, we've had 2 instances in the past decade where a meteor or comet has come very close, if not within our atmosphere, and left something behind.
Red rain. In 2010, Kerala, India was shocked when a sudden and bizarre storm ravaged the city.
The biggest surprise about the red rain is that when they analyzed it, they found organic material inside the particles that was not terrestrial.
But could matter from such a meteorite actually poison human beings? Just ask the residents of Caracas, Peru. On September 15, 2007, a huge fireball fell from the sky and struck the ground of this small working village.
When it crashed, people living near the site became very, very sick. They were throwing up. They were clearly poisoned by something.
If true, this alien plot could reveal that a war with an alien race may be over before we even realize it's begun. But could some aliens be looking to help instead of harm? Number 6. Aliens versus nuclear weapons. Big Sur, California, June 10, 1964. An Atlas ballistic missile, fired as a test by the U.S. Navy, is going as planned. But later, military officers viewing the test footage see something shocking in the final stages of flight.
Officials who saw this video claim to have seen a silver disc come into frame, shoot some rays of light at the missile, and essentially destroy a warhead.
3 years later, at Malmstrom Air Force Base, a deputy commander overseeing a siloed fleet of ballistic missiles receives a frightened call reporting unidentified objects hovering over the base.
Suddenly, alarm bells start to ring, and each and every nuclear missile becomes inoperable. It was like whatever this craft or UFO was, it was strategically shutting down this nuclear missile silo.
It's possible we may never know the motives of our extraterrestrial visitors or what they have planned for human beings. But if our next alien plot is the President of the United States, most certainly does. Number 5. The Alien-Human Pact. This photo appears to show an alien craft moments before it landed at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico on October 16, 1957.
Who was in that craft and why did it land? Well, the answer, according to ufologists, is that there were leaders, extraterrestrial leaders of their respective planets in that craft that landed at Holloman in 1957 for the express purpose of meeting with President Dwight D. Eisenhower and forging some kind of treaty between them and us.
The alleged deal, this sinister alien race would give their advanced alien technology to the Americans to be used in the Cold War. But in exchange, the government would allow the Greys to abduct human beings for DNA and experimentation.
After the Eisenhower meeting in the 60s, the number of reported cases of alien abduction went through the roof. In fact, abductions hadn't even really been reported until 1961.
Some say this alien plot continues on planet Earth to this day. And if correct, none of us may be safe. But if you think that's scary, our next plot reveals the most shocking participant of all. You. Coming up next, from reptilian world leaders to real alien implants, the next 3 extraterrestrial plots reveal the truth buried underneath our skin. And if you think you're prepared for our number 1 of all time, think again. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Counting down the top 10 alien plots of all time has exposed aliens hiding among us and even cooperating with the president. But our next extraterrestrial plan reveals that the most unlikely conspirator could be someone you only thought was human. Number 4, the reptilian threat. From the Garden of Eden to ancient Egypt, creatures that are neither man nor reptile are depicted as living among human beings.
Some people believe that creatures like this really did exist in the past, and still do in the present in underground caverns.
This race is known as the reptilians, and some say they have developed a terrifying ability to take on the form of human beings.
Is there any logical explanation for how reptilian-type creatures might have come to planet Earth? Well, the answer is yes. They might not have come to planet Earth at all. They might have been an original species that have lived here not just for tens of thousands of years, but for millions of years.
In recent years, some theorists have publicly accused celebrities, royalty, and even presidents of having a secret reptilian persona. While most dismiss these theories as mere fantasy, even skeptics must admit, sometimes the thought that world leaders are driven by the goals of a bloodthirsty reptilian cult almost seems a little too terrifyingly perfect. Number 3. Gods of the ancient world. Strange beings within human heads, kings with elongated skulls and large eyes. Technological innovations a millennia before their time. The ancient hieroglyphs of Egypt provide many mysteries, but could we now have an answer to the message they were leaving behind?
We really don't know what the answer is, but what we do know is on multiple occasions, it is documented that these Egyptians were seeing what can only be described as UFOs or some type of craft in their skies.
But could these images, as some scholars believe, be actual sights witnessed by the people of ancient Egypt? Messages left behind of beings and machines visiting from the stars. Creatures that, looking back, we refer to simply as gods.
Is there any member of the Egyptian royal family, the houses of the pharaohs, that ufologists believe might have been an alien? Yes, that person is Akhenaten, who ancient alien theorists believe was really an alien himself, a hybrid of mixed human and extraterrestrial blood.
The remains of King Akhenaten reveal an unusually elongated skull, and images of him defy the style of the time, depicting him as tall and thin with incredibly long fingers.
Most skeptics believe that the misshapen skull was due to some birth defect or skull binding. But if Akhenaten was an alien or a hybrid, that means that in a not-so-distant past, we had an alien walking among us.
And if his bloodline is still alive today, the DNA of these ancient alien gods may in fact still run in our veins as well. Number 2. Alien implants. What you are witnessing is actual footage of a very unusual surgery. This patient claims to have something unexplainable inside of him. Something that can only be removed by one remarkable surgeon.
My name is Dr. Roger Weir, and I am by profession a podiatric surgeon. I've donated about the last 30 years of my life to the removal of objects from alien abductees.
Within these alleged alien abductees are small, strange implants, objects with no known origin, no scar from entry, and a composition that will chill the spine of any hardened skeptic.
The lab came back with pages and pages and pages of reports telling us, and the only conclusion that they could come to in the report was these were meteorite samples.
But what could be the insidious plot behind these alien implants?
In several cases we've had, the patient states in so many words that are almost haunting exactly the same. They have a newfound feeling of freedom.
Could this freedom be evidence of an alien plot to control us from within? If so, it is a terrifying extraterrestrial conspiracy that can only be topped by the most sinister alien plot of all time. A scheme so incredible it can only be revealed as our number 1 when we return. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. In the top 10 alien plots of all time, you've seen evidence of incredible alien implants and plagues sent from outer space, but nothing has prepared you for number 1, aliens and the Nazis. Nazi Germany in the heat of World War II Allied pilots report encounters with flying orbs and screaming dogfights with strange balls of light.
These fiery orbs were called food fighters, and many truly believed that this was a Nazi superweapon.
Some propose that several Nazi flying saucers were developed using technology Hitler gained from crashed alien craft.
If Nazis actually had obtained alien technology, then they would have been the most unstoppable force the world has ever seen.
As with all of our extraterrestrial conspiracies, this could have changed the future of every human on planet Earth. But that's why they are the top 10 alien plots of all time. This is Unseen Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Mars. Named for the god of war, it is the most similar planet to Earth in our entire solar system, perhaps the only other planet that could support life, human or otherwise. What can explain the inhuman discoveries made on Mars? Bizarre structures, possible alien remains, and what could be an alien figure caught on NASA cameras. Is mankind on the verge of discovering alien life on Mars? Or have we already found proof of Martian civilizations?
This almost appears to be a whole city unexplored on the surface of Mars.
Tonight, the shocking truth of a world that could hold the key to our past and our future. Join us as the incredible secrets of alien life on planet Mars are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. In August 2012, NASA's Curiosity rover landed on the surface of the Red Planet. It was the most ambitious mission of its kind in the history of space exploration. A $2.5 billion project that many hoped could answer the ancient question, is there life on Mars?
The Curiosity rover is essentially a moving laboratory, and we can collect evidence off of Mars that we've never been able to collect before.
But the Curiosity rover is only the latest explorer of a program that began in 1971. Since then, 16 probes have successfully reached Mars, some returning crucial evidence that the Red Planet once or may still be able to support life. In 1975, Viking orbiters showed geological evidence of rivers, lakes, and oceans. These images painted the picture of an ancient Mars that may have once held an abundance of alien life.
When they discovered that there was at one time possibly water on the surface of Mars, that blew open the door of possibility for there being extraterrestrial life in our solar system, let alone the universe.
Could Mars in fact have been much more like Earth than we once believed? The first color photographs of the Martian surface were taken by a rover in 2004. The images revealed that the red planet was anything but.
One of the things that shocked people in 2004 when NASA and JPL released these photos was this wasn't the dead planet that we've been led to believe with a brown sky and a brown dusty surface. That when you look at this bluish sky and when you look at the surface of the Martian ground, it very much resembled the surface of Earth.
Could our exploration of this alien planet uncover the ultimate extraterrestrial secret that intelligent life once, or perhaps still, exists on Mars, and that the evidence has been right before our eyes? Unsealed case file, The Skull of Mars. In 2004, NASA landed 2 rovers on the surface of Mars, Spirit and Opportunity. They were sent to explore opposite sides of the red planet. And while Opportunity sent back many interesting photos, it was Spirit which captured what some believe is our glimpse at an alien face. In this picture, we see a shape sitting on the ground. It has familiar features: eyes, a nose, even teeth. Could this be, as some believe, a humanoid skull buried in the Martian soil?
Alien theorists believe that this could be evidence that either humans had visited Mars at some point in the past, or that some other humanoid alien race has existed there for thousands of years.
Is this object, in fact, an ancient fossil? And what could be buried alongside it? Coming up next, the search for answers could reveal not only evidence of an alien being on the surface of Mars, but an entire civilization. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Photographs of Mars reveal alien landscapes remarkably similar to Earth, and unexplained images that look terrifyingly human. But the biggest question remains: is there alien life on planet Mars?
All the evidence points to the fact that Mars could have very well supported life in the past and maybe supports alien life to this very day.
July 25th, 1976. The Viking 1 orbiter photographs a Martian terrain known as Cydonia. Of the many pictures taken that day, one would be seen as a sign that we may not be alone in the universe. A human face etched into the surface of Mars.
Well, the face of Mars doesn't resemble, it looks like a human face. I mean, it's looking up at the stars, at the heavens, but it looks like a human face. No mistaking it. And this thing has 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth. It has something that looks like a headdress on it. And this face, by the way, is about 3 miles top to bottom, chin to head to top of head, and about 2 miles across. So it's a very large object. It's not small.
Alien theorists propose that the face of Mars could be a monument constructed by an ancient alien race, an invitation or a warning to visitors of Mars.
Skeptics say, well, why would an alien race make something like this? Well, who knows? It could be for a number of reasons. It could be as a monument to maybe they knew cataclysm was coming and they wanted to leave something that would let people know that they were there, let somebody know that they were there. It could be as simple as art. I mean, why do we create art? Why do we create sculpture?
Shockingly, the most recent images of the face reveal nothing more than a mountain of sand. Was the face a mere illusion? Or could it be that the face was purposely destroyed using explosives on board the Mars Observer? A NASA statement from August 21st, 1993 reports that NASA forever lost contact with Observer over the Martian surface, followed what was believed to be a fuel rupture. The next time the face was photographed in 1996, its features had vanished. It may be mere coincidence, This is just the most recent evidence of a cover-up to protect the truth.
Alien theorists believe that this could be evidence that either humans had visited Mars at some point in the past, or that some other humanoid alien race has existed there for thousands of years.
In fact, several photos from Mars have revealed what many believe are manufactured objects and signs of a ruined civilization. One of the discoveries was an object known as the ammo box. Photographed by NASA's Spirit rover, the origins of this seemingly metallic object remain a mystery.
The ammo box seems to be made of some sort of metal, and every edge meets at a 90-degree corner. How is that possible if it's a natural formation?
This and similar evidence have led theorists to believe that Mars may have been home to an ancient alien civilization. But could the ultimate discovery be an ancient city with a connection to our home planet? Unsealed case file, the Pyramids of Mars. Of all Martian regions, none has been more rich with the possible proof of civilization than Cydonia and the Pyramids of Mars.
In the middle of this barren planet, there stand three structures that resemble almost exactly our pyramids in Egypt.
Indeed, the shape of the pyramid has been repeated on Earth throughout multiple countries for millennia. The connection between the pyramids of Earth and these so-called pyramids of Mars could be seen as evidence of an extraterrestrial connection to the human race.
If these structures on Mars were manufactured by some sort of alien beings, what could that mean for our race? It could mean that we have neighbors who obviously thousands of years ago came here to visit us and left influences on our people and our cultures.
The largest of the Martian monuments is known as the D&M Pyramid. It spans almost 2 miles and stands half a mile tall. Shockingly, the axis of the pyramid is nearly in alignment with the north-south axis of Mars, just as the Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned with the north-south axis of the Earth. And yet, even if the pyramids of Mars could be explained as natural, it would be difficult to explain why, sitting near the base of the southernmost pyramid, is a sphinx. Coming up next, an intergalactic war and possible images of an alien being lead to the ultimate question. Is a Martian invasion in our future? Find out when we return. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Humanoid faces seen in the Martian terrain, images of possible alien life, objects that seem to defy natural explanation. The evidence of alien life on Mars raises questions about an advanced civilization and their mysterious disappearance. Can the answer be found within pyramids eerily similar to ancient Egypt, right down to the presence of a sphinx?
The Sphinx on Mars is a monolith that was discovered in 1997 by the Pathfinder mission. If you examine this photograph, even for just a minute, it's very clear that you can see a defined head, body, and even arms.
It is a form remarkably like that of the Great Sphinx of Giza, with a head that appears to be decorated in an Egyptian headdress. And all of this within miles of the so-called face of Mars.
When you think about an alien race building a giant face on the surface of their planet, some may laugh it off. And I always say, well, why would you laugh it off? Look at civilizations here on Earth stretching back thousands of years. You've got giant structures in the middle of Egypt, one of which just happens to be a very large face on the Sphinx. You've got other structures from other cultures that are being built that you can only see from the sky. So when you look at those commonalities, you have to see maybe there's a connection between life 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago here on Earth and quite possibly a life starting on the planet of Mars.
If there truly was an ancient civilization on Mars, who knows how advanced they may have become before extinction? Could the ancient pyramids of Egypt have been constructed as a cultural link between the two societies? And if so, how did their society come to an end?
Many theorize by the scientific advances that we're making studying the Martian surface that in Mars's past, that it's been hit multiple times by asteroids. Now, when you talk about huge asteroids striking a planetary surface, the effects of that are pretty detrimental. Many believe that happened on Mars, maybe on a grander scale. Instead of 10% of the world's life or the planet's life surviving, that you had zero survivability.
Possible evidence of this catastrophic event can be found right on the surface of Mars. Concentrated on one side of the planet are over 3,000 craters, measuring 20 miles in diameter.
If an asteroid a mile across were to hit the Martian surface, it's estimated that that would have the impact and the force equivalent to a 1 million megaton nuclear weapon. That is 10 million times the force of what was released in Hiroshima.
The debris raised by such an asteroid could block out the sun, effectively killing all life on the planet. But could there be another explanation for these enormous craters? One that points to a very advanced ancient civilization on Mars and a Martian nuclear apocalypse. Ancient Roman records point to accounts of what was referred to as fire in the sky. Both Romans and Babylonians named it for their god of war. Was Mars once home of a violent and distant battle between an alien species? And could any survivors still be alive today?
For years, we've been debating about what the Martians might look like. Science fiction gives us all kinds of different variations of what these aliens are. But in 2008, the Spirit rover gave us our first clear picture, which could show us who the Martians are.
Unsealed case file, The Creature of Mars. In 2008, the Mars Spirit rover transmitted a panorama back to Earth from the West Valley of Mars. At first look, this photograph appears to merely be a stunning view of the Martian terrain. But closer inspection exposes a chilling revelation. A humanoid figure, seeming to walk just behind a ridge. It appears to have a head, a torso, even legs, caught in mid-stride. Could this real photographic evidence be a creature captured alive on the surface of Mars? If this is truly a living creature, we could be looking at a post-apocalyptic Martian survivor, a rare example of an extraterrestrial species still hiding on an alien planet. You may think we'll never know, but if expert predictions are right, the invasion of Mars could be just around the corner. Coming up next, the event that could put you face to face with an alien race. Earth invades planet Mars. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. For decades, man has feared the potential invasion of Earth by Martians. But a twist of modern science could bring humans to invade Mars. In January 2013, the Mars One was announced. It could be the first private spacecraft to land on the Red Planet. It is scheduled to arrive on Mars within the next 10 years, and its cargo, a volunteer group of human colonists from Earth. They will live on and develop Mars for the remainder of their lives. These brave pioneers could explore an alien world, beginning a peaceful colonization or an intergalactic war. But at last, we may answer the question, Is there life on Mars? This is Unsealed Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Black suits, inhuman eyes, and a secret, possibly unearthly agenda. They are the Men in Black.
They show up in the dead of the night, and they don't take no for an answer.
For decades, UFO experts and abductees have reported the strange appearance of ominous investigators after alleged UFO sightings. Their stories are virtually identical.
These sinister figures have been dubbed the Men in Black on the basis of their smart black clothing. Men in Black have been seen traditionally traveling either in pairs or in threes. Men in Black apparently visit some UFO witnesses, themselves clad in black, very smartly dressed, rather like the old image of an FBI G-man.
Oftentimes, a witness hasn't told anybody about their experience, so it's kind of strange these guys show up without any provocation or invitation.
Tonight, we uncover the real story and expose incredible evidence that puts you face to face with the most infamous men in UFO history. Join us as the mystery of the Men in Black is unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. The Men in Black. Their existence was made famous by films starring Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones as comic alien-fighting secret agents. But reports of real-life encounters with these shadowy figures tells a very different tale from the Hollywood legend.
When Hollywood portrays Men in Black, especially in the movies, they're kind of comical. However, from the reports that I've seen regarding actual Men in Black presentations, they're a lot darker than that. They're more mysterious. They're very scary. They're very threatening looking, and they're nowhere in comparison with what Hollywood portrays them to be.
Investigator Antonio Perez should know, founder of the Aerial Phenomenon Investigations Team, or API. He has been studying real-life cases of the Men in Black for over 10 years. The Men in Black he has studied are well known in the UFO community. They are feared as ominous inquirers and silencers of UFO witnesses ever since their first known sighting in 1956.
Men in Black reports were first popularized in Gray Barker's 1956 cult classic book, They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers.
The book recounts shocking UFO encounters from Brush Creek, California to Bridgeport, Connecticut. Even documents on file with the FBI recount Barker's book and the interest surrounding 3 men in black suits who reportedly silenced journalist Albert Bender.
Albert Bender was a researcher of UFO phenomena. He received a case file of an alien abduction, and when he went to publish his article about that abduction case, he got a visit from some pretty angry Men in Black.
Bender was only days away from publishing his story when his visit from the Men in Black occurred. While Bender never disclosed exactly what happened, he also never published the abduction report. Whether they were government agents is unknown, but this 1954 document from the FBI vault does name Albert Bender as a person of interest. Since this report, Men in Black accounts have surfaced all over the world, and they are always uniform in description.
Men in Black have a very particular appearance. They're always immaculately dressed. They're always, of course, in black. Sometimes they'll be very robotic in their movements. Often they'll refer to each other, not by names, but by numbers.
These silencers, as some call them, frequently appear days or even hours after a UFO sighting is reported. According to accounts, they approach witnesses while they are alone, often in the dead of night.
When witnesses are visited by men in black, oftentimes it's a very intimidating meeting. They're interrogated, they're made to feel scared, either for their lives or for their safety, and they usually stop talking about whatever it was they saw after the men in black.
The men in black are often reported to arrive in unmarked black cars, or sometimes in an even more intimidating vehicle.
Witnesses often claim that the men in black show up in black unmarked vehicles. They also have been known to be in black unmarked helicopters, and they just seem to hover there for several minutes, kind of surveying the person in the area.
While it may be clear that these investigators want to silence the truth about UFOs, the biggest mystery is who these beings are.
Many people believe there's a government conspiracy. The truth about the UFO phenomenon is being kept from the public. They see the men in black as the guardians of the secret.
Coming up next, shocking details of real men in black encounters.
She felt like they could read her mind, that she couldn't hide anything from them.
All leading to the ultimate truth that will reveal the real men in black in the flesh. You won't believe your eyes. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The Men in Black. It is only through the strange reports of their victims that we are able to begin to try to understand the true nature of these mysterious beings.
One of the most famous accounts of the Men in Black is probably the 1964 case of Englishmen in Egypt.
Templeton, a local firefighter in Carlisle, United Kingdom, had recently reported an encounter with what many believe to be an extraterrestrial. On a family outing, Templeton decided to take a photograph of his daughter in an area known as Solway Firth. Taking 3 photos of his daughter alone in the beautiful natural setting, Templeton and his family then went on to enjoy the day. It was only later, when the film was developed, that it became clear this was no ordinary outing. In the second of the 3 photos, a strange and ominous figure is seen standing behind his daughter. The figure appears to be wearing some sort of spacesuit. This would become known worldwide as the Solway Firth Spaceman. But it was what happened after seeing the spaceman that could reveal the existence of the Men in Black.
Shortly after this incident, Jim Templeton was visited by 2 men. They claimed to be from the authorities, quizzed him about the whole incident. These 2 individuals were very smartly dressed and all in black. Furthermore, they referred to themselves by numbers. All of this looked very strange.
The men demand that Templeton take them to the site where the alleged spaceman was photographed.
They took him to the marsh so that he could show them where he took the photos. If they were investigating what could have happened on the marsh to get that image in the photo. But when Templeton asked the men for identification, they never showed him. All they said was they worked for Her Majesty's government.
Then they asked Templeton a surprising and unsettling question. They want to know where he saw the second spaceman. But Templeton never saw a second spaceman. When he insists there was only one, they become strange and hostile.
Why would they have asked him about a second spaceman? Did they know something Templeton did not know?
The British Ministry of Defense denies ever having investigators on the case. But the very appearance of these men in the United Kingdom seems to dispel the common thought that these investigators are American FBI agents. Just who are the Men in Black? One man may have the answer.
when cases come in, we kind of go through what we call a triage. And that triage, we have different check marks. And so one of those check marks are, for example, multiple witnesses, some type of photo or sketch, preferably a daylight sighting, and most importantly is a credible witness.
Antonio Paris is a former U.S. Army counterintelligence officer, as well as a Department of Defense counterintelligence special agent. As founder and director of the Aerial Phenomena Investigations Team, he has acquired some of the most compelling evidence in the history of Men in Black. Currently, Antonio is investigating a woman who will stop at nothing to seek the truth about one particular man in black. Her father.
This witness, which we'll call Jane Doe, told me about a story that she kept with her entire life. And that story was that her dad was allegedly a man in black. Her father would go around to military bases, specifically Army and Air Force bases, and that he would harass the airmen and the soldiers who reported UFOs. And on some occasions, he would threaten them with their lives. She also told us stories about him seeing dead aliens and crashed UFOs.
This woman, who has asked to remain anonymous, wishes only to find answers as to who her father truly was. And to ensure her safety, she waited until his death.
Some of the documents that Jane Doe provided was pictures of her dad in uniform, pictures of her dad in Guam, pictures of her dad allegedly with President Eisenhower serving as a bodyguard, and pictures of her dad also serving in Guam with the 509 bomberman who dropped the first bomb in Hiroshima.
Upon his death, his wife destroys nearly all of his records pertaining to the U.S. government. An official from the government allegedly informs the daughter that she will be tracked for her own protection. Perhaps the risk had something to do with this man's military group, the 509th Composite Group, the same unit as the one stationed at Roswell during the reported UFO crash of 1947.
These are the FBI, the CIA, the Ministry of Defense, whoever it is, going out, finding out what witnesses know, then making sure they don't talk about it.
This man's story has never been made public until now. But Antonio's evidence of the Men in Black does not end there. Coming up next, what could be cold, hard evidence that the Men in Black are real and could be coming for you.
This film footage is genuine. Men in Black isn't just a successful Hollywood movie franchise, it's real.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The Men in Black. For decades, they have terrorized UFO witnesses, baffling theorists with stories of their inhuman behavior. But could UFO investigator Antonio Paris finally have proof that could expose the Men in Black as a frightening reality?
One of my most famous cases regarding Men in Black happened in 2008, where two Men in Black visited a hotel up in the Niagara Falls, and we have video footage of them coming in.
Unsealed case file, the real Men in Black. Niagara Falls, Canada. A hotel manager is outside when he spots a blinding white light above the Niagara River.
What struck me about this case is that they saw a giant black triangle. But more importantly, this black triangle was the size of a football field, and it made no noise. And it just gently hovered over the hotel, and the two witnesses were just at awe of what they saw.
A report is filed with a local UFO investigation group. Days later, when the manager is off duty, another hotel manager receives frightened calls from the hotel staff. They report two bizarre men interrogating people in the hotel lobby.
Eyewitnesses said that these two individuals didn't have eyebrows or eyelashes, they were clean shaven, they didn't blink.
According to employees, the two men scour the hotel grounds in search of their victim. They are hostile and begin harassing the staff as to the manager's whereabouts. For the quiet woman behind the tour desk, the ordeal becomes too terrifying to handle.
One person said it was like they could read her mind. It's almost like looking straight through into her soul.
Finally, the mysterious men depart. The staff report feeling confused, disturbed, and extremely scared.
This would all just be speculation. Thankfully, the hotel manager thought to go and get the security tape. So now, for the first time, we have evidence of the Men in Black.
This footage is real. It may be the first physical proof of the most elusive figures in the history of UFO investigation. Could these be the real Men in Black?
If you watch this video, you see patrons and workers coming in and out, very casual. But then these two dark figures appear. But watch closely as these two Men in Black enter the building.
It is evidence enough for experts to draw several chilling conclusions.
If you look closely at these two men, you see they are wearing the exact identical outfit. They're also the exact same stature. These guys looked identical.
These are trademark characteristics of the Men in Black, and their presence is clearly felt by onlookers in the video.
As the men enter the building, you see what appears to be a valet or bellboy go to the left-hand side of frame. Now, as he does this, he's watching these men walk in. He does his business, comes back out, and immediately is looking back to see what these two characters are doing. So obviously, there's some suspicion there from somebody who works at the hotel.
The witness keeps a safe distance from the men. He follows them back in, changing directions. He never takes his eyes off of them. Meanwhile, a young boy looks transfixed as he passes the ominous figures.
So as these Men in Black walk by out of camera reach, we see a young boy come into frame. He turns, he looks, obviously fascinated at what these people are and what they're doing. Even so much so that when the boy leaves, he turns around and is peering through the glass, trying to figure out who are these people.
Now, by freezing and enhancing the image, we can reveal exactly what terrified witnesses about these strange beings.
They had no facial hair, large blue eyes, and completely pale skin. But the most frightening thing that the witnesses report is that these men didn't blink once, not once, in the entire time they were there.
It is through this analysis that we can finally answer the question, who are the Men in Black? But brace yourself. The true face of these dark agents is like nothing you've prepared for. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. This is Unsealed Alien Files. The Men in Black. Identical robotic beings cloaked in black with a single motive. For years we have wondered, who are they? But perhaps the question really is, what are they?
Even from the first Men in Black report in the 40s, the idea has always been that these may not just be people working for the government, that they may in fact be extraterrestrials themselves.
Hairless faces, robotic movements, telepathic knowledge. Could these be telltale signs that the Men in Black are extraterrestrial agents here to hide alien knowledge from the public?
Some people have speculated that Men in Black sightings and cases such as the Solway Firth spaceman are proof of aliens among us, shape-shifting aliens, mostly in human form, but sometimes showing their true image.
If these hair-raising visits from the Men in Black continue, our world is in for a rude awakening. One that could result in the complete silence of the human race. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Aliens and the military.
The list of global threats to the human race is long. But could Earth's armed forces be facing a new enemy that is literally out of this world?
We have only to open our eyes to see how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
From UFO dogfights to acts of alien aggression against the planet's most powerful weapons of mass destruction, we will expose military evidence that could prove world governments have long been preparing for the next great global conflict, a real-life war of the worlds. Tonight, we present surprising cases of alien engagements and their cover-ups. Join us as the secrets of aliens and the military are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. The coast of Northern California, September 17th, 2012. The online newspaper Veterans Today reports a shocking military action. According to a leaked classified memo, warships from the United States and China have joined forces in the Pacific. Their target is cited as a highly unfriendly extraterrestrial threat. Normally at odds, the unlikely alliance raises fears of a doomsday scenario.
When you look at the evidence, if the planet Earth were to ever face an invasion from an extraterrestrial race, it really wouldn't be a war between this country and that country. Those boundaries would fade away, but we'd have to come together and fight that war together.
The U.S. government has not confirmed the story, nor does it acknowledge that any evidence of alien spacecraft exists. But if there is no clear and present danger from aliens, why are American armed forces preparing for a UFO threat? Unsealed case file, Air Force Instruction 10-206. In 2011, shattering evidence of the Air Force's belief in UFOs is uncovered.
While investigating whether or not the military in today's world was still investigating UFOs, I discovered Air Force Manual 10-206. This was undeniable proof to me that on the books there were still instructions for reporting unidentified flying objects.
Although the public story remains that the military and the government have no interest in UFOs, Air Force Instruction 10-206 proves otherwise.
This was not a manual from the 1960s or 1970s. We now have a manual, undeniable proof that the military was still actively investigating these UFO records, these UFO reports, and these UFO sightings. That's very, very significant because that is 100% contradictory to what the military wants you to do.
The military, to respond to the world's deadliest threats, has officially placed flying saucers on the threat board. Even more shocking, they had been there for more than 40 years. In 1968, cadets at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, Colorado, are issued a textbook titled Introductory Space Science. In it is a section that has become known simply as Chapter 33, its subject, Unidentified Flying Objects.
This book was not a work of science fiction. This was an actual military manual that was being utilized by military students, and they were being trained by this book.
Chapter 33 presents evidence that UFOs are a global phenomenon which may have persisted for thousands of years. It recognizes several explanations for these craft. Among them, the possibility that these UFOs are either manned or remote controlled by beings who are alien to this planet.
The military wants us to believe that they are completely closed-minded to to the topic of UFOs, maybe this textbook shows that they're a little bit more open to the idea than they want us to believe.
Could these pages of AF-10-206 be a smoking gun that exposes what the military is secretly preparing for? The next case shows those preparations were not enough when the military was attacked by UFOs. Coming up next, a UFO dogfight exposes human weapons to be useless against an alien threat. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. From a reported naval battle with UFOs to the discovery of an Air Force alien defense plan, conflicts between extraterrestrials and the military are happening throughout the world. But are mankind's defenses any match for alien weaponry? Unsealed case file. Alien blackout weapons. Iran, September 19th, 1976. Authorities received multiple reports of a strange object over the capital city, Tehran. The Imperial Iranian Air Force dispatches a fighter jet to intercept. Military records from the incident describe a chilling, close encounter.
When they finally had visual contact, they asked what should we do, and the base gave them permission to fire. And just when he was ready to squeeze the trigger and fire a missile at this thing, his whole dashboard basically went dead. His cockpit went out electronically. He was still flying, but it was all disarmed. So he couldn't fire a missile, he couldn't do anything.
The Iranian jet's weapon systems have been completely disabled, rendering it helpless. At the time, no craft in existence had that kind of control jamming power. Even today, it's still the stuff of science fiction.
The object that the pilots described was very luminous. They also described multiple colored lights flashing very, very quickly on the bottom of the object. This is an amazing description in a United States government document. This is an astronomical find when trying to figure out exactly what the military might be hiding.
Can UFOs disarm the world's defenses with little or no effort at all? It's a terrifying prospect. But the Tehran incident wasn't the first time alien spaceships were reported to have disarmed our weapon systems. March 16th, 1967. America's eyes are focused on the war in Vietnam. Meanwhile, a terrifying scenario is unfolding in its own backyard. 10 nuclear warheads at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana are fully operational and waiting for launch commands. Captain Robert Salas is working 60 feet underground as part of the 490th Strategic Missile Squad. He suddenly receives a phone call from above. Hovering over the base is a UFO.
We had multiple military personnel viewing this object that was hovering directly above a missile silo that housed 10 nuclear missile warheads.
Suddenly, all 10 nuclear warheads have been disarmed, leaving them completely inoperable.
According to the official report for this incident, they do acknowledge that multiple military personnel witnessed a UFO or UFOs above the base, but it also states that there was no reasonable explanation for the silo being shut down. If this report is true, and the UFO's presence was connected to this nuclear missile silo being shut down, what are they trying to tell us about the most dangerous weapons we have in our military arsenal?
The Malmstrom is a terrifying example of UFOs disarming humanity's most destructive weapons with no effort at all. 15 years later, they would once again toy with our nuclear weapons. Only this time, they wouldn't deactivate them, but instead push humanity to the brink of doomsday. Unsealed case file. The Ukrainian incident. 1982. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union has hit a fever pitch. Nuclear missile sites on both sides are on constant alert. On the evening of October 4th, multiple witnesses report strange lights appearing in the sky above the long-range nuclear missile base at Usovo. They perform a series of acrobatic maneuvers,
But suddenly, the dazzling light show takes a terrifying turn. Below ground in the silo, control panels spring to life on their own. The missiles are preparing to launch. For 15 heart-stopping seconds, base personnel watch helplessly as the world teeters on the brink of Armageddon. But then, just as suddenly as the launch sequence began, the system shuts down. While outside, the mysterious lights have disappeared. With so many UFO confrontations occurring between the world's militaries and UFOs, why is the truth being kept secret?
I think if the military were to capture or be given alien technology, I think they would absolutely want to keep that to themselves. I can only come up with two reasons. One, to make sure there's no mass hysteria, that people aren't going out and trying to shoot these UFOs down with their own guns. Two, and more importantly, they want to keep this technology for themselves.
Coming up next, secret plans reveal Air Force flying saucers and anti-alien weapons that all point to an incredible discovery. America could be preparing for an extraterrestrial invasion. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Throughout the 20th century, militaries around the world have experienced strange and unusual encounters with UFOs that defy explanation. And the occurrences of these confrontations is rising at an alarming rate. But where did it all begin? Was there a landmark first encounter? Los Angeles, February 24th, 1942. America has just entered World War II, and 100,000 people are awoken in the dead of night as the Army fires over 1,400 anti-aircraft rounds at what photo evidence proves to be an unidentified flying object. But officials have a very different explanation.
The United States military maintains that the object was simply a weather balloon, and yet not a single piece of evidence was ever recovered.
U.S. military run-ins with UFOs continue through decades, including the ultimate encounter, the Army's alleged recovery of a downed alien aircraft in Roswell, New Mexico.
July 8th, 1947, the Army Air Force has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
These encounters bear an uncanny resemblance to other military standoffs with UFOs over South America, Iran, China, Russia, and countless other places around the world. But why have these incidents been steadily rising since the Second World War? The answer only seems to raise more disturbing questions.
We've been spending billions of dollars on our military budget for advancing our technology. And it's only now, in the last 10, 20 years, that we've been able to capture evidence of these UFOs and even, according to some people, engage them in combat. And maybe the real question is where this technology came from in the first place.
Unsealed case file, America's Flying Saucers. Officially, the United States government has never admitted to recovering a UFO or researching alien spacecraft to develop human weaponry. But new evidence may show otherwise.
Many of the declassified documents that are surfacing even today are showing technology that was on the drawing board and even being built by our military that can only be described as flying saucers.
In 2012, declassified files from the National Archives revealed schematics for a secret U.S. Air Force prototype known as Project 1794, a flying disc capable of vertical takeoff or landing, or VTOL.
If plans for 1794 had actually come to fruition, we could have been looking at the first aircraft capable of actually outmaneuvering other UFOs. The projections clearly show that it's capable of speeds up to 2,600 miles per hour. It can shoot through the stratosphere. It could have flown from New York to Miami in only 24 minutes.
But Project 1794 was not alone. Some designs, like those for Project Silverbug, were also discovered in military files. And others, like the Avro car, had test footage revealed to the public.
think about the power and technology that our military could have utilized if 1794 came off the drawing board. It didn't need a runway. You could storm in some underground installation with a small opening where these things would take off straight up in the air and be able to fight in a conflict. So this technology was something that the military, I think, really wanted, not only at the time, but probably even today.
Some believe the design for these discs was recovered from Nazi aircraft designed to launch from the cratered runways of World War II. But could these UFO-like military craft have their roots in alien intelligence?
We still see the influence of flying saucers and UFOs in today's military technology. In fact, many civilians who have seen this military technology being transported on the freeway or even being tested will report these craft as being UFOs.
What does it look like? A UFO? I mean, I don't already know. I don't see too many UFOs in the record. Does it look like spaceships?
Yeah. Everything from stealth technology to sonic weapons could have been extracted from alien knowledge. The real question here is whether our military is trying to protect us from humans or from some sort of alien threat.
Is it possible the American military is preparing itself to fend off an extraterrestrial menace?
I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Many political leaders have talked about the possibility of ET presence here on Earth.
One such political leader is Paul Hellyer. Hellyer is the former Canadian Minister of Defense and could be one of the most qualified individuals ever to speak on the alien presence. Hellyer was recently quoted. The reality is that aliens have been visiting Earth for decades and probably millennia and have contributed considerably to our knowledge. But could this government insider also know the truth of a looming military conflict with an alien race?
Paul Hellyer also shared information about the United States that could very well expose the idea that we are preparing for an epic war of worlds.
Coming up next, the shocking confession about plans for a real-life Death Star and the distant battlefield where Earth's fate may ultimately be decided. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. UFO experts have often speculated about secret preparations to combat a possible alien invasion. But former Canadian Minister of Defense Paul Hellyer has indicated that the United States may already have a defense outpost for an interplanetary war.
According to Hellyer, Dick Cheney and George Bush were giving permission for the U.S. military and government to build a base on the moon.
Could the moon be Earth's first line of defense from cosmic enemies?
Having a base on the moon might prepare us for a military battle with an ET presence. Obviously, they're coming from space. That might give us a better strategic stronghold to wage battle.
If these stories are true, alien conflict is on the rise around the globe. Could we soon be under worldwide attack by an extraterrestrial intelligence? If so, the military of the world may one day be called upon to band together for a final stand as a united army of planet Earth. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. UFO sightings have exploded into a worldwide phenomenon, but America's Southwest is without a doubt ground zero to the greatest UFO hotspots of all time. Roswell, New Mexico, and Area 51. These two sites and the events surrounding them represent the most hotly debated UFO mysteries in history. And thanks to the United States government's unprecedented secrecy, the public knows dangerously little of what really happened. Now, new evidence has surfaced that will blow this decades-long UFO conspiracy wide open, all revealing the shocking story the government doesn't want you to hear. From rogue CIA agents to startling accounts of advanced
effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Quantico, Virginia, April 2011. The FBI's official website is overwhelmed by traffic, triggered by the release of a mysterious 60-year-old memo addressed to former FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Its explicit contents may at last reveal the truth behind the biggest alien conspiracy of all time. Unsealed case file, the Guy Hotel memo. Guy Hotel was a former special agent in charge of the FBI's Washington field office. In a memo dated March 22, 1950, he records an eyewitness account of an incident in 1947 that would change the course of human history. The recovery of flying saucers crashed in the New Mexico desert. In the memo, Hotel states, they were described as being circular in shape, with raised centers, approximately 50 feet in diameter. Each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall. The 2011 release of this previously classified document sends shockwaves throughout the UFO community. It finally confirms what independent investigators have long suspected, that the U.S. government knows about the existence of extraterrestrials and has deliberately kept it hidden from the public. Many conclude the memo to be the first official account of the most infamous UFO case of all time.
Hey, calm down.
Roswell incident. Unsealed case file. The Roswell incident.
Well, if we can, she'd like, if we can, I want to be on the list. Like, hey, lady, make sure that you're on the fucking mini list. You're good. Be number 1. Hey, first on the list, lady. Good.
Northwest of town.
Glad that's established.
The Wilmots aren't sure they believe their eyes. The next morning, ranch worker
anybody else? Somebody's like, yeah, I'm gonna be on the list. Like, okay, we got 2. And then it's this huge crowds of people wanting to be on the mini alien fuck list. Oh, your turn's been like, oh, that was cool. I like it. It's like, oh, hey, everybody, want to see my account on it? And then they show you the outside, but they don't show me the fucking thing.
And the base sends Major Jesse Marcel to the site.
Oh, try again. Max.
His son Jesse remembers the
Jesse
event
Smollett.
in vivid detail.
I came back real late one night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, as I recall. Very excited because I woke myself, my mother up, saying they found parts of a UFO, a flying saucer.
The wreckage is unlike anything Marcel has ever seen. Nonetheless, the investigation under Base Commander Colonel William H. Blanchard starts out as routine.
People always talk about the cover-up of the crash of Roswell, but actually, from the very beginning, there was no cover-up. The Army stepped right up and admitted that there was a crash of a flying saucer at Roswell, and that they retrieved that actual disc itself.
I was instructed by Colonel Blanchard to put out a press release, which in effect stated that we had in our possession a flying saucer.
July 8, 1947, the Army Air Force has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
The announcement is a bombshell. America has recovered a bona fide UFO. The story, naming the Wilmots as witnesses, quickly goes national and then international. The military is caught completely off guard. The next day, in a sudden about-face, they retract the statement, declaring the Roswell wreckage to be that of an ordinary weather balloon. It's a stunning reversal that raises many questions. Why did the military change their story? What did they really have on their hands? What were they trying to hide? Now, over 60 years later, eyewitnesses have come forward with stunning new details that will uncover the devastating truth behind the Roswell incident. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Roswell, New Mexico, July 1947. A mysterious object crashes in the desert outside town. The U.S. military announces to the world it has recovered the wreckage of a flying saucer, only to retract the statement the following day. Many believe the military is hiding something. The question is, what? The Pentagon holds a press conference at which Major Jesse Marcel presents a sample of the material he allegedly recovered.
Marcel was asked to pose in front of Dr. Bill, and the Army then retracts the story of the crash of Roswell and says it's actually a weather balloon. In other words, Colonel Blanchard had to agree to make Major Marcel look like a fool in the eyes of all the, basically putting his black mark on a career intelligence officer's military career.
This is my father holding up what is very obviously parts of radar target with balloon debris. This is not what was seen on the floor of our kitchen that evening or that early morning hours of 1947. This is totally different.
The press conference is just one of many cover-ups surrounding Roswell, and some have deadly implications. The original news article cited the Wilmots as the only eyewitnesses to the crash. In reality, they were far from alone. There were multiple eyewitnesses that night, and unlike the Wilmots, many set out for the crash site to investigate, only to discover all routes cut off by military roadblocks. The troops on hand had a chilling message for any who approached.
You never saw anything? We're not there. You don't know anything. Danny said we could just take you out in the middle of this desert and no one will ever find your bodies. He said you'll be nothing but bones and nobody will ever know what happened to you.
What secrets could drive the military to resort to cold-blooded threats? The answer comes from a man who was on the actual crash response team.
It wasn't a plane. The craft was open halfway, and one body was inside the craft. And we radioed in have a truck with a flatbed and a crane and everything else just come out of the site. Clear everything off.
As the years pass, fewer and fewer witnesses to the original events remain, but some refuse to take their secrets to the grave. Unsealed case file, the Roswell Confessions. 2002, Walter Hout, the man behind the Roswell press release, produces a sworn affidavit revealing the details behind the original cover-up. In it, he provides a compelling first-hand account of his viewing of both the Roswell wreckage and the bodies of the UFO's alien crew.
Here's what really happened in the aftermath of the Roswell event. From the eyewitness, Lieutenant Walter Hout, information officer, and this was an affidavit in a court of law. This carries enormous.
In 2012, a 35-year veteran of the CIA's clandestine services with high-level security clearance is working in one of the CIA's many vaults when he discovers a box simply marked Roswell. Inside, he discovers a startling collection of papers and photos that reveal what really happened that fateful night in 1947. Rather than continue the deception, he decides to tempt fate and go public. In his words, "I absolutely know that there was a craft from beyond this world that crashed at Roswell, that the military picked up remains of not just that wreckage, but cadavers, and all of that was made public for a short while. But what happened to the wreckage? And more importantly, what became of the alien bodies?" Coming up next, answers to the biggest questions of our time may lie deep inside America's most infamous military base, Area 51. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. What happened to the debris from the Roswell crash? And where are the alien bodies rumored to have been recovered from the wreckage? The truth may lie in the most
most heavily guarded place on Earth. Unsealed case file. Area 51. Declassified. Deep in the Nevada desert, 83 miles northwest of Las Vegas, is an unidentified American Air Force base. Some call it Dreamland. Others call it Paradise Ranch. The only official record of its existence lies deep inside a top-secret CIA file, where it is simply known as Area 51. Originally, the site was an airfield for bomber training units during the Second World War, and abandoned in 1946. But it wasn't long before the military finds a new use for the remote base.
The Area 51 began as actually a research and assembly facility, an Air Force assembly facility for the development of the first spy plane.
Today, the area is cordoned off and the airspace overhead restricted. Unmarked security vehicles patrol the perimeter. Anyone daring to cross will be shot. Anyone daring to violate its airspace will be shot down.
This place was so secret that you couldn't even admit you worked in Area 51.
UFO experts believe Area 51 is the research and test facility of the Roswell crash debris. Was the Roswell wreckage really taken to Area 51? Has anyone who worked inside dared to go public to reveal the research going on inside the perimeter? According to Los Angeles Times writer Annie Jacobson, they have. Recently, she conducted an extensive series of interviews with former Area 51 employees. One engineer who worked at the site in 1978 confirmed the debris and bodies from Roswell were in fact taken to Area 51 for testing. But in a stunning twist, he goes on to say that they were in no way alien in origin. Unsealed case file. The Soviet stratagem. 1945. The war is over. Germany and Japan are defeated. But lasting peace remains elusive. America and the Soviet Union are now at odds, and the threat of another war is very real. Stalin knows the U.S. holds the upper hand with its new arsenal of nuclear weapons. To win, he must chip away at America's will to fight. Stalin devises an extraordinary plan. He intends to land an alien-looking aircraft flown by alien-looking pilots in the heart of the United States. His goal is to incite a UFO panic, like that caused by Orson Welles with his 1938 radio adaptation of H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds. The Soviet saucer will be a modified version of a captured German aircraft known as a flying wing. But how to create plausible-looking alien pilots? For this, Stalin turns to the unlikeliest of allies, Nazi doctor Joseph Mengele. During the war, Mengele performed unspeakable experiments on human subjects at Auschwitz, where he became known as the Angel of Death. Stalin's agents seek out Mengele and ask him to put his terrible skills to work to create plausible-looking alien pilots. According to Annie Jacobson's source, Mengele experiments on teenagers, producing hideous deformities that bear a striking resemblance to the aliens described in the Guy Hotel memo. It's an evil plot, foiled only at the last minute by a bizarre twist of fate. Crossing into American airspace, the remote-controlled craft is caught in a storm that sends it falling from the sky near Roswell. Was Roswell really a Soviet plan to win the Cold War? Could the mountains of alien evidence at Roswell and Area 51 all be false? Or was Jacobson's source a government plant in yet another elaborate cover-up scheme? Another Area 51 insider tells a very different story. Bob Lazar claims to have worked inside Area 51 during the 1980s, where he conducted research on technology recovered from 9 different flying saucers.
Bob Lazar claimed he was an engineer there, that his job was to reverse engineer the propulsion system of
alien technology. It was actually working with the aliens themselves, and his description of them bears an uncanny resemblance to the aliens in the Guy Hotel memo. But if Lazar is telling the truth, then what has become of the futuristic aircraft built using alien technology? Coming up, we will hear the final terrifying truth about Area 51 from one of America's most respected aerospace engineers. On Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. What is going on inside Area 51? Is the military really experimenting with alien technology like that recovered at Roswell? Dan Rich was a director at Lockheed Martin's legendary Skunk Works production facility in Palmdale, California, from 1975 to 1991. In an interview conducted shortly before his death in 1995, Rich would reveal that American aerospace engineers had long been working with what he called hand-me-down alien technology.
This thing is supposed to whatever you see out there, flying in the sky, cruising across the desert, we're 50 years ahead of that. That was already way ahead of what you think we have. Okay, that's interesting. Now let's throw the ET component into it. If they've had one of our crash vehicles that has studied for decades, and who knows how many years they are ahead. Maybe then Rich is taking his based on that.
Rich alleges this research was conducted under the direct oversight of the United States government until 1969, when Richard Nixon handed it over to an unidentified international board of directors. In his final days, then Rich realized this placed too much power in the hands of an elite few. The public had a right to know the disturbing legacy of Roswell and Area 51. Could the identity of Nixon's shadowy board of directors have been none other than the infamous Majestic 12? And if so, will they ultimately choose to use this advanced technology for the benefit of mankind or their own hidden agenda? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. The darkest days of the Second World War, Britain stood alone against the terror of the Nazi blitzkrieg. The nation rallied under the motto, keep calm and carry on, to turn the tide. Today, the UK faces a new kind of blitz by an infinitely more powerful invader.
There are certainly a huge number of UFO sightings in the United Kingdom. From the 1950s to the termination of the British government's UFO project, around 12,000 UFO sightings were investigated.
But the shocking details behind these incidents remain secret. Until now.
In May 2008, the process to release the British government's UFO files commenced. Some of these documents are largely blacked out.
Is Britain facing an alien invasion? And does the government know more than it's saying? Join us as the explosive secrets of the real British X-Files are unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Aberdeenshire, Scotland, 2012. It's the middle of a crisp fall night on the Scottish lowland. The Ritchie family is suddenly awakened by flashing lights in the sky. Looking out of the window, they are shocked to see a circular object hovering above their farm, where it remains for 4 hours. The family captures compelling video evidence of the encounter before it flies off.
authorities claim they don't know what's in their own airspace. Some experts believe the Ritchie sighting is just the latest in a long line of government cover-ups.
People had long suspected that the Ministry of Defence was far more closely involved in UFOs than they were letting on in public.
In 2008, the British government began releasing over 50 years of UFO files to the public.
These are hundreds of files, comprising in total tens of thousands of pages of documentation. When the government says that they're releasing information about UFOs, people should sit up and take notice. If just one of these sightings turns out to be the real thing, our world changes forever.
Unsealed case file. The British X-Files. Tangmere, West Sussex, June 1950. An RAF pilot is flying a training exercise when his jet is passed in midair by what he describes as a shining, revolving, disc-like object. It's just one in a rash of UFO encounters reported by the Royal Air Force and Royal Aircraft Establishment. The mounting evidence becomes too much for the government to ignore. They launch a top-secret investigation into these reports, dubbed the Flying Saucer Working Party. Britain, it seems, is taking the UFO question very seriously. But when the investigation's final report is issued a year later, all claims are dismissed.
The Flying Saucer Working Party concluded that there was nothing worth government time and resources.
Despite its reassuring conclusions, these findings are never made public. Why did the government hide a report that offered comfort and certainty to a frightened public? What did they have to gain by keeping people in the dark?
69 today. Yeah.
Topcliffe, North Yorkshire, September 1952. A NATO exercise is underway, simulating a Soviet attack, when radar picks up an unexpected signal. Reports from the field describe a bright, fast-moving UFO, able to change direction with impossible ease. RAF jets scramble to pursue it, but are unable to identify the mysterious craft. The incident spurs Churchill's government into open action. In 1953, the Air Ministry is ordered to investigate UFO sightings on a permanent, ongoing basis. A new UFO hotline is established, but as one unclassified memo states, desk staff are instructed to be politely unhelpful. The Air Ministry will continue this charade until the desk is taken over by the Ministry of Defense in 1964. The MOD has a different view of UFOs. It sees the increase in sightings as a clear and present danger to Britain's national security, and is about to launch an ultra-secret investigation of its own. 60 years later, its shocking findings are only now ready to be revealed. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Throughout the 1950s and 60s, Britain experienced an unprecedented wave of UFO sightings. This peaks in 1966 and 67, a time when the world is preoccupied with psychedelic visions of the great beyond, the American space program, and the war in Vietnam. During this period, the government's UFO hotline records nearly 400 reported sightings. The alien debate reaches Parliament, much to the amusement of government.
How you doing, baby? How is life in your neck of the woods, Roman? You can't hear me? You can't hear me? You still can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's up, Pim? Can you hear me? How you living, baddie? Absolutely, I'm damn well near perfect. Every day's a holiday, every meal is a feast. Streaming live 24/7. Now moving into my third year. Oh yeah, definitely. If anything, I'm even stronger. Here's why. Oh well, we're continuing, baby. Not right now. $1,000 a month. Correct. Yep. Where else should I live? Do you know how nice Southern California is? And do you know what a shithole Southeast Asia is in comparison when it comes to Wi-Fi and connectivity and freeways and hot chicks? I'm not saying Southeast Asia doesn't have hot chicks. It does. There are a ton of them. There are a ton. Singapore. Right. But well, I mean, but is it nice every single day of the year? As it is. Yeah, no, it's way too hot. Yeah, exactly. I live in a Mediterranean climate. It's nice 365 days a year. The most beautiful women in the world are here. It's the epicenter of media and influence in the world. Why would I want to leave? $1,000 is a very good deal here. No, yeah, I do. I go on walks and I stream it, and I go to the store and I stream it. So I mean, I want to live in a safe, nice location. I don't want it to be like, hot or too cold, or I want it to be just like, nice. It's nice every day of the year here. Do you know where Disneyland is? That's where well, I mean, the Disneyland in California. There's only Disneyland. When you say Disneyland, that's Disneyland, California. There's Disney World, which is Florida. Then there's like Tokyo Disney, which is Japan. There's Euro Disney, or what was Disney Paris, or Disney Paris, which was Euro Disney. I believe there is there one in Shanghai? That, well, nevertheless, it's a very nice place to live. I mean, it's like living at Disneyland. Disneyland's very close to me. So the question is not so much why do I live here, Roman, is more why don't you live here? For $1,000 a month, you could live with the most beautiful women in the world. I like Asian chicks, and I'm going to tell you what, Asian chicks in Southern California are just as hot or hotter than all the Southeast Asian chicks that there are. Plus, there's black chicks. Plus, there's Hispanic or Latinx chicks. Plus, there's white chicks. Plus, there's surfer chicks. Plus, there's Jewish chicks. Plus, there's Armenian chicks. It's very diverse here. All kinds of stuff. So why do you live where you live? Why don't you live in Southern California? This is the mecca of opportunity. Where do you live? Yeah, a little bit. I do kind of remember that. So why the hell do you live there? Okay. Have you ever done it? Yeah. Yeah, that's a little different. Here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. California is a different country essentially than the United States. It really is. It's California by itself is the fifth biggest economy in the world. Okay, if it were its own country, it's yes, it's bigger than Italy. It's bigger than like a ton of them. So I mean, so it essentially is different than the United States. Then when you get here, you realize it's a much different culture. It's way more laid back. Cannabis is legal. Psilocybin, which is magic mushrooms, is becoming legal. Everybody's really laid back. It's much more liberal. You can get financial assistance if you need. The schools are the best in the world. California schools are the best in the world. I mean, you've got everything from Stanford to the University of California system, which is like UCLA. You've got private colleges here, USC. So you've got some fantastic schools. Additionally, every major motion picture has been made here ever and will probably continue to be made here for the next century or so. So you know that you have influence here. Basically, for an influencer or someone as myself, someone trying to make it big, but which I am, and I'll explain that in a second. I don't know if we're friends on Twitter or if I'm following you, but I have over. Have you seen my 400 accounts, or are any of them following you? Excellent. So you've seen that. So imagine that on a larger scale. So you just randomly came into this conversation. We hadn't talked in months, but basically, like, I didn't even know if you were on Twitter. So it's not like I made an effort to connect with you, but just because of my randomness of using some robots that I've created on a computer to automatically follow people, you know, not only me from Telegram, but you also know me from Twitter as well, which I think is important because, you know, I'm getting people who are randomly tweeting things like, hey, I got 5 of these accounts that followed me today. What's up with this? It's just starting a buzz. And so essentially, do you know what a macro is on a computer? Excellent. So as you know, it's kind of like a mouse memorization, or it can be. So what I've done is I've created a macro with image detection. So every time my Twitter account sees the word follow, it clicks it. And whenever it sees the little follow button. And so it's just going through Twitter like a buzzsaw or like a Tommy gun or like a minigun, just firing rapidly at all of these. So I've got of the 400 accounts that I have, I think 300 of them are still going, which is good. And basically, I've just started to use them like a swarm, and like basically all of them have the ability to follow up to 5,000 people, and they're only all following like 400. So I have a lot of room for expansion. So don't worry, you're going to get followed by a lot more of them probably, just because we're in the same ecosystem. But just imagine, like that I just started doing this a month ago. If I give it 2, 3, 4, 5 months, someone's gonna see it and they're gonna look into my profile and they're gonna see what I'm doing on YouTube. And they're like, oh my God, that's really interesting. They're gonna retweet what I have, and then it's just gonna go viral from there. It will. It it will be. There's a California secessionist movement here. So what does that mean? It means there is a minority but a growing conglomerate of people who want to secede or cut themselves off from the United States. Much like you had Brexit from Britain and the European Union, it would be the same as, but it would really be the same as what the Civil War was when the Confederacy left the United States. But the people want to do it in a peaceful manner. Yes, I do. California is much more its own country than any other state. And okay, like first and foremost, everything's nice. It is. It is. And first and foremost, everything's nicer. So the roads are nicer, the healthcare is nicer, the education's nicer. Secondly, the people are the weather. Well, I should say the weather is perfect. You have to imagine the air has like at least 5,000 miles of Pacific Ocean to purify before it gets to your lungs. And then you're the first people to breathe it. There are no factories that get to it before you. There are no mountains that make it cold to disturb it. It's pure air. So you're taking this air off the Pacific Ocean. Additionally, the weather, it's sunny 350 days out of 365 days a year. So the sun's always shining. You can grow any crop here. You can really basically grow any crop here. Additionally, when it comes to the laws, I mean, the law of the United States, cannabis is illegal. The law of California, cannabis is legal. That's a very big change when it comes to how it's treated and how the people treat. So, I mean, that in itself make it its own country in itself, essentially, in a lot of ways. Additionally, you have some major populous areas. You have the north with San Francisco and Silicon Valley and all the tech, and then you've got the south, which is movies and beaches and San Diego and Los Angeles and Orange County and all the great things that have to do with Hollywood. So you've got like multiple sectors. Additionally, on top of all of that make it different than the United States is the people. So the people are very liberal when the United States is generally much more conservative. The people of the state of California are much more socialist than your average American or your average American is. So with all of those things being said, there are a lot of reasons why there are people in California, and I'm kind of one of them who want to secede from the United States. I would say I'm leaning towards it, yeah. And the reason is the state system worked for. We're the fifth biggest economy in the world. We're the fifth biggest economy in the world. We'd be the fifth biggest military in the world. What do you mean? You just don't understand how big this state is in comparison to the United States. It's like a. Catalonia. And it's been given some sovereignty by the United Nations. It has. And there's slowly a movement to make it its own country. I'm aware of what you're saying. Not necessarily, because a lot of people in the United States with wealth and money are in California. In fact, most of them. And no, you have to understand, the influential people in the United States are really Californians. They're not any other state. So they can manipulate the United States any way they want. They have dual citizenship essentially. So they could do everything that they would want to make things in the United States very easy for California to leave and not have it be a bloody war like it was in the Civil War. And that's just one plausible option. There are others. Texas has even more of a claim to secede. They have it in their constitution. I mean, it's known as the Republic of Texas, and it's in their state constitution that they have the ability to secede. So I think Texas will be its own state someday, its own country someday as well, as it once was already. Texas was already its own country. I think it will be its own country again someday. I understand what you're saying. The United States will put up a fight, but you have to understand California will say to the United States, look, the United States is $50 trillion in debt. We don't want to have anything to do with that. And so we want to secede from that. Also, our laws are different than the laws of the United States. And the United States will say, essentially, you're not allowed to leave. And then there'll either be some kind of diplomatic negotiation, some type of financial negotiation, or perhaps there may even be war. And, like there are some elements of this that maybe you don't understand the demographics of the United States, but all China has to do is tell all of the people in the Chinese diaspora, basically the people living outside of mainland China, that they need to turn their allegiances towards China, and they have the state of California, because more than 10% of the state of California is Asian. So that would be such a huge sway in the influence of over the state of California that whatever China wants, California will do. Basically, what I'm saying is we're getting to the point where the state of California is becoming more affected and more influenced by China than it is the United States. The whole what? The what movement? Oh, wokeism. Well, that is a movement that's been around for now, going on about 8 years, and it is a popular. Yeah, I mean, it really came about during the Obama administration, and at least in the United States, what that refers to is the idea that you don't necessarily believe what the mainstream is telling you, and so your idea of being woke is essentially have alternative ideas, but by saying it's woke, it is mocked by the mainstream. So someone may go out and say, I like to look at nutrition labels, and I like to make sure that things are healthy when I'm eating them. And some people will say, oh, you're so woke to do that. The mainstream doesn't want you to do that. They just want you to consume and obey. But some people might say, oh, it's very woke to look at nutrition labels. You can take it from that to from societal standpoints by saying, I don't think that anybody has the right to any land, and that we all need to share it, and everything should be a community-based system, and it should be essentially communism or perhaps socialism. And some people say, oh, that's very woke of you. So, I mean, it is something that's become more popular over the course of the last decade. I would say that it's going to continue. There are some movements within it that have helped to strengthen it. Certainly Black Lives Matter. Certainly the LGBTQ plus movement has helped this as well. And it's just going to continue. It's essentially new ideas within the mainstream. That's a great question. Well, first and foremost, I'm streaming 24/7. Secondly, I'm on Twitter Spaces. I'm on Twitter Spaces talking to people regarding these types of topics and hearing debates. So that's how I stay well versed on such a wide array of topics. So basically, you can throw me into any conversation. I'll at least know something about it. While I may not have the type of depth of knowledge that I want, I have at least a shallow grasp of knowledge on almost every topic. And on some, I do have a very deep grasp of. And then from there, I watch documentaries all day. I 24/7 have a radio going, so I'm very uh, well versed on current events because I'm always listening to news. And then additionally, at least what I've got going on right now, I've got a documentary going on. It's called Unsealed Alien Files. It's like a several seasons, and I just have this playing, and I'll play whatever. It's just whatever documentary. And then I have Bob Ross, The Joy of Painting. If you know who Bob Ross is, he was an American painter on PBS, Public Broadcasting System, that who would paint portraits essentially, or paint landscapes, I should say, of yeah, he's got a fro. So I have that going on as well because I'm very into art. I I love I love art. I love art and music. Yeah, I mean, I would say definitely NFTs are digital art. So, in my opinion, it's just another dimension of the art world. Well, I mean, it's really not. Please do. If I ever do, I would appreciate it if you do. My plan is to do this the rest of my life. I want people to study this from a biological standpoint for the rest of time. Yeah. So essentially, the way that it'll be pretty easy once these let's say 400 accounts or 300 accounts start to get people's attention, there are people who will come to the stream, eventually start to watch it. They'll get comfortable with it, realizing that there's someone that they can always watch 24/7. I have more content than they can consume. Normally, people have an issue with how much content they can consume. Many years ago they just had radio. Then it was television, but basically it was on three channels. Then you had cable. Now you have streaming services. But at no point have we ever had some type of media where there's so much of it that no matter how much that you try to digest, you'll never be able to digest it all because you'll have to sleep at some point. So I have more content going than any person in global history. So now this is very attractive to the greater greater populace because they can connect to someone. If they want to go to sleep, they can sleep alongside of them. If they want to hear me have debates about any of these discussions that we're talking about, which we're talking, they can hear me have that. It's very interesting to people. Excellent. I, oh, absolutely. Sometimes we get 16 people in here. Excellent. Rock on, Roman. Take care, baby.
Under hypnosis, she reveals to Benowitz that she and her son were abducted by aliens and taken to an underground base. There, she saw not only cattle being mutilated and drained of their blood, but vats filled with human body parts. While there, the abductees were fitted with alien implants through which extraterrestrials could control their bodies. Benowitz is stunned by the woman's account. He begins monitoring communications in the area and picks up what he believes to be
Transmissions from an alien spaceship. Benowitz tracks the UFO to a remote area on the New Mexico-Colorado border that he dubs Dulce Base. In 1979, UFO insider Thomas Costello infiltrates Dulce and smuggles out shocking photos. Costello's photos show aliens conducting horrifying genetic experiments on humans. Even more shocking, Costello says the human subjects were abducted with the full consent of the United States government.
Another theory is the fact that they're genetically engineering humans, that it could serve some purpose in altering our genetic code or the way that we evolve as human beings. My guess is they can potentially make a life form that they would like us to evolve into, let alone just try and make another lesser being evolve into what they're aiming to create.
In a separate incident, a U.S. government employee, Phil Schneider, was helping to dig a labyrinth of tunnels below the base. Schneider's team inadvertently opened a large cavern where they stumbled upon a group of aliens experimenting on captive humans. A battle ensues. Though severely wounded, Schneider escapes, but a number of his colleagues are killed in the conflict. According to Schneider, the tunnels below Dulce are a fraction of what lies beneath the surface of the United States. UFO investigators believe the underground network may have been created by a highly advanced drilling craft called a subterrane. Operating like a submarine, the subterrane is propelled by nuclear power and bores through the earth, leaving massive tunnels in its wake.
I think when you talk about the sheer technological power in the 21st century that you need, you start nearing kind of an impossibility to pull this off, and they were able to do this. That's an amazing feat.
Once completed, the tunnels are traversed by maglev trains that may travel over 300 miles per hour. But where could they possibly lead? Experts believe a secret network of tunnels may connect some of the most sinister bases on the planet, like Dulce Base and Area 51. They may even lead to one of the strangest airports in America. Denver International Airport. This massive structure is the second largest airport in the world, covering 53 square miles. The terminals are decorated with art, depicting oppressive military imagery and apocalyptic visions. The strange works of art above ground only hint at what might be going on beneath. March 21st, 2013. A father and son notice strange lights in the sky from their suburban home. The Colorado residents track 3 glowing lights flying in a triangular formation in the sky above the Denver airport. Authorities at the airport refuse to comment, and an FAA spokesperson insists nothing out of the ordinary happened that night. Although the airport opened in 1995, construction beneath it has officially never stopped. The buildings reach 8 stories underground, deep enough to withstand the force of an atomic bomb. Connecting the terminals and baggage area is a passenger shuttle system, but at Denver International, there is a second, completely separate rail system. This allegedly links to the maglev tunnels and may allow the movement of alien technology from sites like Dulce. Coming up, they may have technology that's out of this world, but is extraterrestrial life also penetrating the very heart of American power? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Across the world, aliens are reported to be operating out of remote locations, often with the full cooperation of top-secret government agencies. but they may no longer be content to live on the fringes of our world. One of the strangest stories about presidents and UFOs involves President Dwight D. Eisenhower. It is said that Eisenhower had not one, not two, but actually 3 or 4 meetings with extraterrestrials to establish an open skies agreement with them. According to one account, an extraterrestrial may have penetrated the highest office in the land. His name, Valiant Thor. Valiant Thor allegedly went to work at the Pentagon for 3 years when he was codenamed The Stranger. To this day, the chilling nature of his work for the United States government remains unknown. Is Valiant Thor's infiltration of the U.S. government in the guise of friend or foe? And what will become of the human race when every earthbound alien decides the time for hiding is over? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Los Angeles, Texas, the United Kingdom. These 3 places are home to some of the most terrifying UFO hotspots in the world.
UFO hotspot means a place where people see a lot of UFOs and have a lot of alien encounters. And over the years, we have thousands upon thousands of sightings. So something's going on in our skies.
Hotspots are locations where people are constantly reminded we are not alone. And they are places where people often live with an ever-present fear. What makes a UFO hotspot? Is there a pattern to where they occur? And if there is, what danger does it pose to humanity? Tonight, we reveal the world's greatest UFO hotspots on Unsealed Alien Files. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Los Angeles, California, January 21st, 2013. The International Business Times prints the unsettling story of a recent UFO sighting over the San Fernando Valley. A man is taking photos in his backyard when he sees a police helicopter flying overhead. He quickly adjusts his camera lens and takes a picture. Later, when reviewing his photos, he notices a tiny object high in the distance above the helicopter. Expert analysis of the photo reveals it to be a textbook example of a flying saucer. For decades, citizens of the Los Angeles area have reported an astonishing number of UFO sightings, higher than any other city in the U.S. 1992, Topanga Canyon, Los Angeles County. Sometime after midnight, the police receive a frantic call from a driver and his girlfriend on the Pacific Coast Highway. He claims that a beam of light appeared from the sky and surrounded his car, pulling the vehicle into the air. After a few moments, the light vanishes and the car drops back to earth, leaving the couple frightened and shaken.
Topanga Canyon is a small community and it's a large park here. On July 14, 1992, the skies was looking up. Sort of more than hundreds of UFOs. And to this day, I talked to more than 20 several witnesses who confirmed saying just that from
Why is Los Angeles a magnet for alien activity in North America? Many UFO experts trace the Los Angeles alien phenomenon back to an often forgotten chapter of the Second World War. Unsealed case file. The Battle of Los Angeles. February 24th, 1942. America has just entered the war. An unidentified aircraft suddenly appears in the night sky over Los Angeles. Fearing a Japanese attack, anti-aircraft batteries open fire.
The Battle over Los Angeles was an event in 1942 in which multiple witnesses observed an unidentified craft over LA. The military went into action. They tried to figure out what the object was. They lit it up with their spotlights. They couldn't figure it out.
Witnesses watch in horror as the U.S. Army fires over 1,000 rounds at the hovering UFO.
The Battle of Los Angeles is such an important case because as the military engaged this object, fired rounds at it, they weren't able to touch it.
As quickly as the UFO appeared, it vanishes without a trace. The infamous incident is known as the Battle of Los Angeles. The following morning, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox claims it was a false alarm, and the UFO was in fact a weather balloon.
The Army's explanation was that it was a weather balloon. And of course, if you're firing that many artillery shells at a weather balloon and you can't bring it down, you've got a problem with your defense.
Is it possible that a highly trained American Defense Force launched an all-out assault on a harmless weather balloon? Even more alarming, if this were a genuine UFO, could the aliens have interpreted this unprovoked aggression as an act of war? Up next, an entire state in America has been a focal point of UFO activity for decades. We'll reveal where and possibly why. On Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Los Angeles, California has been the site of countless documented alien encounters. But it isn't America's only UFO hotspot. The entire state of Texas has seen hundreds of UFO incidents dating as far back as the 19th century.
You heard me say Asia is shit war. No.
Aurora, Texas, 1897. A UFO crashes into a landfill, as reported by the Dallas Morning News.
I like Asia.
Locals recover an alien body and bury it with Christian rites in Aurora Cemetery. A plaque at the cemetery identifies the alien burial to this day. Lubbock, 1951. 3 professors from Texas Tech photograph a fleet of UFOs. The incident becomes known as the Lubbock Lights. Stephenville, 2008. Over 30 witnesses, including law enforcement, see a mile-wide UFO fly overhead in the middle of the day. The incident receives worldwide media coverage. Why is the Lone Star State the focus of so much alien attention? The search for answers begins 60 miles northeast of the Mexican border in the small town of Marfa, Texas. For over a century, residents have reported eerie, ghost-like lights in the sky. Many believe the lights to be of extraterrestrial origin. Unsealed case file, Marfa, Texas. 1957, Coronet magazine publishes a report on the Marfa Lights phenomenon, describing them as brightly glowing basketball-sized spheres floating above the ground. Scientists are quick to dismiss the phenomenon as everyday automobile lights appearing to float due to atmospheric reflections. But this explanation is met with skepticism in the UFO community for one simple reason. The Marfa Lights occur in a region called the Mitchell Flat, an area known for its rugged terrain and private property. Ufologists contend that car traffic could never be the source of its enigmatic lights. Why are authorities so quick to dismiss the Marfa Lights as an atmospheric anomaly? And is there a price to be paid for covering up the heavy presence of aliens in Texas skies? As it turns out, there is. Dayton, Texas, 1980. Betty Cash and Vicki Landrum are driving along the highway when suddenly their car is enveloped in an intense beam of light emanating from the night sky. Above them is a UFO. Out of nowhere, a fleet of combat helicopters appear and surround the UFO, but it vanishes in an instant. Cash and Landrum suffer severe burns from the UFO's beam, commonly associated with exposure to high levels of radiation. Why did aliens attack two innocent women? And how did a squadron of military helicopters appear out of nowhere in the nick of time? Was the government already aware of UFO activity? And why did they not warn the public? A series of deadly events from 6 years earlier suggests they did. Unsealed case file, the Corpus Christi object. August 24th, 1974. U.S. Air Defense radar detects a UFO speeding northwest from the Gulf of Mexico toward Corpus Christi at an impossible speed of 2,500 miles per hour. At the same time, a small passenger plane takes off from El Paso, bound for Mexico City. For unknown reasons, the UFO suddenly changes course and collides with the plane over Cuyame, Mexico. U.S. military locate the wreckage of the plane, but the UFO is nowhere to be found. Nearby, the responders also discover a Mexican Army Jeep with the lifeless bodies of 4 Mexican soldiers inside. There are no signs of trauma. They do not appear to have fired their weapons. Official cause of death: asphyxiation. The proximity of the Dayton and Corpus Christi locations is alarming. Just outside Corpus Christi is the Naval Air Station, Trow Field. Dayton is part of metropolitan Houston, which is also home to mission control for NASA's space shuttle flights. Could the military and space exploration facilities be attracting UFOs? At the time of the Dayton incident in 1980, NASA was preparing to launch the first space shuttle. Some experts believe extraterrestrials are trying to send a message that would bring an abrupt halt to any further space exploration.
Marie Shallow, who was director of NASA communications, became famous in UFO circles because he was the first NASA insider to talk publicly about UFOs and say NASA knew about the presence of UFOs. It was NASA's most closely held secret, and Marie Shallow was right.
Coming up, we reveal another UFO hotspot where 12,000 sightings have been recorded over the past 60 years, including violent alien attacks. On Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. America is riddled with UFO hotspots, but it isn't the only nation experiencing this phenomenon. In 2008, the British government declassified decades of eyewitness accounts of UFOs. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming.
From the 1950s to the termination of the British government's UFO project, around 12,000 UFO sightings were investigated.
Nick Pope is a former official with the British government's UFO desk, a department dedicated to the investigation of UFO sightings. These incidents date from World War II to modern day. Many of these UFO encounters are unpredictable and dangerously close calls.
The Civil Aviation Authority and the Ministry of Defense have on their case files several instances where there were near collisions between UFOs and commercial aircraft. In one instance, the pilot had time only to shout, "Look out, look out," before the UFO rapidly passed. Fortunately, there wasn't a collision and the UFO narrowly missed the aircraft. There were perhaps half a dozen or a dozen cases of near collision between UFOs and commercial aircraft.
These incidents bear an uncanny resemblance to the Corpus Christi collision, but Britain's hotspot similarities with Texas go far beyond near misses in the air. Here, too, aliens target military bases, posing a serious threat to national security. One event in particular has achieved legendary status among British UFO investigators: the Rendlesham Forest incident.
Over a series of nights in December 1980, United States Air Force personnel based at Bentwaters and Woodbridge in the United Kingdom saw UFOs. On the first night of activity, numerous witnesses, including John Burroughs and Jim Penniston, saw strange lights in the forest, which were unlike anything they'd seen before.
The two airmen set out to investigate. They discover the flashing lights are emanating from a large, triangular-shaped UFO resting on the forest floor.
Jim Penniston approached the UFO and at one point actually touched the side of the craft. He's described how this touching of the craft led to some effect where he was jolted and received what he can only really describe as some sort of telepathic download. Later, he felt a compulsion to write in his police notebook pages and pages of ones and zeros. These ones and zeros have been theorized to be binary code, and many people speculate that this is a message of some sort. There's huge controversy about the binary code and the Rendlesham message, and indeed there's a lot of discussion and debate about whether this is a message, and if it is, what this message says, what it all means.
Decoding the message may reveal why aliens are targeting hotspots like Britain and Texas.
Maybe the thrilling revelations are yet to come. Not everything that I've seen has yet seen the light of day. There may be some revelations that will be made in the future. There may be some things that will never be released.
Coming up, we investigate the next frontier of alien hotspots and learn if it might in fact be the last. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Both the US and the UK are inundated with intense UFO activity. Many of these hotspots occur near military installations. But what are these alien reconnaissance missions for? The answer may lie on the opposite side of the planet, inside the world's rising superpower, the People's Republic of China. Hangzhou, July 7th, 2010. Thousands watch in stunned disbelief as a flaming UFO streaks across the night sky over the eastern city. Many capture vivid images of the object. Authorities immediately close Yaoshan International Airport, thrusting the story into the worldwide media spotlight. The government pledges to launch a full investigation into the incident. Ultimately, the findings are never disclosed to the public. Only a week later, a second mass UFO sighting occurs in the southwestern city of Chongqing. Local residents are terrified. Renowned Chinese astronomer Wang Xichao has been studying UFO sightings in China for nearly 40 years. He believes UFO activity in China will only continue to increase. And according to a recent public statement, he doesn't rule out the possibility that the aliens might be hostile. If they are friendly to us, we can promote the human being civilization through exchange and cooperation with them. If they are not, as long as we prepare for their invasion, we can beat them back based on their weaknesses. After all, they are life entities. Are aliens surveying these places in preparation for a massive invasion? If so, is humanity even capable of defending itself against sudden attack? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. An extraterrestrial threat. A top secret organization. A government within a government. Has the United States made contact with aliens? Experts believe they have. And an ultra top secret organization is calling all the shots. They operate in the shadows, keeping even the highest level of government in the dark about their actions. They demand the utmost secrecy. They are said to control all UFO information. But does this powerful organization pose an even greater threat to the future of humanity? Tonight, we reveal the most secret organization the world has ever known. Get ready for the story of the Majestic 12. This is Unsealed Alien Files. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Solway Firth, United Kingdom, May 23rd, 1964. On a family outing, Jim Templeton innocently takes a series of 3 photos of his daughter. Templeton develops the photos himself. The first one reveals nothing out of the ordinary, but in the second photo, a strange figure is visible in the background, wearing what appears to be a white helmet and spacesuit. Soon after, Jim Templeton is paid a menacing visit from 2 men, dressed identically in black suits.
The 2 men took him back to the site and were clearly trying to get him to go along with their version of events. Jim Templeton didn't play ball. The men became angry and in fact stranded him at the site. Some people have drawn a parallel between these 2 men and reports of the so-called Men in Black.
Descriptions of similar types of intimidating men are legendary, but no one knows who they are or what organization they belong to. Could the Men in Black belong to the infamous Majestic 12? The answer may lie in the aftermath of 2 of the most infamous UFO incidents in American history. Unsealed case file. The Battle of Los Angeles. February 24th, 1942. The American Navy is on high alert, monitoring the Pacific coast for Japanese military activity. Just after 3 a.m., sirens begin to sound. An unidentified flying object has been detected, moving steadily across the Santa Monica skies toward the coast. Artillery batteries open up. Despite firing 12 to 1,400 rounds at the craft, including some direct hits, they fail to bring it down. The official report given by the Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, calls it a false alarm. But photos of the object are appearing in newspapers. The public demands an explanation, and they get one. The Navy is calling it a weather balloon. A very different story is emerging in Washington, D.C. Secretary of State George Marshall briefs President Roosevelt. The craft was, in fact, a UFO, and it was not alone. A second craft was shot down and recovered off the coast of California and is, in all probability, of interplanetary origin. Marshall recommends a special intelligence unit be created to further investigate the phenomenon. The Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit, or IPU, is formed almost immediately. But their investigation also reveals the United States is virtually defenseless against an alien attack. Could the wreckage of this latest crash be used to strengthen defensive capabilities? It's a radical idea. Attempting to understand alien technology may help fight aliens in a future war, but it may also give the U.S. military an unbeatable edge against the entire world, ensuring its status as the dominant superpower. The recovered alien technology is allegedly examined, but the work proceeds slowly until one of the most famous UFO incidents in American history. Unsealed case file. The Roswell incident. Roswell, New Mexico, 1947. The wreckage of an alien craft is recovered by the IDU, along with the bodies of 3 extraterrestrials and 1 lone survivor. The cover story is a familiar one.
Of course, the first story was that the Air Force had captured a flying disc. In fact, it was the Army Air Corps at the time. Then they recanted the story just half a day later, and came out with the fact that it was a weather balloon. In fact, we have 20 deathbed confessions of folks who say that they were there at the time. This was not a weather balloon, that there were aliens that they saw.
The Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit locks the site down, collects the evidence, and evacuates the surviving extraterrestrial. But many insiders believe there is mounting evidence to support the theory that aliens are arriving more frequently and in greater numbers. The time has come to act. On September 24th, 1947, President Truman allegedly signs an executive order establishing the most secret organization in American history, Majestic 12. Coming up, who are the members of the Majestic 12? And who is really in control? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Experts believe that 2 famous alien incidents, known as the Battle of LA and Roswell, may have led to the U.S. government creating a special and classified organization to investigate and control information about aliens. The alleged clandestine 12-member group is known simply as the Majestic 12. Washington, D.C., 1947. Top secret UFO investigation agency, the Majestic 12, has been created to combat an increasing alien threat. But who are these men?
There was a general feeling that whatever UFOs were, strange, spooky, weird, odd, some science fiction movies, somehow people on the inside knew exactly what they were. People inside the United States government.
After the PR fallout of the mishandled Roswell incident, it was obvious to many Air Force insiders that an elite, hand-picked team needed to be created to control and monitor the increasing UFO phenomenon 24/7. The man allegedly chosen to oversee Majestic 12 is James Forrestal, U.S. Secretary of Defense. Forrestal is the man behind the scenes, but who can be trusted to run Majestic operations on the ground? One name catches Forrestal's eye. Vannevar Bush. He is the first scientific advisor to the president and a key figure behind the Manhattan Project, code name for the world's first atomic bomb. Majestic 12's first priority is to limit the public's knowledge and exposure to UFOs. Run out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, experts believe Majestic 12's first official operation is codenamed Project Sign.
sign sends operatives into the field to deal with a rash of recent sightings, with the purpose of clamping a tight lid down on UFO phenomena in America. June 24th, 1947, pilot Kenneth Arnold spots a series of lights flying in a strange formation at incredible speeds near Mount Rainier, Washington. Several witnesses corroborate the incident. The story appears in American and Canadian publications. From those stories, the term flying saucer is introduced to the public. The very publication of Kenneth Arnold's story sent shockwaves through Majestic 12. How did even this small amount of information get into the public domain? Though the press is kept in the dark, one thing is clear. The problem is escalating. Although America's nuclear development is still in its infancy, ufologists fear mankind's new experimental energy frontier may be part of the problem. Some experts speculate atomic testing and the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki have attracted attention from other worlds. It is obvious to many in the scientific community that if extraterrestrials exist, they may be using a similar concentrated energy source to power their spacecraft. One of the men behind the Manhattan Project atomic tests is Vannevar Bush, the same man who is now head of Majestic 12. Vannevar Bush orders all project sign information. From this moment on, the American government's official public position is that extraterrestrials do not exist. But information leaks and insidious press coverage split Majestic 12 into two distinct factions. Those who feel the public must be made aware of UFOs, and those who feel proof of alien life must never reach the public again. Coming up, the secret knowledge of an alien presence on Earth may have led to one of the most devastating events in American history. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. 1949, Majestic 12 is at a crossroads. Insiders are pushing for some public form of disclosure, and the man who oversees the organization, James Forrestal, feels the time is right to tell the public about the presence of UFOs. But there are also agents who will stop at nothing to prevent disclosure. How far would Forrestal's opponents go to keep a lid on the truth? Unsealed case file: The Death of James Forrestal. Washington, D.C., March 9th, 1949. James Forrestal is asked by President Truman to step down as Secretary of Defense. Is Forrestal's forced retirement the result of his stance on declassifying the existence of alien life? As his health declines from stress, he checks into Bethesda Hospital. On May 22nd, 1949, James Forrestal falls to his death from the hospital's 16th floor. The official cause of death? Suicide due to depression and nervous exhaustion. But as new evidence begins to surface, suspicion regarding Forrestal's death begins to grow. Broken glass is found in Forrestal's hospital bed, suggesting a struggle. There are allegations the suicide note left behind is not in Forrestal's handwriting. The military inquiry into the matter is classified top secret and not released. Washington, D.C., January 20th, 1953. Dwight D. Eisenhower succeeds President Harry S. Truman. Eisenhower has a strong military background and is the first president to be aware of alien activity before taking office. In 1952, Eisenhower is aboard the USS Roosevelt during a NATO training exercise. At 1:30 a.m., a bright ball of light appears over the vessel, hovering 100 feet above the water. Eisenhower and several others watch the UFO for over 20 minutes before it speeds off into the night sky. Upon taking office, Eisenhower digs deeper into rumors of unexplained phenomena. He becomes aware of Majestic 12 and demands to know the full extent of the alien threats. But Majestic 12 rejects the idea of letting anyone, including the president, into their inner circle. The president responds by sending a team to confront Majestic 12 on his behalf. An anonymous witness to these events recently attended the citizens' hearing in Washington, D.C. on UFO phenomena and the government.
Trying to find out something about these aliens that MJ-12 was supposed to find out, but never sent back reports to him. So he said, I want you to fly out there. I want you to give him a personal message. He says, I want you to tell them, whoever is in charge, tell them that to keep him to Washington and to report to me. If they don't, I'm gonna get the first army from Colorado and we're gonna go over and take the base over. I don't care what kind of classified material you got. We're gonna rip this thing apart.
Majestic 12 allegedly backs down, and the team is allowed access to Majestic 12's most sensitive information.
They had like different saucer crafts. The very first one had the Roswell craft.
But the greatest shock came in the lower depths of the base.
And then the colonel said, what we've got in here is re-reviewing a gray alien.
Returning to Washington, the team is debriefed by the president.
So he asked us what was going on. And we told him about the alien. And he was just totally shocked. He appeared for the first time to be worried.
The president had sent a message to Majestic 12, but our anonymous field agent also received a message in return.
Two guys in black suits came on a black Lincoln town car and came over to see me. And they told me that I better not publish anything or talk about any more things.
If Majestic 12 was powerful enough to conceal this from the very government that controlled them, what other secrets were they keeping? Although the details of extraterrestrial contact are kept from him, Eisenhower's successor, John F. Kennedy, has ambitious plans for expansion into outer space. 2 years after taking office in 1961, President Kennedy opens negotiations with Russian President Nikita Khrushchev. They agreed that NASA and the Russian Space Agency would cooperate in joint missions to the moon and share any information they had about UFOs. But still, Majestic 12 refuses to declassify any UFO activity. Aware of their internal resistance, on November 12, 1963, President Kennedy allegedly issues a final order to Majestic 12, demanding they release all extraterrestrial information. But 10 days after the agreement with Russia is signed, John F. Kennedy is dead. Did Majestic 12 participate in the assassination of JFK to prevent him from gaining access to information about extraterrestrial life? The world may never know. Coming up, is increasing UFO activity a sign of an impending alien invasion? Or is an invasion even necessary if the group that was created to protect us has already betrayed us? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The time to act is now. Tell us your story. Get involved in the fight to unseal the truth. Now. Is Majestic 12 still in operation? If so, perhaps an even darker force is controlling their actions. Some experts believe that aliens may have already infiltrated Majestic 12 in order to suppress knowledge of their own kind. But to what end?
I believe if there's an object plan for taking over our world, it's happening from the inside out. So if the resource you're after is the life on the planet, you're obviously not going to want to kill that life. You're going to want to try to corral it, control it, harness it, do what you want with it.
Who really controls the most powerful nation on earth? Democratically elected leaders, or a dark shadow organization within the government? If the United States and possibly the world is now under alien control, what, if anything, can be done? This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Many UFO sightings are solitary events that leave witnesses scrambling to prove their story. But what happens when the same object is seen by many people at the same time? In 1965, hundreds watch in amazement as a fireball crashes in rural Pennsylvania. But as eyewitnesses struggle to understand what they see, the U.S. government establishes one of the most elaborate cover-ups in UFO history. Is it a spectacular meteor, a casualty of the space race, or is it something out of this world? Join us as we expose the hidden secrets of the Gettysburg Incident on Unsealed Alien Files. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Earth's orbit, November 2007. High above the planet's surface, the NASA Atmospheric Research Satellite, UARS, collides with an object of unknown origin. Is it a meteor? Another satellite off its course? Or is it a UFO? Mark Matney of NASA's Orbital Debris Program says, it's very hard to determine what might have hit UARS. Though the main body of the satellite is intact, pieces fly off in all directions. It takes a further 3 years for the satellite's orbit to fully decay. Controlled descent is part of NASA's duties. They alert the media and the populace as they monitor the satellite's trajectory. As what remains of UARS breaks the atmosphere, it's observed speeding toward the Earth as a giant ball of fire. It plunges harmlessly into the Pacific. Was the UARS satellite crash an accident, or was it caused by a sinister alien force? NASA routinely monitors events like this all the time. But years earlier, another object made its way to the surface of our world, but under very different circumstances. December 9th, 1965, 4:45 p.m. U.S. Air Force Radar Command receives multiple reports of a fireball streaking east across the skies over Michigan. It's falling at a tremendous speed. Witnesses take photos of the object and the smoke trail it leaves behind. Grass fires are reported as debris drops in its wake. The object is believed to be a meteor. But this meteor attracts the attention of more than just the scientific community. NASA, the Air Force Special UFO Office, and the Pentagon take notice. The fireball crashes near a small town in rural Pennsylvania, sparking one of the biggest UFO controversies in American history. Unsealed case file, the Gettysburg Incident. A UFO crashes in the woods outside Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, but the alleged meteor is believed to have exhibited strange behavior. A witness reports certain altitude, then all of a sudden made a sharp dip downwards from roughly 500 or 600 feet to 300. The military, along with state police, seal off the area and turn away curious onlookers at gunpoint.
When they gathered, what they noticed was that almost instantly a group, a unit of American soldiers who wore no insignia and came with a flatbed truck were there to retrieve this object and take it away. People were warned, keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about it.
What did the Army recover from the Kecksburg crash site? And why did the Army threaten eyewitnesses? According to those who say the Army transported something out of the Kecksburg woods that night, it wasn't a meteor. Residents report seeing a large bell-shaped object under a tarp. One witness described it as a large solid metallic object, large enough for a man to stand inside. The media reports nothing was found at the impact site, and the Department of Defense denies any involvement. But this does little to end public speculation, especially in the 1960s, when the space race is on everyone's mind.
The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. And it is one of the great adventures of all time. And no nation which expects to be the leader of other nations can expect to stay behind in this race for space.
At the time, America and the Soviet Union are in a space race to be the first nation to put a man on the moon. But NASA does not officially reveal any possible explanation for the Kecksburg incident.
NASA keeps its UFO secrets very close. When I've spoken to astronauts myself about UFOs, they said pointedly that one of the things that they are not just instructed to do, but ordered is never to disclose to the public UFO sightings they've had.
The official government explanation is that Kecksburg was the site of a meteor impact. But how could a meteor change direction as witnesses report? And what did the military take from the Kecksburg site? Coming up, the scramble to cover up the Kecksburg incident reaches the highest level of the U.S. government.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files.
1965, a fireball crashes to Earth outside the small town of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Authorities insist the object is a meteor, but witnesses report possible evidence of a UFO. What really fell to Earth in Kecksburg? Some experts believe the answer lies in tracing the whereabouts of the most important man in America at the time. It is alleged that President Lyndon Johnson's vacation at his private Texas ranch is interrupted. A group of VIPs wait for him in his living room. The meeting is reportedly about budget issues concerning the Vietnam War, but the list of visitors that day indicates the emergency meeting may have been about something completely different. Along with the Joint Chiefs of Staff are the Director of NASA and the Governor of Pennsylvania. The topic of discussion that day remains unknown, but the President immediately returns to Washington, where he calls an urgent meeting with the Director of the Office of Emergency Planning and the Pentagon. Could the recent spike in UFO sightings indicate something bigger and more threatening to come? It's a disturbing thought. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, less than 20 years earlier, UFO sightings seem to be increasing in numbers that are staggering. Many government insiders believe that unless a tight lid is clamped down on the UFO phenomenon, panic could quickly spread across the country.
I think it's rather obvious that the United States military and government would keep it a secret if there was a conflict or connection between them and extraterrestrials. I think the reason is simple: fear. If we were to let the public know that we, meaning America, the strongest military in the world, is no longer #1, how many people would fear that?
Was Kecksburg the site of a UFO crash? Did President Johnson fear alien contact?
He
Back in Kecksburg, a local radio reporter is preparing an in-depth story on the incident, complete with eyewitness interviews. But shortly before airtime, the station is allegedly paid a visit by the Men in Black.
Men in Black are an unidentified group or an organization that would go around to alleged sightings of where there was some type of UFO report.
The Kecksburg story eventually goes to air, but the story is a heavily censored version of the original. Following the broadcast, the reporter refuses to discuss Kecksburg ever again. Sometime later, he is tragically killed in a hit-and-run while on vacation in California. The driver of the hit-and-run vehicle is never found. What really happened to the reporter? Could he have been the target of a government cover-up? But government attempts to maintain secrecy surrounding Kecksburg proved unsuccessful. Over the next few decades, witnesses will continue to break their silence at great personal risk to reveal the truth about what really happened that fateful night. Unsealed case file. The Kecksburg Witnesses. In December 1990, on the 25th anniversary of the Kecksburg incident, military personnel present the night of the crash come forward and confirm they were given orders to use deadly force. Other witnesses revealed that men wearing protective spacesuits bearing NASA logos were seen at the crash site, handling a bell-shaped object. Some also claim that overseeing the operation were men in black suits. Kecksburg resident Bill Boulabash was close that night to examine the crash site. The object he saw was 12 feet long and at least 7 feet in diameter, in the shape of an acorn. There were no visible doors, windows, or entry points of any kind. The metal was completely seamless. Perhaps the strangest feature is the writing covering the outside of the fallen object. Several witnesses, Boulabash among them, claim the outside was covered with a hieroglyphic style of pictures and symbols. Are the markings on the Kecksburg object an alien language? If so, what could the symbols possibly mean? Witnesses say the cargo's final destination was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the home of Project Blue Book, a government operation mandated to identify and monitor extraterrestrial activity. The Blue Book team is alleged to have studied the Kecksburg object, hoping to unravel its secrets. Coming up, experts claim the Kecksburg UFO is not the first bell-shaped craft to be associated with aliens. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. 1965, a fiery object falls to Earth outside the small American town of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Authorities claim it is a meteor. Eyewitnesses, however, report a bell-shaped UFO was removed from the site. But this isn't the first bell-shaped flying object to appear in modern history. 2 decades earlier, a similar top-secret craft was reported being developed by the greatest evil the world has ever known. Unsealed case file. Die Glocke, the bell.
The piece of technology known as the Glocke, or the Nazi bell, was something that right up into the final days of the war, Hitler wanted to make it.
Die Glocke is alleged to be the brainchild of Hans Kammler, a high-ranking Nazi engineer who oversaw many of Hitler's special construction tasks. He's most infamous for building concentration camps and underground bunkers for secret weapons manufacturing. His most valuable research, slave labor. Not surprising that at the peak of his career, he was also involved in the deadly V-2 rocket program that would claim thousands of lives. But death camps and world domination were not the only interests he shared with Hitler. Some experts believe Kammler may have been working with materials of an extraterrestrial origin. Die Glocke was also rumored to be experimenting in time travel.
Imagine if time machine that could win a war before the war even started. That was the theory behind the Wonder Weapon, the Glockout.
If this machine was even capable of what the report said it could do, then I have a hard time believing that it was running on any known earthly substance at the time.
Were the Nazis really working on a time machine? And was its inventor working with recovered alien technology? In the end, Hitler is defeated, but the fate of his super weapon remains a mystery. Die Glocke allegedly disappeared from the German mountains in the spring of 1945. After the war, Nazi scientists are brought to the United States as part of Operation Paperclip to work on top-secret military and space projects. Among them is Hans Kammler, father of Die Glocke. The reported similarities between Die Glocke and the Kecksburg object are uncanny.
The designs for the Nazi bell show that it was about 15 feet in height, shaped like a bell, hence its name, cylindrical in shape.
Was the Kecksburg object a descendant of the Nazi time machine? Did Hans Kammler trade the plans for Die Glocke to the American government in return for his freedom? Many experts believe Nazi scientists were attempting to create technology that the human race had never seen before. The fate of the Kecksburg object remains unknown, along with the Nazi technology behind Die Glocke. But the timing of the incident in the 1960s presents another very plausible theory.
The Cold War was a huge barrier to the truth being brought forward. For obvious reasons, I mean, it was a pretty dangerous time. So between that and the technology, the truth embargo is still in place.
Russia and the United States are not only competing for supremacy on Earth, they are also racing to the moon. Is the Kecksburg object a Soviet spacecraft? December 9th, 1965. The Russian spacecraft Cosmos 96 is launched on an incredibly ambitious mission. It is designed to orbit and explore Venus. The Cosmos mission is aborted in low Earth atmosphere as the craft loses control and begins a free fall back to Earth. Russia would need to inform the American government to avoid this being seen as an attack that could lead to nuclear war. In that event, the secrecy surrounding the Kecksburg incident could be the result of American desire to recover Soviet space technology. The Russian Cyrillic alphabet could also explain the strange symbols most of the witnesses report on the object. It's a compelling case that would explain a great deal, except for one inconsistency. Cosmos 96 landed 13 hours earlier, north of the Canadian border. A fact that has been confirmed by U.S. Space Command and NASA's Chief Orbital Debris Scientist, Nicholas Johnson. Seeking answers for the incident at Kecksburg, ufologists turn to NASA. But all disclosure requests for information are met with resistance. In fact, NASA claims the files on the incident do not exist. Coming up, NASA is forced to tell the world what it knows in the latest chapter of the Kecksburg incident. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. The time to act is now. Tell us your story. Get involved in the fight to unseal the truth. Now. The truth behind the Kecksburg incident has remained a mystery for almost 50 years. But in 2007, NASA is taken to court in an attempt to force the administration to release its files on the incident. But while under questioning, NASA spokesman David Stites reveals that all of its Kecksburg records are missing. In light of this new development, NASA considers the case closed. What really happened that fateful night in Kecksburg in 1965? One witness saw more than he should have and was told by a military officer to keep his mouth shut. He did, for for over 25 years. A laborer who made a delivery to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base saw a body lying on a workbench covered in a white sheet. It appeared to be 4 to 5 feet tall, 80 pounds. The witness describes a hand sticking out from under the sheet, and the skin was lizard-like. Is the Kecksburg cover-up disturbing evidence of an alien visitor to planet Earth? The public has a right to know. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. More than half of the world's UFO sightings happen over water. Many of these phenomena are seen bursting from the ocean into the sky. 95% of the world's oceans still have yet to be explored, so there's no telling how much alien activity there may be within its depths, or what they may be planning. Do aliens lurk in our oceans? And if so, what are they doing? Are they using the ocean's impenetrable depths to hide their bases? Tonight, we go deeper than ever before to expose the growing threat of unidentified submerged objects. On Unsealed Alien Files, a global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. Los Angeles, June 14th, 1992. Emergency lines are flooded with reports of UFOs in the night sky over Santa Monica Bay. But the objects didn't enter the city's airspace from above. Multiple witnesses claim to have seen a fleet of UFOs rising out of the ocean and shooting into the sky. One UFO sighting is unusual. An entire fleet, extremely rare. The city of Los Angeles is famous as the movie capital of the world, but over the last few decades, it's been gaining a much different reputation. Thousands of sightings are being connected to California's coastal waters, and the implications are disturbing. We live on land, so it's logical for us to assume any visitors to Earth would be based on land as well. But is it possible the UFOs plaguing Los Angeles are actually unidentified submerged objects coming from beneath the sea instead of the sky? And if they are USOs, what are they doing below the surface? Unsealed case file, the missile incident.
On November 8th, 2010, a mysterious object came out of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California and seemingly streaked towards the sky towards Maine. No one could identify or see what this object was, and when the military was questioned about it, they had no idea either.
Frightened onlookers fear the U.S. was under attack from missiles fired by a hostile submarine. City officials turned to the military for an explanation, but none is forthcoming. The U.S. Navy reports there were no foreign subs firing missiles, and also confirms there was no friendly fire. To this day, neither the military nor the public can explain where the cruise missile-shaped object came from. Decades of unexplained sightings have left experts wondering if there may be an alien base somewhere nearby. Compelling evidence of an alien colony would surface in 2010 in the form of a National Science Foundation photo of the seafloor.
This image shows massive domes deep on the ocean floor, some as big as 2 football fields.
The National Science Foundation reports that the domes are dormant volcanoes that may have a hollow center. Some experts believe if underwater aliens wanted to have an undersea base, these domes would be ideal, and this colony may have existed long before human settlement in the area. The undersea dome's estimated age could be as much as 40,000 years. For centuries, the world's oceans have been associated with legends and mysterious sightings. Coming up, a visit to the Atlantic Ocean to investigate the world's most infamous USO hotspot, the Bermuda Triangle. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Los Angeles is under siege by unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, that emerge from the ocean in front of panicked onlookers. But the coast of Southern California is just one of many USO hotspots. Puerto Rico, October 8th, 2002. A glowing red object bursts out of the ocean at incredible speed, hovering for several minutes before diving back into the water. Experts consider the UFO extremely unusual for several reasons. It emerged from the ocean, which is rare, but then it stopped and hovered for some time. The UFO also behaved as if not afraid of being attacked. Puerto Rico is known as one of the world's most active UFO hotspots, to the extent that one of the island's major highways was recently renamed the Ruta Extraterrestre, or UFO Highway. But are Puerto Rico's UFOs really USOs? And if they are, do they have a nearby undersea base? A map reveals that Puerto Rico lies at the southern corner of the world's most infamous ocean expanse, the Bermuda Triangle. Christopher Columbus, who saw a strange light in the area, made one of the first sightings on record. For centuries, there have been countless reports of ships and aircraft disappearing mysteriously or encountering strange phenomena. One Bermuda Triangle incident remains the biggest case of possible mass abduction in history. Unsealed case file, Flight 19. December 5th, 1945. 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers carrying 14 crewmen take off on a routine training mission over the Bermuda Triangle. But partway through the flight, radio transmissions between the planes reveal that something is very wrong.
Flight 19 reported that they suddenly didn't know where they were. They didn't know what they were seeing. Everything looked a different color. They reported things were just white. Compasses were spinning wildly, and then they lost contact with the outside world.
Flight 19 disappears off the radar screen. The Navy immediately launches a flying boat on a search and rescue mission. But this too disappears, along with 13 crewmen. A passing ship reports seeing a mid-air explosion and finding an oil slick, but no bodies or wreckage are ever found. What happened to the men of Flight 19 and the rescue plane that followed? Many experts wonder if the Avenger bombers really did crash. Why did the rescue plane set out to find them also mysteriously disappear? To this day, many in the UFO community continue to believe the tragic journey of these pilots may have turned into a close encounter of the third kind, an alien abduction. If these iconic events are to be believed, and a UFO interfered with the airplanes and abducted the pilots, then this event would go down in infamy as the largest UFO abduction in history. Did aliens abduct the men of Flight 19? Or was something else at work? Near the end of World War II, American fighter pilots were encountering floating balls of light called foo fighters, after the French word feu, or fire. Experts could not identify the lights, but thought that advanced enemy technology was being observed. However, the enemy was seeing the exact same thing. Did aliens abduct the men of Flight 19? Or was something else at work? Near the end of World War II, American
American fighter pilots were encountering floating balls of light called Foo Fighters, after the French word feu, or fire. Experts could not identify the lights, but thought that advanced enemy technology was being observed. However, the enemy was seeing the exact same thing. Many experts believe the Foo Fighters to be of extraterrestrial origin. To this day, experts have been unable to identify who or what type of technology created the Foo Fighters. Did Foo Fighters attack Flight 19? And could they be USOs operating from an underwater base, like the ancient structures found off Southern California? The Bermuda Triangle has long been considered a possible location for the lost city of Atlantis. Atlantis was allegedly swallowed by the ocean in a giant cataclysm about 10,000 years ago. It is thought to have been home to an otherworldly civilization. Some experts believe aliens have been on planet Earth, developing societies for thousands of years, and that they created the Atlantean civilization. Could Atlantean descendants still be living in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle? And are they responsible for decades of USO phenomenon? Coming up, we reveal the shocking details of real reports of USO abduction. This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back. Unsealed Alien Files. Unidentified submerged objects are reported to be rising from undersea bases off the coast of the United States. Many hover for a few moments, only to disappear into thin air. Other USOs are said to have a darker purpose. Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, October 4th, 1967. 5 friends are driving along a coastal highway at night when they spot a bright object approaching a nearby harbor. They then hear a loud whistle, like that made by a falling bomb, followed by a loud bang. The group stops and gets out of the car to take a closer look. They see a large object floating approximately 1,000 feet offshore. The group assumes they have just witnessed a plane crash and immediately contacts authorities. Their story is confirmed by at least 6 other independent witnesses. 30 minutes later, local fishing boats arrive on the scene, but they find neither wreckage nor any bodies. The next morning, authorities confirm that all known aircraft in the area are accounted for. The Shag Harbor object is classified as a UFO. The Royal Canadian Navy dispatches a team of divers who comb the area waters for 3 days, only to come up empty-handed. The case is officially considered closed. But according to other reports, the Shag Harbor story doesn't end there. A military witness later reveals that the object was originally spotted on radar over Siberia and tracked all the way to Canada's east coast. There it submerged and followed the shoreline north, where it was joined by another object before disappearing. The rendezvous site was monitored for another 3 days by both the American Air Force and Navy, but the results of this search remain unknown.
There's always a discrepancy between what the military tells you it knows and what the military really knows.
In 2008, America's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, better known as DARPA, announced that it was beginning work on a flying submarine. The stealth aircraft will be able to approach an enemy coastline at lightning speed, submerge, and complete the journey underwater. Once there, it can deploy a special forces team completely undetected. Could this new aircraft be the product of reverse-engineered technology recovered from the Shag Harbor USO? And could these USOs have been responsible for the disappearance of Flight 19 in the Bermuda Triangle? But what is the fate of the disappeared? Where are the abductees taken? One man claims to have an answer. Unsealed case file. Filiberto Cardenas, Miami, January 3rd, 1979. Filiberto Cardenas is driving with 3 friends when his car engine fails. He gets out to check the engine. Suddenly, a massive UFO appears over the car. The passengers watch in horror as it shines a blinding beam of light at Cardenas, pulling him inside. The UFO then vanishes, taking the terrified motorist with it. 2 hours later, Cardenas is found by a police officer 16 miles from the abduction site. But according to the victim, he had traveled much farther. Cardenas reports the craft was manned by 3 human-like aliens who flew him to a rocky stretch of coast, which opened into an undersea tunnel. The aliens spoke Spanish, warning Cardenas of future wars and disasters that will threaten humanity. At the end of the tunnel, the USO arrived at a massive underwater city. There, Cardenas met another human abductee who claimed to have been living with the aliens for years. Cardenas claims the aliens then conducted a series of medical experiments on him. A later medical examination reveals over 100 needle marks on his body. Miami sits at one corner of the Bermuda Triangle. Did the USO take Gilberto Cardenas to the undersea base that has threatened the region for decades? Is this the fate of all who disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle? And is this the only USO base abducting humans? Unsealed case file: The Mantis People. Los Angeles, June 14th, 1992. The notorious UFO hotspot experiences one of the biggest mass sightings on record, with multiple reports of dozens of unexplained lights in the sky. UFO investigator Preston Dennett conducts a series of interviews with those who called the authorities that night. In the process, he gets much more than he bargained for. Eyewitnesses describe chilling close encounters in which they either had missing time, a face-to-face encounter, or an abduction experience. But unlike other abduction stories, these have a unique twist. Independent ufologist Preston Dennett reports on how some abductees were taken underwater.
This is for the soulmate thing.
Abducted off of Catalina Island with his friend, and he described how he was taken to this underground area and that there were praying mantis-type ETs. It's a radically different species than the humanoid aliens described by Gilberto Cardenas in the Bermuda Triangle. Most abduction reports are about different versions of the gray-type ET. Short, large gray eyes, white skin. The praying mantis-type ET is a rare sighting. If these reports are true, multiple alien species are operating from bases at the bottom of the ocean. And in the case of Southern California, this threat could be bigger than anything humanity has ever faced before.